Chapter 2079. Kong Si Ran had been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for several hundred years, and without the help of the Tao Source Pill, it would have been impossible for him to break through in this lifetime. Yang Kai's Tao Source Pill with pill veins could be said to have been a timely help. Because of Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits under Yuan Furnace Mountain. In addition, Kong Si Ran was willing to lend him a few million source crystals at the auction that day. Yang Kai also remembered this friendship, so he did not hesitate to give the Tao Source Pill to Kong Si Ran. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Yang Kai had never been a stingy person. Although Mo Shaoqi was also a peak Third Order Origin King, and with the help of the Tao Source Pill, she may be able to break through to the next level in a short time, her situation was different from Kong Si Ran's. Mo Shaoqi had such a high cultivation at such a young age, and her background was mysterious and extraordinary. Not to mention whether she needed the Tao Source Pill, even if she did, she probably had the ability to obtain it. Breaking through to the next level with the help of the Tao Source Pill may not have much impact on the cultivator, but it may affect the cultivator's future prospects. Therefore, no cultivator would use pills to break through unless they had no other choice. Yang Kai himself did not take the Tao Source Pill when he broke through to the Tao Source realm because of this reason. When Yang Kai came out of the cave mansion, not only was Mo Shaoqi with him, but also the old woman and the beautiful woman from the Zhang family. The two of them were not willing to hide in the cave mansion and wait for death. After all, there were other descendants of the Zhang family here, and if the city was really breached, the Zhang family would definitely perish. So, no matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade them, the old woman and the beautiful woman from the Zhang family still had to go out to meet the enemy and contribute their strength to protect the city. Yang Kai had no choice but to let them do as they wished. Fortunately, although the two of them were not very strong, they were still First Order Origin Kings, so they were not too bad. If it was just to help the city guards maintain the defensive spirit array on the city wall, it would not be a problem. A streak of light wrapped around the four of them. He quickly moved through Maplewood City, and after a short while, he arrived at a certain position near the city wall. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black outside the city. Boundless demonic chi was rolling and squirming as if it was alive, causing one to shudder. From time to time, one could even hear waves of ghostly wails and howls, which seemed to be able to stir up some painful memories in the depths of one's heart. Every cultivator had no choice but to circulate their energy to resist. On the city wall, Duan Yuan Shan was in charge of distributing the pure heart jade. Any cultivator that came to the city wall to help defend the city would be able to obtain a piece of pure heart jade to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Duan Yuan Shan was overjoyed. He hurriedly called out, "Brother Yang, this way please." Yang Kai's figure flickered. He brought Mo Shaoqi and the two girls from the Zhang family to Duan Yuan Shan. Glancing at the situation outside, he discovered that although the demonic chi was ferocious enough, Maplewood City still didn't have any problems at the moment. There were a large number of cultivators standing on each section of the city wall. Some were maintaining the defensive spirit arrays, while others were displaying their martial skills, fiercely attacking the demonic chi. "City Lord, Master. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know," Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. "Since Brother Yang has said so, this Duan won't be courteous. There aren't many Tao Source Realm Masters in the city right now. Including Brother Yang, there are less than 10 of them. The others have already occupied a section of the city wall and are responsible for guarding it. As of now, they can still hold on for a while. However, we can't let our guard down. Brother Yang, I don't have any special tasks, so you can act as you please. See where you need support and go there. How about it?" Duan Yuan Shan said with a solemn expression. "All right." Yang Kai nodded his head. Duan Yuan Shan hurriedly took out a communication artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, take this. If anyone needs support, they will definitely send a message through it. When the time comes, I ask Brother Yang to come to our aid immediately." Yang Kai took it and didn't put it in his space ring. Instead, he put it directly into his sleeve. He then turned his head to look at Imo Shaoqi and the two girls from the Zhang family and said, "You guys stay here and listen to City Lord Duan's orders. I'll take a look around." As he said this, he turned into a stream of light and roamed along the city wall. On the city wall, countless cultivators of Maplewood City were fighting with all their might. Most of these cultivators were at the Origin King realm. They were either fighting in groups of 3 or 5 or fighting alone. Whenever they were exhausted, they would retreat from the city wall and be replaced by others. Yang Kai investigated for a while and found that the situation wasn't bad. After experiencing the initial panic and bewilderment, the cultivator of Maplewood City had already calmed down and no longer thought about escaping. Instead, they were truly united in resisting the demonic chi. The radiance of many martial skills struck the demonic chi. Although they were quickly annihilated, with Yang Kai's keen divine sense, he was naturally able to detect that the demonic chi was being worn down a little. A single person wearing it down was just a drop in the bucket, but 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people. If they all did the same thing, the effect would be completely different. Whenever the demonic chi on the periphery was about to attack, a powerful secret technique or martial skill would meet it and disperse the seemingly invincible demonic chi. Yang Kai also gave it a try and found that it was indeed a stupid way to lift the siege of the demonic chi. However, the demonic chi contained an extremely strong corrosive power, so the general cultivator didn't dare to summon an artifact at all. They could only use their own secret techniques and martial skills to attack. For a time, Maplewood City seemed to be impregnable. This made the cultivator on the city wall very happy, and their morale was greatly boosted. At the same time, they couldn't help but underestimate the demonic chi, thinking that it was only a so-so. Time passed slowly. After being besieged by the demonic chi for a day, there were no casualties in Maplewood City. This abnormal phenomenon made Yang Kai very vigilant. After all, he had personally experienced the horror of the ancient demonic chi in the mine. Although he didn't confront it head-on, the violent will emanating from the demonic chi couldn't be underestimated. The communication artifact transmitted the messages of the various Dao Source Realm Masters, so even if they were scattered all over the place, they could clearly understand the situation of others. At dawn the next day, the demonic chi that had been enveloping the entire Maplewood City seemed to have been moved by something and retreated a few dozen meters, leaving a circular territory outside the city wall. When the cultivator on the city wall saw this scene, they immediately let out earth-shattering cheers. They thought that they had successfully repelled the demonic chi and couldn't help but celebrate. Even a small number of Dao Source Realm Masters thought so. "Don't be careless." Duan Yuan Shan's solemn voice came from the communication artifact. Somewhere on the city wall, Yang Kai stood in the sky, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward. Although he was already a Dao Source Realm Master and had extremely good eyesight, it was currently the darkest moment before dawn, and the demonic chi was rolling, so he couldn't see too far. Suddenly, the earth shook slightly, and the sound of thunder rolling seemed to come from a very distant location, approaching the city wall at an extremely fast speed. This movement was very subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but as time passed, it became more and more obvious. The cheering cultivator on the city wall came to an abrupt stop. After looking at each other, a trace of uneasiness welled up in their hearts. Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his left eye had turned into a golden light, and his pupil had become an extremely terrifying vertical pupil. Demon Eye of Annihilation, see through all illusions. In his left eye, there seemed to be infinite vision that could pierce through the void, looking into the depths of the demonic chi. In the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the nearby cultivator, "Quickly strengthen the power of the spirit array." At the same time, his divine sense surged as he poured his divine sense into the communication artifact, sending a message to the other Dao Source Realm cultivators. A large number of demonized monster beasts and human cultivators are approaching. Be careful. In his field of vision, in the boundless rolling demonic chi, strong and vigorous figures were rapidly approaching here. Not only were there traces of monster beast, but there were also traces of humans. Those monster beasts were all grotesquely shaped, and no one knew where they came from. Their entire body was emitting a monstrous evil aura. Those humans, after being eroded by the demonic chi, also had a strange aura, and their vitality was extremely vigorous. However, regardless of whether it was the monster beast or the humans, their cultivation levels were somewhat different, but their numbers were extremely terrifying. They were coming from all directions, almost surrounding the entire Maplewood city. When the nearby cultivator heard Yang Kai's shout, almost without the slightest hesitation, they hurriedly poured their energy into the defensive spirit array of the city wall. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the light curtain of the spirit array suddenly brightened a little. The reason why these cultivators were so obedient was entirely because Yang Kai had displayed the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master today. They had no doubts about the words of a Dao Source cultivator. In the next moment, Duan Yuan Shan's command was transmitted from the communication artifact. In an instant, the defensive spirit array of the entire Maplewood city was pushed to the maximum level. Light flickered, almost illuminating the vicinity of the city wall as if it were daytime. Hong Long Long, the demonic chi, which had retreated several dozen meters away, started rolling again at this moment, like a tsunami, rolling up monstrous waves and smashing towards the city wall. Loud sizzling sounds rang out. The demonic chi was blocked by the defensive light curtain, constantly eroding the power of the defensive light curtain, causing teeth-numbing sounds to ring out. This was a scene that the cultivator on the city wall had already experienced countless times, so naturally, they were desperately urging their energy to pour it into the spirit array. However, in the next moment, figures suddenly took advantage of the cover of the pitch-black demonic chi and rushed out from the boundless black demonic chi. Ferocious-looking, demonized monster beast and humans with black eyes and surging black mist all over their bodies appeared in the vision of the Maplewood City cultivator like ghosts. Peng peng peng, sounds of collisions rang out. After getting close, the demonized monster beast each displayed its innate divine technique, blossoming out a variety of beast skills. As for the demons, they retained the strength they had when they were alive, and were even able to summon their artifacts to attack the defensive light curtain. The defensive light curtain was like a balloon, continuously sinking inwards, before bouncing back. However, the radiance that represented the strength of the defensive light curtain was rapidly fading. Everyone turned pale with fright. Chapter 2080. On the city wall where Yang Kai was located, the cultivator was also stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Yang Kai had warned them in time, so they were mentally prepared. After a short pause, more violent secret techniques and martial skills blasted outwards, engulfing the demonic chi and disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai himself flicked his 10 fingers, controlling the golden blood threads with his divine sense. Like dragons and snakes dancing in the dark demonic chi, they brought out golden rays of light. Most of Maplewood City's defensive spirit arrays were one way. In other words, when these spirit arrays were activated, attacks from outside the city would be blocked by the spirit arrays, but attacks from inside the city could ignore the protection of the spirit arrays and blast outwards. Most of the city's defensive spirit arrays were of this type, and there were also two-way spirit arrays, but this type of spirit array would never be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Once it was used, it meant that the city had reached its final defensive juncture. When these spirit arrays were activated, the cultivator inside the city would no longer be able to attack outside, and could only sit and wait for death. Amid the flashes of golden light, the monster beast and demon cultivator that pounced fiercely in front of the city wall were dismembered, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered from the sky. In an instant, an empty space appeared in front of Yang Kai. These monster beasts and demon cultivators that had been corrupted by the demonic chi of the ancient great demon were actually not weak. Each of their bodies had been greatly strengthened. Not only were they ruthless, but they could also use all kinds of abilities they had when they were alive. If they fought against a cultivator of the same level, they would definitely win. But Yang Kai was a Dao Source realm cultivator after all. These monster beasts and demon cultivators were not very strong before they were demonized. They were at most Origin King realm. So, under the wild dance of the golden blood threads, they were as weak as tofu. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivator was greatly encouraged. One after another, they displayed their best skills and attacked fiercely. For a moment, the city wall that Yang Kai was in charge of protecting seemed to be impregnable, and the surrounding cultivators' confidence was greatly boosted. But Yang Kai's expression was dignified. Because there were too many monster beasts and demon cultivators, he couldn't see the end of them at a glance. They hid themselves in the dark demonic chi, and took advantage of the demonic chi's tumbling to launch an attack. If they were careless, the defensive spirit arrays on the city wall would lose a lot of its power, and its color would turn dark. As his 10 fingers flew, Kai Yang suddenly understood. He suddenly understood why the city was surrounded by demonic chi. But on the second day, countless demon cultivators and demon cultivators. Clearly, the ancient demonic chi that had spread out earlier was demonizing all kinds of living beings around Maplewood City. That was why there were no traces of demonic beasts or demons on the first day. Yang. Just as he was focused on blocking the demons, the communication compass on his chest suddenly vibrated, and his expression changed slightly. He hastily took out the communication compass. The situation in the southwest corner has changed. Brother Yang, go and help. City Lord Duan Yuan Shan's order came from the communication artifact. Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and turned his head to look in the southwest direction, but it was too far away. He couldn't see anything. He could only see that the demonic chi was extremely dense, and he could vaguely hear a roar. While he was observing, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. As soon as that person appeared, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, go. This old man will be in charge of this section of the city wall." The person who spoke was Maplewood City's Vice City Lord, Drunkard. At this point, Drunkard suddenly took out the big cyan gourd from his waist and poured a mouthful of strong wine into his mouth. Then, he flipped his hands and his face suddenly turned red. In the next moment, he puffed up his cheeks and spat forward. Boundless raging flames spewed out from his mouth. The raging flames contained an unimaginable amount of heat. Any demon or demonic beast that came into contact with the raging flames would shriek and retreat. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not extinguish the flames on their bodies. As they struggled, they were reduced to charcoal in just 3 breaths. A nauseating burnt smell filled the air. Drunkard wasn't done yet. He shook his head slightly, and the flames spewing from his mouth swayed, forming a wall of fire more than 300 meters long in front of the city wall. The flames soared to the sky, illuminating the sky, as if it wanted to burn the sky red. The demonic beasts retreated, not daring to approach. Drunkard retracted the demonic chi in his mouth and his body shook slightly. It seemed that the attack just now was a fierce move for him, and he couldn't use it again. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded to Drunkard before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He was originally in the east of the city, and the southwest corner was far away, but for Yang Kai, who could use space secret techniques, he could arrive there in the shortest time possible. After a few flashes, Yang Kai rushed to the southwest corner without caring about the consumption of source chi. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes shrank. At this time, a hole of several meters in diameter had been opened in the defensive array of the city wall. The rolling demonic chi was like a cat that smelled fish, and many demonic beasts were hiding in the demonic chi. As soon as they entered the city wall, they attacked the cultivator next to them. There were already dozens of corpses lying on the ground. Strands of demonic chi were like snakes, drilling into the corpses through their mouths and noses. In front of the hole, a white-haired old man was holding a jade scepter in his hand, and he was constantly waving it. As he waved it, beams of light shot out from the jade scepter, and the demonic creatures that tried to sneak in were chopped into pieces. This old man exuded the aura of a Dao Source Realm Master. His source chi fluctuated, and his robes fluttered in the wind. On the city wall, countless cultivators were resisting the demonic chi and demonic beasts invading together. The scene was a mess. As soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he summoned his Dao Source grade low-rank long sword artifact and pushed his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, stabbing it downwards in a series of sword flowers. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk colorful sword lights fell from the sky, covering a large area. Within this area, all the demonic beasts that invaded the city were cut in half by the sword chi. Some were cut in half, some were seriously injured, and roared in anger. Even more sword chi swept towards the intact corpses lying on the ground. Asterisk pu pu, asterisk as the sword chi dissipated, the intact corpses let out explosive sounds as they all exploded into fine powder. Countless cultivators who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Immediately, they glared at Yang Kai. After all, among the corpses lying on the ground, there were their loved ones, their friends, and their companions who had fought hard with them before. It was fine if they were killed by the demonic beasts, but they didn't even have a complete corpse after death. The most hateful thing was that their own people had destroyed their corpses. How could they tolerate this? If you don't want more demonic beasts to be born, destroy all the corpses. This demonic chi doesn't only corrode the living, it won't even let the dead go. Seeing that they had misunderstood, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Only after hearing this did some people reveal relieved expressions. However, even more people held a skeptical attitude. After all, the dead couldn't be resurrected. Even if the ancient demonic chi was mysterious, how could it make the dead stand up again? However, this suspicion didn't last long. Because a corpse on the ground that was supposed to be dead suddenly stood up slowly. Its body was wrapped in demonic chi. When it opened its eyes, there wasn't a trace of white, but a deep dark red. This master was right. Quickly destroy the rest of the corpses. Someone shouted. The others didn't dare to hesitate. They all attacked and destroyed the corpses near them. The demonic beasts that stood up again didn't even have time to examine the world after resurrection before their heads were chopped off by Yang Kai's sword. The demonic beasts fell on their backs. Yang Kai turned around and swung his sword again. Light bloomed, and the sword chi was everywhere. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the sword light swept across, and more than half of the demonic beasts were cut into pieces. I'll leave the rest to you. After Yang Kai said this, he flew up to the sky and greeted the white-haired old man. The crisis at the southwest city wall was ultimately because of the broken defensive formation. As long as the hole was not repaired, there would be an endless stream of demonic chi and demonic beasts invading. Not far away, there were already array masters working hard to repair the formation, but it seemed that they still needed some time. At the hole, the old man couldn't defend it at all. From time to time, there would be some demonic beasts that escaped the net and escaped into the city through the gaps between his attacks. This made the cultivator below panic for a while. And looking at the old man's appearance, it seemed that he didn't have enough strength. He kept urging the power of the Jade Rui's secret treasure in his hand, which made him feel like he was under a mountain. His whole face was slightly pale. Old mister, I'll help you. Yang Kai's figure flashed and came to the old man's side. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook the long sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly shot out countless sword lights from the tip of the sword and flew into the hole in front of him. In an instant, the demonic chi and demonic beasts gathered at the entrance of the hole suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat. Seeing this, the old man was overjoyed and quickly said, "This Qin thanks little brother." He was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Resisting here alone consumed a lot of demonic chi. If Yang Kai had come a little later, he was afraid that he would have died of exhaustion. While speaking, he took half a step back and let Yang Kai stand in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also did not decline. Seeing the defeated demonic chi and demonic beasts coming back, his face couldn't help but turn cold. He stretched out his hand and reached forward. The space force surged, and a dark black hole suddenly appeared in the hole, blocking it completely. Space secret technique, exile. All the demonic chi and demonic beasts that invaded the hole poured into the black hole and were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Although this black hole only lasted less than 10 breaths of time before it was destroyed, this strange secret technique made the remaining demonic beasts feel a little frightened. For a time, no demonic beasts dared to come forward. Chapter 2081. At the sight of this, the old man couldn't help but be taken aback. Shock filled his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai's back. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a newly advanced Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City from the 2 days of shared demonic chi, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. The secret technique he had displayed earlier contained clear fluctuations of space force. Did this mean that he could control space force? A Dao Source Realm cultivator like him couldn't be underestimated. Originally, the old man didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, believing him to be just a newly advanced young master. However, after Yang Kai displayed that secret technique, the old man had no choice but to re-evaluate Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out from below. "Master, we've encountered a small problem in the repair of the spirit array." Hearing this shout, the old man furrowed his brow. Hurriedly turning his head, he shouted, "What's the problem?" "It's like this, Senior Chin." An awkward look appeared on the array master's face as he said in a deep voice, "If we want to repair this hole, there must be no interference from powerful forces." "What do you mean?" The old man with the surname Chin frowned. Although his cultivation had reached the Dao Source realm, he didn't have a deep understanding of spirit arrays. Naturally, he didn't know the whole story. In other words, if the two master continue to fight with these demonic creatures at the damaged area of the spirit array, we will never be able to repair it. The array master explained with an uneasy look on his face. "Useless." The old man with the surname Chin flew into a rage upon hearing this. "Doesn't that mean that this spirit array can't be repaired?" Seeing the old man with the surname Chin getting angry, the array master couldn't help but cower. He said in a weak voice, "That's not the case. As long as the two master can move the battlefield, it will be fine as long as it doesn't interfere with the repair." "How do we move it?" the old man with the surname Chin asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, the array master's face turned embarrassed. "We might need the two master to go outside the spirit array." Before he could finish his words, the old man with the surname Chin roared, "Bullshit. If that's the case, how can we still be alive?" The reason why Maplewood City was still safe and sound was because of two reasons. Firstly, it was because the attack from the demon chi that surrounded the city the day before was not too strong. Secondly, it was because of the power of the layers of formations. "Senior Chin, please calm down. It's our fault for not being skilled enough." The array master also knew that this proposal was somewhat difficult, but just as the overall level of Maplewood City's martial artists was not high, the ability of array masters was also not very outstanding. Seriously, there was no way they could continue with the repair work. "Senior Chin, let me go." At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly opened his mouth. "You?" The old man with the surname Chin turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "Since we have to move the battlefield in order to repair the spirit array, there's no other way." The old man with the surname Chin couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. "Little brother, are you confident? You have to know. If we really go out of the spirit array's protective range, we will be in deep trouble. That would be tantamount to penetrating deep into enemy territory alone. That demonic chi is not something that can be easily resisted. We have to try to know if I'm confident or not." Yang Kai smiled calmly. "If we don't do anything, the city will fall when we are exhausted." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the old man with the surname Chin also knew that there was no other way. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, this Chin will go with little brother." Humph, as the saying goes, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This old man wants to see how that demonic chi is going to erode my mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If old Mr. Qin goes with us, how will the people below deal with any fish that escapes the net? This. The old man with the surname Qin was startled. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. Let me go. Old Mr. Qin will hold the rear. The old man with the surname Qin knew that Yang Kai was right. He sighed and said, then little brother must be very careful. If you really can't handle it, then quickly retreat into the city. Yang Kai nodded. If this matter succeeds, this Qin will definitely report to the city Lord Master and have him record this merit. The old man with the surname Qin said in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't comment. His figure flashed and he had already fled through the hole. The old man with the surname Qin immediately filled in. At the same time, he shouted, repair the formation as fast as you can. If you can't completely repair the formation in 15 minutes, this old man will throw all of you array masters outside. The array masters below immediately frowned when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to refute. They hurriedly began to repair the formation with all their might. Outside the city, Yang Kai leisurely fled. He felt as if he had fallen into another world. There was no light in this world. There was only boundless darkness. The pitch-black qi that flowed around his body contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. At the same time, there seemed to be something else as well. The moment Yang Kai fled, the demonic qi and demonic creatures were like ferocious dogs that had seen a bone. They all gathered around him. For a moment, the space in front of the old man with the surname Qin was empty. There were no more demonic qi or demonic creatures that wanted to invade the city through the hole. Seeing this situation, the old man with the surname Qin was happy but also a little worried. What he was happy about was that this way, the formation masters would be able to safely repair the formation array and complete it in the shortest time possible. However, he was worried about whether Yang Kai would be able to last until then. If something happened to Yang Kai, not only would this mission be a complete failure, the demonic creatures would also have a Dao Source Realm Master appear out of nowhere. When that time comes, Maplewood City would be in danger. Just as the old man with the surname Qin was anxiously waiting, several streaks of light suddenly shot over from nearby. Not long after, the streaks of light landed in front of the old man with the surname Qin, revealing a few figures. What are you doing here? The old man with the surname Qin's face couldn't help but change when he saw a delicate woman among them. He shouted in a deep voice, "This place is dangerous. Quickly return." Impressively, the delicate woman was Qin Yu, whom Yang Kai had met once before. Within Maplewood City, the only Dao Source Realm Master with the surname Qin was the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Hearing this, Qin Yu remained unmoved and said, "We heard that the old ancestor was in a critical situation here, so we hurried over to provide assistance." As Qin Yu said that, she turned her head to look at her surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered that this place was completely peaceful. Other than the hole in the array in front of the city walls, there wasn't a single trace of demonic creatures. At this moment, the demonic qi and demonic creatures outside seemed to have turned a blind eye to the hole in the array. They didn't seem to have any intention of taking this opportunity to invade the city. Instead, they continued to roll around in the periphery, converging towards a certain location. This place. Qin Yu had a blank look on her face. How did this happen? Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang sighed and said, "A little brother rushed out to attract the attention of the demonic qi and demonic creatures. If not for that, how could this place be so peaceful?" Someone rushed out. The Qin family members turned pale with fright when they heard this. After all, although none of them had personally experienced the terror of the demonic qi, just looking at it was enough to make their hair stand on end. At this time, who would dare to rush out of the city to seek their own deaths? Those who had the guts to rush out were probably disregarding their own life and death. Thinking of this, the few of them felt deep respect for that unknown person, secretly admiring him. Since you've come, then forget it. Help this old master take a look at the situation over there." Qin Chaoyang suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Yu, Okay. Qin Yu gently nodded her head, before gently closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her eyes had astonishingly turned into a silvery color. Silver streams seemed to flash within her pupils, while a mysterious energy shot out from her eyes, piercing through the void. Qin Yu suffered from a chronic illness and her body was in poor health all year round. Using this secret technique seemed to be a great burden on her, so after a while, her delicate body began to tremble slightly, and some sweat seeped out from her forehead. Her already pale face gradually became even paler. How is it? Qin Chaoyang stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Yu's shoulder, slowly pouring his source qi into her body as he asked softly. Huh. Qin Yu looked into the void and couldn't help but cry out softly, as if she had discovered something. Soon, a trace of joy burst out from her face and she said in surprise, "It's him?" After saying this, Qin Yu's tender body shook and she suddenly closed her eyes, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's expression became solemn and his fingers moved quickly, pressing a few points on Qin Yu's body. At the same time, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring and flicked it into Qin Yu's mouth. He didn't rush to ask anything and instead waited for Qin Yu to sit down cross-legged and adjust her breathing. After a while, Qin Yu opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Chaoyang excitedly. "Old ancestor, is that person surnamed Yang? Do you know this person?" Qin Chaoyang's expression changed as he recalled what Qin Yu had said before and asked thoughtfully. "Sure enough, it's him." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled, whispering, "Old ancestor, do you remember that after you returned from outside, I asked the people in the clan to inquire about someone?" "I've heard a little about this matter." Qin Chaoyang nodded and asked curiously, "Could it be that the person you're looking for is him?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded, "Old ancestor, this person is extraordinary. If possible, you should try your best to rope him in and use him for our Qin family. He's extraordinary, this old master has already seen it." Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. If he wasn't an ordinary person, who would dare to rush out of the city alone? "But how did you know?" Qin Yu said, "Because when this person was breaking through to the Tao source realm, you, was watching from afar. Old ancestor, you should know that when this person was breaking through, the heavenly manifestation was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not a scene that an ordinary cultivator should have when breaking through to the Tao source realm. Moreover, at the moment of breaking through, he even had the strength to heavily injure Ghost Hand Shen Tu." "What?" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, "Is this true?" Chapter 2082. How could Qin Chaoyang not know about Ghost Hand Shen Tu? They were all Tao Source Realm Masters who had been in Maplewood City all year round. He had also dealt with Shen Tu several times, and because of their different standpoints, they had fought twice. Although Shen Tu's actions were despicable, Qin Chaoyang could not deny his strength. He felt that Shen Tu was a great enemy. In those two fights, he only had a slight upper hand and could not do anything to Shen Tu's day. In the end, he could only let Shen Tu escape arrogantly. But listening to Qin Yu's words, Yang Kai was able to severely injure Shen Tu at the moment of breaking through to the Tao Source Realm. In other words, Yang Kai was not yet a Tao Source Realm Master at that time. He was just a peak third-order origin king. Qin Chaoyang did not dare to imagine how powerful a person could be to be able to injure Shen Tu in that situation. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai was not someone he could contend with at that time? Now that he had broken through to the Tao Source Realm, his cultivation had crossed a big realm. His strength had probably more than doubled compared to before. Thinking of this, Qin Chaoyang suddenly felt his breathing become a little heavy. He also realized that although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength, he still underestimated him. What about Shen Tu? Qin Chaoyang asked anxiously. Shen Tu had some enmity with the Qin family. If they could find him while he was recuperating, they might be able to get rid of him and prevent future troubles. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. "I was about to tell old ancestor about this. Shen Tu is dead." "Dead?" Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes. Didn't you just say that he was only severely injured? How did he die? At that time, that Yang Master was breaking through. There was another Dao Source Realm Master guarding in the dark. When Shen Tu retreated with heavy injuries, he was killed by that person in one move. Unfortunately, I didn't see what that person guarding looked like and what level he was at. Oh? Qin Chaoyang asked with a look of interest. You mean, there is a hidden master behind little brother Yang? Qin Yu nodded and said excitedly, Ancestor, this person is a scattered cultivator. If we can win him over to our Qin family, then our Qin family's power will definitely increase greatly. Moreover, there's another expert behind him. If we can form a good relationship with him, then our Qin family will definitely benefit. Qin Chaoyang's eyes flashed as he said, I understand what you mean, but this matter has to wait until the current crisis is resolved. You understands. However, Ancestor, please be careful. Don't ever offend him. Qin Yu solemnly exhorted as a strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes. She said in a deep voice, perhaps, the revival of our Qin family will fall on this person. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Chaoyang's expression brightened greatly. He said with rapt attention, Did you see something else? Qin Yu shook her head. My fated fortune heavenly pupil can only see that this person has a great fortune and opportunity. His future is definitely not in Maplewood City. Qin Chaoyang's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, with your words, this old man has confidence. After speaking, the two of them looked outside. However, it was pitch black outside, and they couldn't see anything at all. They could only vaguely see that the rolling demonic chi was constantly rolling and seemed to be converging in a certain direction. Inside the pitch-black demonic chi, the roars of various demonic creatures could be heard constantly. It was hair-raising. Where did so many damn things come from? Outside the city, Yang Kai frowned. He didn't notice it when he was in the city, but as soon as he left the city and entered this boundless world of darkness, he discovered that there were countless demonic creatures hidden in the demonic chi. Yang Kai was like a ray of light in this pitch-black darkness, attracting countless demonic creatures to besiege him. Under the suppression of the space principles, the space around him became extremely dense. Any demonic creature that came within 20 meters of him, regardless of their cultivation level, would immediately become sluggish and unable to move. Under the flashing golden light, all the demonic creatures were cut to pieces by the golden blood threads. Even though Yang Kai was displaying invincible bravery, the demonic creatures still continued to charge at him without fear of death. In just a short while, a mountain of corpses had formed at his feet. Although he was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi with his source chi, from the sound of the demonic chi sizzling, Yang Kai could tell that the corrosive power of the demonic chi was extremely strong. Being in this environment for a long time was also extremely taxing on him. Come out. After killing for a while, Yang Kai frowned and shouted in a low voice. The queen monster insect and blue flame thunder wolf both appeared, one on his left and one on his right. As soon as the two blood beasts appeared, they received Yang Kai's orders. The purple and green dual swords on the queen monster insect's two pincers shone with a brilliant light as an ice concept spread out. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was frozen solid as snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The snowflakes swept past the bodies of the demonic creatures, cutting them in half amidst miserable howls. The blue flame thunder wolf opened its mouth wide and spat out fireballs and purple lightning. Although it was not as strong as the queen monster insect, it was still able to hold its own. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blood-red chi on the two blood beasts' bodies was almost solid as they emitted a faint golden-red glow, repelling the invincible demonic chi. For a while, the situation stabilized. There were no outsiders here, so Yang Kai simply went all out. Space force lingered around his body as he alternately released all kinds of space secret techniques. With the cooperation of the two blood beasts, the countless demonic creatures were unable to get within 10 meters of him. This was also thanks to the fact that the overall strength of the cultivator near Maplewood City was not high, so even though the demonic creatures demonized by the demonic chi had improved to a certain extent, they were still not that strong. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be able to perform so well in this place? After fighting fiercely for a long time, Yang Kai became so excited that he no longer cared about his own consumption. Moon blades flew in all directions, each one clearing a neat path. At this moment, the queen monster insect seemed to have sensed something and crossed its two pincers, sending a burst of ice principle strength in a certain direction. In that direction, a sneaky figure that was quietly approaching was suddenly exposed. This person seemed to be a little different from the other demonic creatures. The evil aura exuding from his body was extremely powerful and was shrouded by a deep demonic chi. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used to hide from Yang Kai's perception. If the queen monster insect had not sensed it, Yang Kai would not have sensed it until he was close to him. A Jiang family member? Yang Kai's reaction was also very fast. The moment the queen monster insect made its move, he had already turned his gaze in that direction. Taking a closer look, he found that this person was actually an elder of the Jiang family. He had previously dealt with him above the mine. However, Yang Kai did not know his name. This elder of the Jiang family was a third-order origin king before, but now, he seemed to have become even stronger. The energy fluctuations coming from his body had already reached the level of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but what was strange was that he was still only a third-order origin king. Yang Kai's heart moved. He immediately understood that this should be the work of the demonic chi. After being eroded by the demonic chi, although it would cause one to lose their consciousness, it could also increase their strength. After this elder of the Jiang family was transformed into a demon, his strength naturally increased greatly. However, the demonic chi was not omnipotent and could not really transform him into a Dao Source Realm cultivator. It could only increase the amount of source chi in his body, but not the quality. Courting death. Yang Kai hated the Jiang family, the culprits who caused the crisis in Maplewood City. If they had not recklessly mined the mine, he would not have been implicated in this trouble. Right now, he might be peacefully cultivating in his secluded home. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, the queen monster insect did not hesitate to draw its two swords. Two different colored lights suddenly crossed and cut through the Jiang family elder's body. The sound of his flesh being minced could be heard. Although the Jiang family elder's strength had been enhanced by the demonic chi, how could he be an opponent of the queen monster insect? After the light flashed, the Jiang family elder's body directly split into 4 halves and collapsed. Before he died, he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he kept roaring, as if he had gone mad. Shio! At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, holding a long sword. The long sword was completely black and filled with a dark aura. With a shake of the sword, it pierced towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Seeing this, the blue flame thunder wolf on the other side opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a brazier towards this person. This person did not dodge and was hit by the fireball. The dark demonic chi on his body dissipated for a moment, and at the same time, a burnt smell spread. But after forcefully withstanding this attack, his long sword continued to stab into Kai Yang's head. Ha 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 ha. After succeeding in his attack, this person could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was filled with madness and unimaginable evilness. Brother Chu He, you're laughing really happily. An indifferent voice inexplicably rang out from behind him. This demon instantly turned pale with fright as he hurriedly turned his head to look, only to discover that Yang Kai, who should have been killed by him in a single blow, had unknowingly appeared behind him and was currently staring at him with a look of ridicule. As for the body with its head pierced through, it slowly dissipated. Impressively, it was just an illusion. Seeing him looking over, Yang Kai could not help but sneer, Brother Chu He, why are you laughing so happily? Why don't you tell me and make me happy as well? Previously, when he was concealed by the Jiang family elder, he was almost ambushed. How could Yang Kai not be vigilant? Naturally, he had discovered traces of Jiang Chu He's actions in an instant. With his ability, avoiding such a sneak attack was simply a piece of cake. At this moment, Jiang Chu-he was radiating an aura that was even stronger than that of the Jiang family elder. It seemed that he had yet to break through the shackles of the Tao source realm, and was unable to utilize the world principles. Everything else about him was something that only a Tao source realm master could possess. It was unknown whether or not Jiang Chu-he had understood Yang Kai's mockery, but all of a sudden, he let out a low roar from his mouth, while his expression abruptly turned ruthless. Surging demon chi surged out from his body, causing his originally scarlet-black eyes to turn even darker, as though they were capable of sucking a person's soul into them. Chapter 2083. As the demonic chi churned, the demonized Jiang Chu-he was extremely enraged. Opening his mouth wide, he took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, the churning and squirming demonic chi madly converged towards his mouth, before being sucked into his body. In an instant, Jiang Chu-he's stomach seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. As the demonic chi was sucked in, the aura radiating from Jiang Chu-he's body grew more and more dangerous. At the same time, the demonic patterns on his skin started to radiate with a black radiance, seemingly containing some kind of majestic power, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. Kill him! Yang Kai roared out, knowing that he could not allow Jiang Chu-he to continue like this. Otherwise, an unforeseen event might really occur. Giving the order, the demonic insect queen and great blood beast transformed into two streaks of light, rushing towards Jiang Chu-he from both sides. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, his body was wrapped in sword light as he merged with his sword and stabbed towards Jiang Chu-he. Faced against such a berserk attack, Jiang Chu-he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, before a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted from his mouth. Unrestrained and unrestrained, it spread out in all directions. Accompanying the roar, a jet-black pillar of light shot out from his mouth, condensing into a churning jet-black flood dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it rushed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes could not help but narrow. Radiance radiated from his long sword, transforming into a strangling power that engulfed the jet-black flood dragon within his sword intent. On the other side, Jiang Chu-he sent a fist rumbling out, landing squarely on the head of the blue flame thunder jackal that had just closed in on him. This blood beast, possessing the strength of the first-order Tao source realm, let out a mournful cry. Its gigantic body was sent flying. Before it even landed on the ground. Entangled by countless demonic chi, it was unable to break free. The demonic chi corroded the blood chi around its body, causing ear-piercing sounds to ring out. In just a short while, a large hole was corroded out, allowing demonic chi to drill into its mouth and nose. At the same time, purple and green lights flashed. Enveloped by the concept of ice, the queen of demonic insects appeared. The two swords on its pincers merged into one and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It actually dispersed the demonic chi around it in a short moment and condensed into a huge sword light that slashed downwards. Jiang Chu-he seemed to have realized that this attack was not something that he could take head-on. With a quick twist of his body, he disappeared from his original location. Boom! As soon as he disappeared, the sword light slashed the ground. A deep ravine was carved out on the ground, and soil was sent flying everywhere. On the other side, Yang Kai finally managed to cut the black flood dragon into pieces. Turning his head to look at the blue flame thunder wolf, he cursed in his heart and quickly flashed away. Then, he came to the side of his blood fiend. With a grab, he tossed it into the sealed world bead. If he left the blue flame thunder wolf alone, it might not be long before it was demonized and turned into a member of the demonic beasts. Even though he had cooperated with the two blood beasts to take action, Jiang Chu-he had still managed to cripple one of his arms in an instant. This caused Yang Kai to fly into a rage out of humiliation. At the same time, it also allowed him to fully understand just how terrifying a demonized person's strength was. If it was before, he could casually pinch a guy like Jiang Chu-he to death. The gap between the Tao Source realm and the Origin King realm was no joke. Within the demonic chi, silence reigned. After avoiding the queen of demonic insects' attack, Jiang Chu he seemed to have completely fused with the demonic chi around him. There was no longer any trace of him. Thinking about it, he must have used this advantage to get close to Yang Kai just now. Without any trace of the enemy, the queen of demonic insects stood quietly in place, its entire body covered in a lustrous white radiance. This lustrous white radiance radiated with an extremely strong chill. It was the manifestation of clear sky snowfall's sword intent. Humph. You think that hiding is enough? With a cold snort, Yang Kai opened his eyes and activated his demon eye of annihilation. Looking around, he quickly discovered a faint figure hidden within the demonic chi, not moving in the slightest. If not for the demon eye of annihilation's ability to see through illusions, even with his incomparably powerful divine sense, it would be absolutely impossible for him to discover this. Not only that, there were even more figures not far away. Using the concealment of the demonic chi, they were quietly approaching. The auras radiating from those figures were not much weaker than Jiang Chu he. In fact, there were even a few that were slightly stronger than him. Yang Kai's heart shook. He knew that he had stayed outside for too long, and had attracted the hostility of even more demonized people. Furthermore, these demonized people with decent strength should be transformed from the Jiang family. That's because one of the figures was extremely similar to the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin. It could be said that they were practically identical. Little brother Yang, quickly return to the city. The grand array is about to be repaired. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang's shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. He knew that his mission was complete. However, he was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. Seeing more demonized people approaching, he clenched his teeth and gave a command to the queen monster insect. In the next moment, the queen monster insect displayed its sword Dao's secret technique. Clear sky snowfall. The concept of ice followed the brandishing of the purple and green dual swords and suddenly descended on a certain area of the territory in front of them. In an instant, that area of territory became bitingly cold. Within the space, the ice principles lingered, corroding the surroundings like a poison. The demonized people hidden within the demonic chi were caught off guard and fell one after another. Roars rang out continuously as figures appeared one after another. These demonized people displayed their own secret technique, the divine technique, to dissolve the ice principles around them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of Jiang Chu he. Condense. Yang Kai roared out. With a single thought, the power of space principles burst forth, locking down that part of the world. Jiang Chu he's figure was instantly revealed. However, at this moment, a sliver of panic appeared on his malevolent face as he struggled with all his might. Demon crests flickered on his exposed skin, while blue veins popped out, giving him an extremely terrifying appearance. However, he was still unable to completely break free from the influence of the space principles. In the end, he was just a demonized person transformed from a third-order origin king cultivator. He was simply unable to resist the restraint of the world principles. Chop! Yang Kai raised his sword and swung it down fiercely. A will to live suddenly erupted from Jiang Chu he's jet-black eyes. Who knows where he got the strength from, but he actually managed to forcefully shift his head to the side. With a flash of sword light, an arm was neatly chopped off, with jet-black blood spurting out from the wound. Jiang Chu he roared out in pain. Seeing this, Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. He never expected that his attack would not have the desired effect. However, rolling his eyes, he came up with an even better idea. In the next instant, he roared out once more, "Bind." As though it had obeyed his command, the surrounding space abruptly compressed towards Jiang Chu he. As though he was enduring a massive impact, the bones in his entire body started to emit cracking sounds as blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Nevertheless, he continued to struggle without the slightest intention of begging for mercy. In fact, he didn't even have the intention to escape. On the contrary, he continued to roar at Yang Kai, appearing just like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Yang Kai formed hand seals, continuously changing them as he struck towards Jiang Chuhi. Streams of source qi poured into Jiang Chuhi's body, completely suppressing the power within his body. After a short while, Jiang Chuhi no longer had the slightest bit of strength left to resist, as his cultivation was completely sealed within his body. Yang Kai extended his hand to grab him, lifting him up. At the same time, he called out to the queen monster insect in his heart. The queen monster insect understood and turned into a streak of light, shooting towards Yang Kai before being sucked into the sealed world bead. Immediately after, Yang Kai's figure twisted as he rushed towards the city walls. Seeing him appear, Qin Chaoyang's face lit up with joy as he shouted, "Little brother Yang, come back quickly." Yang Kai nodded towards him. Just as he was about to enter the city through the spirit array that had yet to fully close, his expression suddenly changed as he turned his head back. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Qin Chaoyang looked confused, not knowing why Yang Kai had stopped at such a critical moment. "Old Sir Qin, did you not hear anything?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Qin Chaoyang was stunned for a moment before he carefully listened. In the next moment, his expression changed as he asked, "Someone is calling for help?" He did hear someone shouting for help not far outside the city. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a man, and not a young one at that. A trace of struggle flashed across Qin Chaoyang's face as he quickly said, "Little brother, don't worry about it. No matter who that person is, I'm afraid he is already dead. You should come back first." Yang Kai gently nodded, thinking that what he said was right. The danger of this demonic qi was far beyond his expectations. If someone really rushed into it, it wouldn't take long for their mind to be devoured and transformed into a demon. Even with his current strength, he didn't dare to stay in the demonic qi for too long, otherwise he would be in danger. "Master, wait, master, help." Suddenly, the inexplicable cry for help came from behind, and it seemed to be closer than before. Yang Kai suddenly became very curious. He didn't know what kind of person was able to protect themselves in the rolling demonic qi and the endless demonic creatures. Furthermore, they were able to accurately run towards him. Someone who could do this was obviously not an ordinary cultivator. "Old Mr. Qin, take this. I'll take a look first," Yang Kai said as he threw Jiang Chuhi into the city. In a moment of carelessness, Qin Zhaoyang caught sight of the malevolent expression on Jiang Chuhi's face, baring his fangs as he flew towards him. Instantly, Qin Zhaoyang was given a huge fright. Without even thinking about it, he sent out a palm strike. Asterisk boom, asterisk with a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of countless bones breaking, Jiang Chuhi spat out a mouthful of black blood as his aura suddenly withered. However, after taking the full force of Qin Chaoyang's palm, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he fell to the ground and groaned. "Demon! Demon!" Seeing this, the surrounding cultivator turned pale with fright and shouted. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked curiously at Jiang Chuhi. This was the first time she had seen a living demon at such a close distance. Chapter 2084. Jiang Chuhi. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared in disbelief at the demonic dweller that was being suppressed by the demonic dweller. She discovered that this demon was actually an outstanding member of the Jiang family's younger generation, Jiang Chuhi. Being a descendant of one of the great families in Maplewood City, Qin Yu had quite a bit of interaction with Jiang Chuhi, so she naturally recognized him. However, never in her wildest dreams did she expect that the demon running amok outside of Maplewood City would actually be someone she knew. The Jiang family's careless mining of the mine had resulted in the seal being broken, causing the ancient great demon's pure demonic qi to leak out. Within the entire Maplewood City, only a handful of Dao Source Realm Masters knew about this matter. It was still a secret to the other cultivator. It wasn't that Duan Yuan Shan was afraid of causing chaos if he revealed this secret, but that he simply didn't have the time to do so. How can it be him? Qin Yu was completely puzzled. Oh my god, isn't that young Master Jiang? It's really young Master Jiang. I just drank with him in the Drunken Moon brothel half a month ago. How can he? After recognizing Jiang Chuhe's face, the surrounding cultivators all revealed expressions of disbelief. One of the cultivators even revealed a pained expression, as he had indeed been together with Jiang Chuhe in the largest brothel in Maplewood City half a month ago, hugging beauties as they drank the finest wine, enjoying themselves without restraint. After not seeing him for half a month, the dignified and elegant great young Master Jiang had actually turned into such a state, causing him to be filled with emotions. Look after him. What are you afraid of? His cultivation has already been suppressed by little brother Yang, and he's already a cripple. Qin Chaoyang roared out from the side. His expression was filled with pressure. Hearing that, all the cultivators present, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. They had all witnessed the scene of Qin Zhaoyang breaking all of Jiang Chuhe's bones with a single palm strike in the midst of his shock. However, no one dared to expose him at this moment. All of them surrounded him, using their cultivation techniques to imprison him, before curiously sizing him up. Jiang Chuhe seemed to have lost his mind, as he didn't show the slightest bit of nostalgia towards these familiar faces. Instead, it opened its mouth and roared continuously, emitting a terrifying low growl from its throat. Outside the city, Yang Kai stood in front of the final hole, using his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi to block the attacks of countless demonic beasts. Looking forward with the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai could see a disheveled figure darting about in the boundless demonic Qi, his body exuding a faint fluorescent light. He didn't know what kind of secret technique he had used, but he was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic Qi and was frantically running for his life. Ah, sir, you really are my savior. Thank you very much. Master's kindness. I will engrave it in my heart. In the future, I will kowtow 3 times in the morning and at night, and burn a stick of incense in the morning and evening to pray for Master to live to 100 years old. As the man rapidly approached Yang Kai, he continued to blabber on and on. Yang Kai was extremely surprised by this, as this person's movement technique was extremely nimble. Although he was charging through the army by himself, he still seemed to be able to do so with ease. Not only did he not suffer any damage from the demonic beasts, he even had the leisure to thank Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. He angrily said, 100 years is not a long life for me. You're cursing me to die early and reincarnate. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. The man seemed to have realized that his previous words were a little inappropriate. As he spoke, he had already arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and come in. Yang Kai said impatiently. Seeing that the hole behind him was about to close, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the man. Turning around, he entered the city through the hole. Master, wait for me. The man shouted strangely. His speed suddenly increased a lot, and he quickly followed Yang Kai into the city. Without a target to attack, the countless demonic beasts and demonic Qi continued to rush into the city. But how could the array masters, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, allow them to do as they wished? The array disc in each of their hands emitted a dazzling light, which turned into a stream of energy that shot into the array formation. The hole that had been broken quickly closed and was soon completely repaired. Boom boom boom, the demonic beasts continued to bombard the array formation's light screen, and the demonic Qi kept tumbling. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because as long as the array formation was intact, they didn't have to worry too much. You guys, quickly strengthen the weak points here. You must not let the demonic beasts break through the array formation. Qin Chaoyang shouted at the array masters. Receiving the order, the array masters quickly controlled the array disc in their hands. Little brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Maplewood City would have. Qin Chaoyang cupped his hands and thanked Yang Kai with a face full of fear. The demonic Qi and the demonic beasts outside the city were so ferocious. He didn't dare to underestimate the whole. If the array formation couldn't be repaired, the overwhelming demonic chi would definitely invade the city. When that time came, how many of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Maplewood City would be able to resist? He could almost imagine the scene of Maplewood City being plunged into misery and suffering. If that really happened, then he would be the sinner of Maplewood City. After all, he was responsible for guarding this section of the city wall. Old Mr. Chin, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty. Yang Kai waved his hand. He didn't take his words to heart. Instead, he curiously looked at the person who had rushed in from outside the city. In the next moment, he showed a look of surprise and whispered, "It's you, you old swindler." Before, outside the city, Yang Kai didn't see the person's face. Now that he was in the city, he realized that the person who had rushed in from outside the city was actually that wretched old swindler. This old man had cheated Mo Shao Chi of a few thousand source crystals in the black market. Later, before the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, he was peddling his inexplicable 9 revolutions life-restoring pill, which was passed down from his ancestors and was said to be able to revive the dead. It seemed that his business was very good. Yang Kai never expected that this old swindler would have such an extraordinary side. Not any random origin king would be able to come and go freely within the demon chi. Although the old swindler appeared to be gasping for breath at this moment, as though he had just survived a calamity, at the very least, he had survived. Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. He didn't know what mysteries this old man had that allowed him to stay in the demonic chi for a long time and resist the erosion and demonization of the demonic chi. Based on this alone, the old swindler was extraordinary. "Master, please don't speak so harshly." The old swindler looked extremely embarrassed when he heard this. He smiled mischievously and said, "This old master is just trying to make a living. I haven't swindled anyone." "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously and stared at him meaningfully. The old swindler said seriously, "This old master has always been honest when doing business. The price is fair, and I will never force anyone to buy or sell. It's just that someone has misunderstood this old master and said that this old master is a swindler. This is definitely slander. This old master is a businessman. Honesty is the most important thing. It's you, you old thing. What was the situation with the golden spear pill you sold me last time?" Suddenly, a cultivator stood out from the crowd and looked at the old swindler angrily, as if he had suffered a great loss in the old swindler's hands. "Is that thing useless?" The old swindler looked at that person in surprise and said strangely, "It can't be. That thing is refined using this old master's secret ancestral recipe. The effect is absolutely amazing. Brother, don't tell me that you didn't use the correct method?" That person asked curiously, "What other uses does that thing have besides eating it?" The old swindler slapped his thigh and said bitterly, "Idiot, how can that golden spear pill be eaten? You have to grind it into powder with water, and then apply it." The person who asked the question opened his eyes wide in an instant, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Apply what? Where's to?" Beside him, Qin Yu was curious and asked innocently. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but cough lightly. He didn't know how to answer, and his face was very embarrassed. The old swindler glanced at Qin Yu and waved his hand, saying, "Little girl, don't ask so many questions." Qin Yu pouted and was very angry. Only then did the old swindler look at that cultivator again. A wretched expression appeared on his face, and he asked in a low voice, "Brother, you didn't really eat it, did you?" That cultivator's face turned red, and he didn't say anything. The old swindler clapped his hands and said with a big laugh, "You really ate it? Huh, brother, you're in luck. Although that golden spear pill can also be eaten, if it is directly eaten, the golden spear won't fall down for 49 days. Oh, let me see, the last time I saw you was, bastard." That cultivator immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly rushed up to the old swindler and beat him while shouting, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth." Brothers who have a grudge with this old man, let's attack together. As soon as he said this, dozens of people rushed up with a whoosh. A series of crackling sounds rang out, mixed with the old swindler's miserable howls and pleas for mercy. Qin Yu, who was watching from the side, was so frightened that she couldn't help but reveal a look of pity. After a short while, the crowd dispersed, leaving the old swindler alone on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He looked like a young girl who had been raped by dozens of burly men. 2 drops of clear tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, looking very miserable. Everyone's eyes converged on that cultivator at the front, and they all revealed a look of understanding. They thought to themselves that no wonder this brother had been wearing extremely loose robes these days, and often stooping his back. They originally thought that he had suffered some kind of injury, but it turned out that he had some unspeakable troubles. That cultivator's face turned red under the stares of the crowd. He let out a strange cry and quickly fled from where he was. Cough. Qin Chaoyang coughed lightly at this time, and looked at Yang Kai with concern, saying, "Little brother Yang, you didn't suffer any injuries, right?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's good." Qin Chaoyang seemed to be relieved, and said, "The city lord's mansion has already known about this matter. This time, it was thanks to your efforts that we were able to repair the array again. City Lord Duan said that when the demon thought is over, he wants you to be the 3rd deputy city lord of Maplewood City. What do you think, little brother Yang?" "Deputy city lord?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "City Lord Duan thinks too highly of me, but I'm not interested in being a deputy city lord." I'm afraid that little brother Yang is used to being a carefree person, and can't be restrained. This deputy city lord position seems to be glorious, but in fact, there are many things to worry about. Little brother Yang's choice is a wise one." Qin Chaoyang laughed, and his expression relaxed a lot, and said, "Instead of being a deputy city lord, this old man thinks that little brother Yang might as well choose a family, and be a supreme consecrator, and live a carefree life." Chapter 2085. With a chuckle, Yang Kai did not continue the conversation. Instead, he turned his head to look at the old swindler. In a flash, he appeared by his side. Extending his leg, he gave him a kick and said, "Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get up. Master, I've been beaten so badly. I beg you, Master, to uphold justice and punish the culprits." Lying on the ground, the old swindler looked at Yang Kai with a pitiful expression. With snot and tears, he complained, "If Master can't teach them a lesson, this old master won't get up. Then just lie down and talk." The old swindler was instantly rendered speechless. Squatting down, Yang Kai stared deeply at him and asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, why did you come in from the outside?" Qin Chaoyang also came to the side. Looking at the old swindler with a smile, he said with a chuckle, "This Qin is also very curious about this point." Being stared at by 2 Dao Source Realm Masters, the old swindler could not help but shiver. He hurriedly said, "Master, there must be some misunderstanding. I've come to Maplewood City to ask for help." "Ask for help?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, Qin Chaoyang revealed a thoughtful look. "I've come from Forest City," the old swindler said. Yang Kai could not help but frown. Forest City is located 30,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. It's even smaller than Maplewood City. Furthermore, its cultivator's level is even lower. Qin Chaoyang said from the side. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted out, "Could it be that Forest City is in danger, Master?" The old swindler had an anxious look on his face. However, looking left and right, he sighed and said, "It seems that Maplewood City is also powerless to protect itself. What should we do? What's the current situation of Forest City?" Qin Chaoyang shouted out with an ugly look on his face. "It's very bad. Although it's also surrounded by demonic qi and demons like Maplewood City. However, Master, you also know what kind of situation Forest City is in. It probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Furthermore, there's a demon in Forest City that seems to have reached the Dao Source realm. Jiang Tai Sheng. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The ancestor of the Jiang family? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai nodded and said, "No wonder I didn't see any trace of Jiang Tai Sheng. When I was outside, I was constantly on guard against this person, fearing that he would suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack on me, but I didn't see him. It turns out that he wasn't in Maplewood City. Instead, he went to Forest City. If that's the case, does he want to use the devil chi to transform more devil dwellers? It's possible, and it's highly likely." Qin Chaoyang's face turned ashen. Although Forest City isn't big, it still has over 100,000 people. If all of them were to be turned into demonic humans, at this point, an imaginary scene appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. "Other than coming to Maplewood City to ask for help, did you go anywhere else?" Yang Kai asked. The old liar nodded. He said, "Of course, but Maplewood City is the closest, and this old man is also very familiar with Maplewood City, so I volunteered to come here. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to break through? You do have some ability." Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The old liar smiled embarrassedly. Good luck, good luck. Moreover, if not for Master attracting a large number of demons, I wouldn't have been able to enter the city safely." Yang Kai smiled and nodded slightly, then shouted in a low voice, "Take this old liar away and watch over him. Don't let him escape." While speaking, he suddenly reached out and touched the old liar's body. The power of the law circulated and poured into the old liar's body, sealing his cultivation. The old liar was dumbstruck. Qin Chaoyang didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to suddenly change his expression, and was also dumbfounded for a moment. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know what he was doing. "Master, you..." The old liar stared at Yang Kai with his eyes wide open, his face full of grief and indignation. "Take him away." Yang Kai saw that the cultivator was standing still, so he quickly shouted again. At this time, 2 guards of the city lord's mansion came forward, one on the left and one on the right, and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion. It looked like they were going to imprison him in the city lord's mansion's dungeon. "Master, it's a misunderstanding. I just came here to ask for help. I'm one of your own, Master, you can't do this to me." The old liar cried and wailed loudly, and gradually disappeared into the distance. "Little brother Yang, you shouldn't imprison this person because he often swindles people, right? What's the deep meaning of this?" Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked. Qin Yu also looked over curiously. "Of course not." Yang Kai shook his head. "However, this person is actually able to pass through the demonic chi unscathed with his third-order origin king cultivation. It looks like he's hiding some kind of secret. I'm very curious about this. Little brother Yang wants to get this secret out of him?" Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up. Maplewood City didn't lack origin king realm cultivator. If everyone could move freely in the demonic chi like the old liar, there would really be no need to fear the dangers before them. Everyone could just kill their way out and kill all those demons. This old thing looks like a wily old fox, so it won't be easy to get his secret out of him. Furthermore, even if he reveals this secret, it might not be suitable for everyone. In any case, let's just do our best, Yang Kai said calmly. "You're right, little brother." Qin Chaoyang nodded his head, agreeing with Yang Kai's words. Pointing his finger at Jiang Chu-he, who was still roaring despite having his cultivation suppressed, he asked, "Then, how do you think we should deal with this person, little brother?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Jiang Chu-he. "I originally wanted to capture this person alive to inquire about the situation outside from him. However, looking at his current state, at this point, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Now that Jiang Chu-he had lost his mind, how could he possibly find any useful clues? Unless someone took the risk of suffering a backlash and used a secret technique like the soul-searching technique on him. However, to use such a secret technique, one would need to have a cultivation realm that surpassed Jiang Chu He's by a large margin. Otherwise, there was a high chance of suffering a backlash from Jiang Chu He's tyrannical consciousness. Looking at the entire Maplewood City, the highest cultivation realm was only at the second-order Tao Source realm. There was simply no such condition. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to a master from the third-order Tao Source realm. However, he had never learned the soul-searching technique, so he might not be able to obtain any useful information if he forcefully used it. If that's the case, this little girl might be able to help, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. You? Yang Kai shot a stunned look at Qin Yu, a puzzled look on his face. He almost thought that he had misheard, because Qin Yu's second-order origin returning realm cultivation was clearly visible. You, Qin Xiaoyang, on the other hand, reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. His face changed drastically as he roared out, "Don't make trouble." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled, "Old ancestor, you, isn't making trouble. With you, cultivation, I'm naturally unable to use a secret technique on Jiang, this demon. However, with the help of the spirit array and old ancestor Lord Yang, I can give it a try." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook. Staring deeply at Qin Yu, he said, "When this Yang first saw Sister Qin in the five-colored treasure pagoda, this Yang felt that Sister Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Now, it seems that this is indeed the case. Lord Yang is too kind." Qin Yu smiled gently. "This little girl is too weak to stand up to the wind, so how could I receive such praise from Master? On the other hand, Master has already broken through to the Tao Source realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. This little girl truly admires you." Old Sir Qin, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Xiaoyang and asked, "Are all the girls in your family so good at talking?" Qin Xiaoyang laughed, "If little brother is interested, you can come to my Qin family and pick a few girls to take back. My Qin family has many unmarried girls. I'm sure little brother will take a fancy to some of them." Yang Kai's face darkened. Old Sir Qin is really good at joking. Qin Xiaoyang smiled, "This old master isn't joking." Yang Kai coughed lightly and changed the topic. Looking at Qin Yu, he said, "Sister Qin, you should know that your cultivation is far inferior to Brother Chu He's. If you aren't confident, don't take risks. Otherwise, it won't be good if something happens. Many thanks for Lord Yang's concern." This little girl naturally knows her limits. Qin Yu gently nodded, her face calm. This little girl still has some confidence. That's good, Yang Kai nodded and stopped trying to persuade her. No one dared to play around with their own lives. Since Qin Yu said so, she definitely had something to rely on. "Old Sir Qin, what do you think?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang's expression was solemn. After pondering for a long time, he raised his head to look at Qin Yu and said, You really don't need to do this. This calamity concerns the entire Maplewood City. If worse comes to worst, we can just let the City Lord Master take the risk and use the soul-searching technique." Qin Yu said, "The City Lord Master is now responsible for the safety of the entire city. If something really happens, the entire Maplewood City will be finished. You, is different. Even if something really happens, it won't affect the overall situation. Old ancestor, my Qin family members are all in the city. If the city is breached, my Qin family will definitely perish. I want to do something for the family." You, sigh. Qin Xiaoyang had a speechless expression on his face. He didn't know how to persuade her. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at Qin Yu with some surprise. He didn't expect a little girl like her to be so considerate of the overall situation. But before that, this little girl has something to ask Lord Yang. Qin Yu suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "What is it?" Qin Yu's lips squirmed, but she didn't make any sound. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After a moment of silence, he gently nodded his head. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. She clapped her hands and said, "If that's the case, then Yu has an 80% chance of success. Moreover, we only need Lord Yang to assist us. Old Ancestor can stay here and continue to defend. You don't need this old man." Qin Xiaoyang was stunned when he heard this. Qin Yu said with a smile, "Lord Yang is extraordinary." Qin Xiaoyang gave a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, this old man won't say anything else. However, since this matter concerns the entire Maplewood City, this old man still needs to send a message to the City Lord Master. Furthermore, I also need to inform the City Lord of the situation in Maplewood City. Please wait for a moment." Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. He informed the Dao Source Realm Masters in the city about the situation in Maplewood City and Jiangchu He, with the focus on informing Duan Yuan Shan. Chapter 2086. After a short while, Yang Kai and Qin Xiaoyang's communication artifacts buzzed at the same time. Pouring his divine sense into it, Yang Kai immediately received a message from Duan Yuan Shan, "Go ahead and do it." Raising his head, Yang Kai saw the helpless look on Qin Xiaoyang's face. "Since the City Lord Master has spoken, you can go ahead and do as you please." Although Qin Xiaoyang was still worried, he was in no position to object at this moment. All he could do was to plan in his heart on how to obtain more benefits from the City Lord after this matter. After all, Qin Yu was a descendant that he valued greatly. Even with the fated fortune heavenly pupil, which allowed him to use his secret technique against Jiangchu He with his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, he would still have to bear a considerable risk. "Brother Yang, I'll leave you, in your care," Qin Xiaoyang said sincerely, as though he was trying to marry Qin Yu to Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, old Sir Qin. I'll definitely do my best to cooperate with Sister Qin. Lord Yang, please follow me." Qin Yu waved her hand and took the lead to fly in a certain direction. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Jiangchu He, before following closely behind Qin Yu. The other Origin King Realm cultivator in charge of protecting Qin Yu also followed along. Jiangchu He had one of his arms chopped off by Yang Kai outside the city. However, at this moment, a jet-black aura was churning out from the cut-off part of his arm, without the slightest bit of blood flowing out. It was an extremely strange sight. Not long after, the group arrived at the Qin family's main residence. With the current crisis in Maplewood City, basically all of the Qin family's origin returning realm cultivator and above had gone to the city walls to assist in the defense. Therefore, those who stayed behind in the Qin family, most of them weren't very strong, nor were they old. As soon as they saw Qin Yu return, they eagerly gathered around him, chattering non-stop, wanting to know the situation outside. How could Qin Yu have the time to pay attention to them? She assumed the posture of a big sister and reprimanded them. His younger brothers and sisters didn't dare to make a sound. However, when they saw Jiangchu He in Yang Kai's hand, they quickly gathered around, sizing him up with curiosity. Roar. Jiangchu He suddenly let out a roar, opening his mouth wide as though he had gone mad, scaring the members of the Qin family so much that they screamed and fled one after another. Some of the more cowardly ones even started to tear up. They shouted and hid in the room. "I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior Yang," Qin Yu said without turning her head as she led the way. Kai Yang didn't say anything and simply followed behind her. After a short while, the two of them arrived at a secret room in the Qin family. There were layers of restrictions outside the secret room. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was much denser than in other places. Clearly, this was the place used by important members of the Qin family for their seclusion. After arriving, Qin Yu made a hand seal and opened the secret room's restrictions. Turning around, she instructed the few Origin King Realm guards, "Stand guard outside. Before I come out, don't let anyone enter." "Yes." The few guards replied in unison, before spreading out to guard the surroundings. Inside the secret room, Qin Yu opened all the restrictions once again, before taking out a few things from her space ring. She started to set up something in the secret room. Holding Jiang Chu-he, Yang Kai stood to the side. After observing for a while, he said in surprise, "So, Miss Qin is proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays?" He discovered that Qin Yu was currently setting up an extremely profound spirit array. Although he did not know exactly what use this spirit array had, he guessed that it was related to the secret technique she was about to use. From the way she was skillfully setting up the spirit array, it was clear that Qin Yu was extremely proficient in spirit arrays. Without stopping, Qin Yu smiled and said, "Due to my chronic illness, this little girl can't go out as often as the others. I can only stay at home and research some unpresentable things. I can't say that I'm proficient in spirit arrays, just a little bit of research." "You're too modest, Miss Qin." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "From what I can see, Miss Qin's understanding of spirit arrays has already reached a considerable level." With a smile, Qin Yu said, "Not only will this spirit array increase the power of the secret technique we're about to use, it will also allow Lord Yang's divine sense to be temporarily grafted onto my body. This way, I can use the soul-searching technique as I wish." Grafting divine sense? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Is there such a miraculous spirit array in this world? It had to be known that a cultivator's divine sense was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's own cultivation realm. If Yang Kai had not obtained the precious soul-warming lotus in his early years and did not need to worry about his divine sense, he would not have been able to cultivate to this realm in just a few short decades. He would have definitely spent a great deal of time tempering his divine sense. The effects of the soul-warming lotus had saved him a great deal of effort. However, the spirit array set up by Qin Yu could actually allow different cultivators' divine sense to be grafted onto each other. This was somewhat inconceivable. If this spirit array was used against an enemy, it would be completely possible to fight above one's realm. If one's divine sense were to suppress the enemy, even if one's cultivation was inferior, one could still easily defeat the enemy. Although this spirit array is mysterious, it is not as miraculous as Lord Yang imagined. I learned about this incomplete spirit array from an ancient book and repaired it myself. When the spirit array is activated, it can't receive too much interference, or else it will fail. Therefore, it can only be used in certain special situations, such as the current situation. It can't be used in battle at all. Qin Yu seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking and explained in an indifferent tone. "Repaired it yourself?" Yang Kai was immediately amazed by Qin Yu. In the depths of his heart, his evaluation of this woman increased by 1 point. In the Tao of Spirit Arrays, he was afraid that she had not yet reached a certain level of proficiency, but had already become a master. "By the way, will this grafting of divine sense expose my privacy?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. He had many secrets on him. Although he intuitively felt that Qin Yu was a good person, Yang Kai was actually not familiar with her. Naturally, he did not want her to know his secrets. "It is possible." Qin Yu heard this and her hands paused for a moment before she replied. "Huh." Yang Kai's expression darkened and he immediately wanted to retreat. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "However, Lord Yang, you can rest assured. Although there is a risk of your privacy being exposed, that is only for those with weaker divine sense. Master's divine sense is much more powerful than mine. If I graft my divine sense, I won't be able to spy on you. However, Master, you," as she spoke, she could not continue and her face became slightly red. After all, she was a woman and there was a difference between her and Yang Kai. If Yang Kai accidentally discovered some of her privacy, he would be very embarrassed. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Miss Qin. I will definitely guard my heart and will not spy on anything." His expression was solemn and his voice was firm. Qin Yu did not say anything and continued to focus on setting up the spirit array. Not long after, the spirit array in the secret room was completely set up. Yang Kai looked around and found that the spirit array patterns were extremely mysterious, as if he had never come into contact with such spirit arrays before. He could not help but feel curious and carefully memorize the patterns so that he could use them in the future. At this moment, Qin Yu leapt up and stood at the center of the spirit array. Forming a hand seal with her hands, she slowly sat down and said, "Milady, please place yourself and this devil at the 2 poles." Yang Kai nodded and reached out to pat Jiang Chuhi's back, pouring his source qi into him. At the same time, he activated the space principles, transforming them into invisible shackles that bound Jiang Chuhi to a position in the spirit array. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared on the opposite side. Although Jiang Chuhi's strength and mobility were restricted, he was still extremely disobedient. He continued to roar as the demonic patterns on the surface of his body squirmed and his demonic qi churned. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he was still unable to move. Seeing this, Qin Yu calmed down. Forming a series of seals with her hands, her slender hands fluttered like butterflies. Following her movements, a mysterious force spread out from her body in all directions. It was invisible and formless, making it hard for people to grasp. A faint fluorescent light spread out from the spirit array. All of the spirit array patterns seemed to have been given a new life, coming to life and starting to flow. "Open the spirit array." Qin Yu suddenly cried out. As her voice fell, the spirit array hummed and started to operate rapidly. In an instant, the entire secret room was filled with light, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. An invisible force, like a rope, passed through Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai could not help but have a strange feeling. At this moment, he felt as if he had become one with Qin Yu. He could clearly feel her breathing, feel the flow of blood in her body, feel her heartbeat, and the contraction of her pores. He could even vaguely grasp the changes in her mind. Qin Yu revealed an extremely uncomfortable expression, her face turning slightly red. She opened her mouth and cried out, "Master, please use your eye technique to suppress this person's soul." The reason why she knew that Yang Kai had such a secret technique was because she had specifically asked him just now. After all, when Yang Kai was breaking through, she had used her fated fortune heavenly pupil from afar to see what was going on. In the end, she was countered by Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation. At that time, she had already guessed it. After asking today, it was indeed the case. With Yang Kai's eye technique suppressing her, she did not need Qin Chaoyang's help at all. Yang Kai alone was enough. Hearing Qin Yu's shout, Yang Kai immediately used his demon eye of annihilation. In the next moment, golden light blossomed from his left eye, and a dignified vertical line that caused people to tremble appeared, pressing towards Jiang Chuhi. The imprisoned Jiang Chuhi seemed to have suffered a heavy blow at this moment. He suddenly let out a loud cry, and in the next moment, his body began to tremble, as if he had encountered a nightmare. His originally malevolent face became even more malevolent and terrifying. After a while, Jiang Chuhi's eyes became confused, as if he had lost his will. He stared blankly in front of him, a string of saliva flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The divine sense suppression comparable to that of an expert from the third-order Dao source realm was somewhat difficult for Jiang Chuhi, even though he had already turned into a demon. In just a few breaths' time, his soul was completely suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened them. Silver light flickered in her eyes, dyeing the entire secret chamber with a layer of silver. The spirit array hummed as Yang Kai's divine sense followed the power of the spirit array and grafted onto Qin Yu's body, before flowing into Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, Qin Yu and Yang Kai's vision turned black, as they entered a mysterious world at the same time. Chapter 2087. The surroundings were pitch black, and within the darkness, there seemed to be something quietly lurking. This should be Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's heart thumped as he immediately made a guess. However, his current situation was extremely strange. Although his divine sense had been grafted onto Qin Yu's body, allowing her to use her secret technique to infiltrate Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea and take a look at what was going on, Yang Kai was not in charge of the situation. Yang Kai could only passively follow Qin Yu's footsteps as she explored, following her will as she went deeper and deeper. This feeling was quite strange, causing Yang Kai to feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he was more curious about it than anything else. Rays of profound light shot out from Qin Yu's soul avatar, dispelling the surrounding darkness and revealing the churning seawater below. Shockingly, the seawater was also pitch black, like a bottomless black hole, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at it. All of a sudden, unfamiliar scenes flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that those images were shockingly all of Jiang Chuhi's life experiences. The images were intermittent and not coherent at all. Nevertheless, he was able to get a general idea of Jiang Chuhi's growth from them. From what he could sense, Qin Yu had already used a soul-searching technique on Jiang Chuhi. The information revealed by these scenes was not of much use, so Yang Kai and Qin Yu did not pay much attention to them. After a long time, another strange scene suddenly appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. It was an extremely profound array diagram. Within the array, pitch-black lines wriggled endlessly like demonic runes, crisscrossing one another. It was extremely complicated. This array diagram was imprinted on a stone wall. As the lines wriggled, Yang Kai could faintly hear a frantic roar coming from behind the stone wall. When the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai's heart shook, causing him to suddenly feel uneasy. At the same time, the scene imprinted in his mind started to dissipate. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was startled. He knew that Qin Yu was suffering from this shock and was unable to bear it. Hurriedly, he urged his will and used the grafted divine sense as a bridge to awaken Qin Yu's consciousness. The dissipated scene stabilized once again. However, the scene he saw earlier had already disappeared, replaced by another scene. It was the scene of an earth-shattering battle. A colossal figure over 300 feet tall, with a terrifying figure wrapped in pitch-black demonic chi. Towering over the world, it gave a heaven-shaking roar. The roar shook the surroundings, and the clouds in the sky collapsed upon contact, disappearing into nothingness. As the demonic chi, the true appearance of the colossal figure was faintly discernible. It was ugly and ferocious. A large eyeball occupied half of his face. That colossal eyeball was similarly pitch-black in color. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom, as if it was a bottomless pit. From that colossal eyeball, streaks of pitch-black light shot out. They seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, shooting towards the void and tearing the space apart. Just as Yang Kai's consciousness came into contact with that pitch-black eye, he felt an incomparable pain in his mind. His sea of consciousness was tumbling. He was on the verge of collapsing. He was so frightened that he quickly averted his gaze. Black-eyed great demon. In his mind, such a thought appeared inexplicably. It was also mixed with an intense feeling of panic and fear. This feeling was not something that Yang Kai possessed. It was Qin Yu's emotions. Being able to recognize the species of this great demon was completely due to Qin Yu's efforts. However, the two of them were now connected by divine sense. Therefore, her thoughts could be clearly transmitted to Yang Kai, allowing him to understand some of the truth. At this moment, numerous figures were standing around the gigantic black-eyed great demon. Every single one of them was radiating extremely powerful fluctuations of vitality and frightening auras. Impressively, all of these cultivators were masters from the Emperor realm. With a rough count, there were at least 100 of them. The auras radiating from more than a dozen of them were even more terrifying than the Silver Star envoy from Star Soul Palace, Xiao Yuyang, that Yang Kai had seen that day. It was rumored that Xiao Yuyang was already a second-order Emperor realm master. Therefore, these dozen or so cultivators that looked much stronger than him were naturally third-order Emperor realm masters. Every single one of them had the aura of a sect master, causing people to not dare to underestimate them. However, at this moment, these 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm were like mosquitoes surrounding the gigantic black-eyed great demon. Dazzling brilliance blossomed from their secret techniques and Emperor artifacts as they shot towards the black-eyed great demon. A wild roar rang out from the black-eyed great demon's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. Other than the 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, there were also more than 20 gigantic battleships hovering around the black-eyed great demon. Every single one of these battleships was at least a dozen meters long. Pure white beams of light shot out from these battleships, bombarding the black-eyed great demon. The heavens and earth changed color, while the sun and moon dimmed. The black-eyed great demon seemed to be unable to move. Although it would occasionally move its body, it was still unable to dodge the countless attacks. After being struck by those attacks, the demonic chi around its body would churn incessantly, causing it to roar continuously in pain. Black rays of light continuously shot out from its gigantic black eyes, while it held a gigantic mace in its hand. When it swung it, it seemed as if it could smash down the stars in the sky. Figures continued to fall from the sky, while sparks flew from the battleships, breaking into two. Yang Kai and Qin Yu were dumbfounded by the sight before them. They simply could not believe their own eyes, and were unable to calm the pounding in their hearts for a long time. The scene before them suddenly changed. When Yang Kai could clearly see the scene before him, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Because in front of him was a scene of devastation. The land within a radius of 10,000 kilometers had been turned into a wasteland, with all sorts of scars left behind from the battle. The black-eyed great demon's gigantic body had fallen to the ground, and the mace in its hand had been thrown to the side. Its body was covered in wounds, from which black blood flowed out. Some of the wounds had even been ripped open, revealing the white bones within, causing one to shudder involuntarily. The black-eyed great demon had been killed. Although he had not seen the details of the battle, Yang Kai could imagine how difficult it had been. Looking around, the corpses of the cultivators from the Emperor realm were strewn all over the ground. Of the 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, less than 20% were still alive. All of them were injured, and their expressions were sorrowful. As for the 20 or so high-grade battleships, they had been completely annihilated at this moment. All of them had been reduced to rubble, and they lay on the ancient battlefield, emitting green smoke, as if narrating the sorrow of the ancient times. The scene changed once more. The gigantic corpse of the black-eyed great demon was thrown into the mouth of a 10,000-year-old volcano, where it was burned by the terrifying temperature of the Earth's core flame. No one knew how long it had been burned, but it had not been damaged in the slightest. The corpse was brought out of the mouth of the volcano by a group of cultivators, gathered together to inscribe a spirit array, and refined with the power of the cultivators. Within the mysterious spirit array, dozens of Emperor Realm cultivators sat cross-legged around it. The black-eyed great demon's corpse was placed in the center, and as the dozens of cultivators from the Emperor Realm moved, bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck the corpse. Within the spirit array, white flames appeared and continued to burn. The black-eyed great demon's corpse finally began to melt, leaving only a tiny bit behind. One of the cultivators placed it into a special container, buried it deep in the abyss, and laid down a sealing spirit array. Time passed, and the world changed. The item contained in the container was quietly sleeping underground, unknown to anyone. Until the sealing power slowly weakened, the demonic chi seeped into the container and leaked out. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu's body suddenly shook. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood, before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai also opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest. Seeing that Qin Yu's condition wasn't right, he hurried over to her side. Extending his hand, he tapped a few of her major acupoints, stabilizing Qin Yu's condition. "Many thanks, Master." Qin Yu opened her mouth to express her thanks. However, she was still unable to suppress the trembling of her body. Looking at each other, the two could see the palpitations in each other's eyes. That's because the scenes they had seen while using their secret techniques were clearly the experiences of the source of the ancient demonic qi. The ancient demonic qi carried the will of the black-eyed great demon, corroding Jiang Chuhi's body, allowing Qin Yu and Yang Kai to see through it. Although it wasn't a complete picture, it was enough to uncover some of the truth. "This matter is very thorny," Yang Kai muttered. "I'll have to report this to City Lord Duan first." Just as he was about to take out his communication artifact, an enraged roar suddenly rang out from the side. Startled, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Jiang Chuhi, only to see that fellow's demonic qi was currently surging out from his entire body, as though he was desperately trying to break free from the seal that Yang Kai had placed on him. Unfortunately, even after being demonized, he was still somewhat lacking in strength, causing the energy in his body to become chaotic and uncontrollable. A dangerous aura immediately pervaded the air. "Let's go." Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not know what was about to happen? With a low roar, he wrapped Qin Yu in his own source qi. With a flash, he unleashed a secret spatial technique, disappearing from the secret chamber. When he reappeared, he and Qin Yu were already in the courtyard outside. Just as they stood firmly, a loud bang rang out from below, causing the ground to shake violently. In the next instant, a towering force erupted from the ground, mixed with bits of flesh and broken bones. The jet-black demonic qi transformed into a snake and slithered about. None of the Qin family's origin king realm cultivator guarding outside the secret chamber had expected such a thing to happen. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Just as the snake-like demonic qi was about to invade their bodies, a low roar suddenly rang out from the side, "Condense." The space suddenly turned extremely heavy, causing the Fu Qin family's cultivator to find it extremely difficult to even raise their hands. The demonic qi that was rushing towards them was instantly frozen in mid-air, unable to advance even an inch. Golden blood threads flashed out, transforming into streaks of golden light in the air, completely destroying the demonic qi and resolving their crisis. Chapter 2088. The Qin clan's guards, who had just survived a calamity, were so scared that their faces turned pale. Yang Kai walked over from the side, his divine sense sweeping through each of them. After confirming that they did not show any signs of being corroded by the demonic qi, only then did he relax. However, at the place where the secret room had originally been, there was now a large crater more than 100 feet deep. Obviously, this was the result of Jiang Chuhi's self-destruction. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." After the guards came to their senses, they cupped their hands towards Yang Kai and thanked him. Yang Kai waved his hand, but did not say anything. Instead, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Miss Qin, come with me to see City Lord Duan. Tell him what you found out." Qin Yu nodded without saying a word. Yang Kai reached out his hand and pulled her to his side, before flying out with her. When they were using the secret technique just now, although their divine senses had been grafted together, allowing Yang Kai to obtain a lot of useful information from Qin Yu's point of view, it was not as detailed as what she had seen. Therefore, it was more appropriate for Qin Yu to report to Duan Yuan Shan. On the way, Yang Kai poured his divine sense into his communication artifact and confirmed Duan Yuan Shan's exact location. Not long after, the two of them saw the city lord of Maplewood City on a certain section of the city wall. "Brother Yang, I'll have to trouble you." Duan Yuan Shan's expression was not very relaxed at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai and Qin Yu arrive together, he cupped his hands towards Yang Kai before turning his gaze towards Qin Yu and saying, "I heard from Brother Yang that you found something?" Qin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, City Lord. Thanks to Lord Yang for capturing a demon alive, Yu was able to perform a soul search on him. I did find something." Duan Yuan Shan's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Speak." Qin Yu immediately explained everything that he had seen in Jiang Chuhi's Sea of Consciousness. After listening to his explanation, Duan Yuan Shan's face couldn't help turning pale as he exclaimed, "If that's the case, then there's actually a remnant of an ancient great demon's body in the mine?" Shaking her head, Qinyu replied, I'm not too sure about that. That's because the images in Jiangchu He Sea of consciousness aren't coherent at all. Therefore, we don't know exactly what that thing that was sealed 10,000 meters underground is. However, judging from the current situation, it is very likely that there are remnants of the demon's body. If it weren't for the remnants of the demon body, it wouldn't have produced so much ancient demonic qi. However, that demonic body was something that even those ancient almighty cultivators were unable to completely refine and destroy. With the level of Maplewood City's cultivator, what could he do? Now that the seal had been broken, if the demonic body was not removed, Maplewood City would sooner or later become a living hell. But who could move a demonic body of that level? Who would dare to touch it? Only the 10 great emperors could do that. Thinking about that, Duan Yuan Shan felt a wave of fear in his heart. Looking at Yang Kai, he asked, Brother Yang, what do you think? Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't see anything else. In other words, what Qinyu had just said was everything that he had seen. City Lord, Master. Qinyu suddenly shouted again. Perhaps, I have a way to slightly delay the current crisis. Oh. Duan Yuan Shan was delighted upon hearing this. Looking eagerly at Qinyu, he asked, what method? Qinyu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, as the city lord of Maplewood City and the strongest person in Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan had some understanding of Qinyu's background. He knew that this little girl couldn't be taken lightly. If not for her congenital deficiency, she would definitely be an extraordinary person. At this moment, she said that she had a method, so she might really have a method. Reinforce the seal. Qinyu said. I have specially observed it before. Although the seal has existed for countless years, it isn't completely useless. It's just that a corner of the seal has been damaged due to the Jiang family's reckless mining. As long as we can repair that corner, we can stop the demonic qi from leaking out. In this way, the demonic creatures and demonic qi outside will become rootless trees and water without a source. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed. Can you repair it? Duan Yuan Shan asked in surprise. Qinyu didn't answer immediately, but said, I can give it a try. How confident are you? 60%. Duan Yuan Shan fell into silence, as if he was hesitating. City Lord, Master, although I don't have full confidence that I can repair the seal, if we leave it alone, the seal will only become more and more damaged. I'm afraid that in a few days, even more demonic qi will surge out. When that time comes, Maplewood City will definitely be unable to resist it. Therefore, we must repair the seal no matter what. Qinyu looked at Duan Yuan Shan with her beautiful eyes, completely different from her gentle and weak image. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. According to what you said, this matter is imperative? Duan Yuan Shan asked in a deep voice. Qinyu nodded. Duan Yuan Shan let out a long sigh. Even so, how can we safely enter the sealed area? How can we resist the corrosion of the countless demonic creatures and demonic qi? Although this city lord is a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, I don't have the confidence to be exposed to the demonic qi for a long period of time. What if? Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The demonic qi has an extremely strong corrosive power. An ordinary Dao source realm cultivator won't be able to resist it for more than half an hour. With City Lord Master's ability, 2 hours is the limit. He had previously fought his way into the city alone, so he had the most profound experience with the demonic qi. Therefore, he had the right to speak on this matter. What's more, to repair the spirit array, you need to enter the demonic qi with your cultivation. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Qinyu, not finishing his words. However, his meaning was already clear. With her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, once she entered the demonic qi to become the demon race, she would be demonized and turned into a demon. There was no way for her to escape. Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled. Since I have made such a proposal, I naturally have a way to deal with it. What way? Yang Kai and Duan Yuan Shan looked at her in surprise. Using the spirit array. Qin Yu replied with a faint smile. It's definitely impossible to move around by yourself. However, if you can borrow the power of the spirit array and link the power of several Dao Source Realm masters together, you might be able to move freely within the demon Qi. Connecting the spirit array? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Duan Yuan Shan looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully and chuckled, "Eldest niece, don't keep us in suspense. If you have a good spirit array, tell Uncle Duan. If it really works, Uncle Duan will definitely give you the first credit." Uncle Duan. Yang Kai looked at Duan Yuan Shan with a black face. He suddenly realized that this city Lord Duan was also an extremely shameless person. According to his seniority, he was on the same level as Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was Qin Yu's grandfather, so Duan Yuan Shan was naturally on the same level as Qin Yu's grandfather. By calling her eldest niece and Uncle Duan, he had pulled down his seniority for no reason. In the future, when he saw Qin Chaoyang, he would probably have to change the way he addressed him. I wonder if Uncle Duan has heard of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Qin Yu asked with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Duan Yuan Shan heard this and frowned, sinking into contemplation. All of a sudden, his face changed drastically and he shouted in a low voice, 20,000 years ago, the secret spirit array of the Black Tortoise sect in the Eastern Territory? An incredulous expression appeared on his face, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It was as if this 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array was some kind of extraordinary thing. Yang Kai listened curiously from the side and could not help but look at Qin Yu, wanting to know the secret behind it. Qin Yu clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Uncle Duan is indeed a knowledgeable person. This 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array is indeed the secret spirit array of the Black Tortoise sect in the Eastern Territory from 20,000 years ago." Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice, "It is said that the Black Tortoise sect offended the divine spirit Black Tortoise because of the name of the sect. The Black Tortoise was enraged and set off boundless waves from the Eastern Sea to attack the headquarters of the Black Tortoise sect. After that battle, the Black Tortoise sect suffered countless casualties. However, after that battle, a peerless genius of the sect borrowed the might of the Black Tortoise to comprehend a secret spirit array, which was named the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. 100 years later, the Black Tortoise attacked again. The Black Tortoise sect used this spirit array to fight evenly with the divine spirit Black Tortoise. After paying a certain price, they repelled the Black Tortoise, causing it to suffer heavy injuries." Speaking up to here, Duan Yuan Shan took a deep breath and said with a face full of fear, "Although this matter happened 20,000 years ago, there are not many sects in the world that are still safe and sound after being targeted by a divine spirit. The name of the Black Tortoise sect is also widely known, so it is not surprising that this city lord knows about it. Uncle Duan knows a lot." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled charmingly, her smile like a flower. Duan Yuan Shan smiled bitterly and said, "No matter how much I know, I can't compare to you." As the two of them spoke one sentence after another, Yang Kai, who was listening from the side, was dumbfounded. The divine spirit Black Tortoise was in existence on the same level as the ancient true dragon and heavenly phoenix. It was one of the most powerful beings in the world. Unless an existence like the ancient true dragon or heavenly phoenix made a move, who could be its opponent? However, the Black Tortoise sect was actually able to repel the Black Tortoise with just a spirit array, which showed how powerful the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array was. However, the Black Tortoise sect was really unlucky. Just because of the name of the sect, it was targeted by the Holy Spirit. It could only be said that the founder of the Black Tortoise sect was not very thoughtful. He dared to name the sect after the Black Tortoise. What happened to the Black Tortoise sect now? Yang Kai asked curiously. Duan Yuan Shan looked at him strangely and said, "What kind of good ending could it have after being targeted by a divine spirit? It is said that when the divine spirit Black Tortoise attacked for the 3rd time, it brought along a group of disciples. Although the Black Tortoise sect had an extraordinary spirit array, how could it withstand the siege of a group of divine spirits? Naturally, it was destroyed. So tragic. Yang Kai exclaimed. Humph, it can only be said that it brought it upon itself. Duan Yuan Shan was unconcerned. Since then, no sect in this world dared to use the name of a divine spirit. He turned his head to look at Qin Yu and said with a chuckle, however, although the sect was destroyed, it is said that some disciples of the Black Tortoise sect were lucky enough to escape with their lives. They brought out many secret techniques that originally belonged to the Black Tortoise Spirit Array, including the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Hearing this, Qin Yu said angrily, Uncle Duan, why are you trying to fish for information? My Qin family's ancestor was indeed a disciple of the Black Tortoise Spirit Array. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down from my ancestor. However, what my ancestor learned at that time was not the complete set of spirit arrays. When the Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down to the disciples, each of them taught a part of it. It was formed by 7 people working together, and each person was only responsible for their own part. Oh. Chapter 2089. Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan was dumbfounded. Looking at Qin Yu, he asked, so, you don't have the complete 7 points Black Tortoise Array? He couldn't help but look disappointed. After all, without such an extraordinary spirit array, no one in the Tao Source realm would dare to trespass into the demonic Qi seal, unless they were tired of living. I do, but it's not the same as the original, Qin Yu said with a smile. What do you mean? Duan Yuan Shan asked. Qin Yu said, my Qin family's ancestor was an extraordinary talent. Although he only learned 1/7 of the spirit array, he often practiced it with his brothers and sisters in the sect, so he had some understanding of the other parts. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise sect, my ancestor fled to the Southern Territory and spent the rest of his life to complete the 7 points Black Tortoise Array with his own ability and knowledge of spirit arrays. However, my ancestor also said that with his ability, the 7 points Black Tortoise Array he completed was just a lousy version that couldn't be compared to the original. Your Qin family's ancestor, what was his cultivation? Duan Yuan Shan asked. Second Order Emperor Realm. Qin Yu said proudly. Duan Yuan Shan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Even in a big sect like the Black Tortoise sect, a Second Order Emperor Realm cultivator was considered an elite. He might even be able to hold some important positions like deacons. However, even with his powerful Second Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he couldn't restore the 7 points Black Tortoise Array to its original form, which showed how profound and powerful this spirit array was. Although this spirit array isn't as good as the original, I think it should be enough to deal with the current situation. Moreover, it's easier to learn. If we don't consider other factors, it's more than enough to defend. Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan took a deep breath and said, if we really want to do this, we'll have to inform Brother Qin. After all, Qin Zhaoyang was the person in charge of the Qin family. If he really wanted to use the 7 points Black Tortoise formation, if they really wanted to use the 7 points Black Tortoise Array, they would have to get his approval. This spirit array could be considered the Qin family's greatest treasure. If they were not forced to do so, who would be willing to make such a formation public? Don't worry, Uncle Duan. I've already sent a message to the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor will be here soon. Qin Yu said. As she spoke, she seemed to sense something and turned her head to the side. She smiled and said, he's coming. In the distance, Qin Chaoyang was flying over with a solemn expression. Landing in front of Yang Kai and Duan Yuan Shan, he cupped his fists slightly. Duan Yuan Shan didn't waste any time with him and directly said, Brother Qin, I won't go into the specifics of the situation. I'm sure that has already told you everything. Now, we're going to use your Qin family's 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. What do you think? This matter concerns the safety of Maplewood City. The Qin family naturally can't stay out of this. I agree to this matter. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. Duan Yuan Shan was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Qin Chaoyang would agree so readily, causing the persuasion words he had prepared to be completely useless. He had a lot of dealings with Qin Chaoyang and knew that although the other party wasn't a petty and sinister person, he wasn't an easy person to talk to. Especially when this matter concerned the Qin family's greatest wealth. He had thought that Qin Chaoyang would make some excuses. After thinking for a while, Duan Yuan Shan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Qin, if you have any requests, please state them. If they aren't excessive, this Duan will agree to them all." Qin Chaoyang chuckled and said, "City Lord Duan, there's no need to be so formal. We're all making a living in Maplewood City. If Maplewood City is in trouble, my Qin family will naturally not shirk our responsibility. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get any benefits. Since City Lord Master is so sincere, this old master will reluctantly state a request." Qin Chaoyang had a helpless look on his face, as if he was being forced into prostitution. When Duan Yuan Shan saw this, he couldn't help but want to punch Qin Chaoyang's face. After this calamity, this old master will take over all of the Jiang family's properties. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Duan Yuan Shan narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that your appetite will be too big and hurt your stomach?" In Maplewood City, apart from the city lord's mansion, which represented the highest authority and dignity, the Jiang family was the largest and most powerful family in the city. Now that the Jiang family had reaped what they had sown, with all of their high-end forces being annihilated and turned into demons, all of their properties and resources naturally becoming ownerless. At present, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic qi and demons, so the patriarchs and old ancestors of the other families weren't in the mood to compete for the Jiang family's inheritance. They were only working together to resist the demon thought, but once this matter was over, they would shed all pretense of cordiality and fight for it. With such a large family property, anyone who obtained it would be able to increase their strength in a short time. There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal benefits. The city lord's mansion was naturally very jealous of the properties left behind by the Jiang family. But now, Qin Chaoyang wanted to take them all in one gulp. Even if Duan Yuan Shan was prepared for Qin Chaoyang to demand an exorbitant price, he still couldn't accept it. Not to mention that he wasn't willing to agree, the other families in Maplewood City wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of if you have a big appetite? Isn't City Lord Duan sheltering my Qin family? You even want to scheme against the City Lord's mansion?" Duan Yuan Shan's expression immediately became sad and indignant. Qin Chaoyang chuckled, "City Lord Duan, what are you saying? It's just that my Qin family is in decline now, so I want to use the City Lord's mansion's prestige to show off. After all, without City Lord Duan, my Qin family wouldn't be unable to take those riches." "You old fool." Duan Yuan Shan cursed on the spot. "How can you say that? As a city lord, don't you have the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young?" Qin Chaoyang rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, you clearly heard the city lord's master scolding me just now. This old man is very angry and will lose 10 years of his life. I won't let this matter rest. You two continue chatting, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly tried to escape. He didn't want to get involved in the quarrel between the two of them. After all, he was just a passerby in Maplewood City. Just kidding. Qin Chaoyang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Little brother Yang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If we really want to form the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, we will need your help. I also have a part." Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "You should have said just now that this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array needs 7 people to work together to display the might of the Divine Spirit, Black Tortoise. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City, so little brother will naturally have to be counted in." Yang Kai thought for a while and nodded, "Okay, count me in." He was extremely curious about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. If he was able to learn such an extraordinary spirit array, it would only be beneficial to him. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Qin Chaoyang's face lit up with joy. Looking towards Duan Yuan Shan once again, he said, City Lord Master, there's no problem with this Qin. What do you think? Duan Yuan Shan's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, Brother Qin, although my City Lord's mansion is the #1 force in Maplewood City, you should know that those old fellows are not to be trifled with. City Lord Master's divine technique is unrivaled, his strength is outstanding, and his connections are excellent. Why would he be afraid of those old fellows? Qin Chaoyang smiled and shook his head. This old master doesn't believe it. Duan Yuan Shan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, Okay, we'll do as you say. Great. Qin Chaoyang laughed and said, Since that's the case, City Lord Master, please arrange for 7 people to come out. This old master and you, will teach them how to set up the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. I'll give you an answer in 2 hours. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice. Qin Chaoyang nodded and signaled to Yang Kai with his eyes before bringing him and Qin Yu away. Not long after, the 3 of them returned to the city wall that Qin Chaoyang was in charge of guarding. When they arrived, Qin Chaoyang's expression suddenly turned solemn. He handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and said, Little brother Yang, please destroy the information recorded in this jade slip immediately after you've comprehended it. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask you, Although she's far inferior to you in terms of cultivation, she might be able to help you in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Yang Kai's expression changed as he received the jade slip and said, I've already comprehended the exquisiteness of Spirit Arrays, young Lady Qin. Saying so, he sent his divine sense into the jade slip and roughly scanned it. His expression changed slightly as he raised his head to look at Qin Chaoyang in surprise and said, Old Mr. Qin, this is, the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was formed by 7 people working together. In order to prevent this secret Spirit Array from being leaked, the Black Tortoise sect only taught a part of the Spirit Array to each disciple. Only when the 7 of them worked together could they form the complete Spirit Array. Yang Kai had originally thought that the jade slip Qin Zhaoyang had given him would contain only 1/7 of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. However, after taking a look at it, he discovered that the jade slip actually contained the complete 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array's formation method. This was obviously not the original version of the Spirit Array, but something that the Qin family's ancestors had comprehended. Even so, it was still a top-grade Spirit Array. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out why Qin Chaoyang would do such a thing. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, Little brother Yang doesn't need to think too much about it. It's just that Maplewood City is in danger now. If we can't survive this calamity, Maplewood City will be finished, and my Qin family will also perish. When that time comes, I'm afraid this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array will be annihilated in the long river of time. Now that I've given it to you, perhaps there's still hope that it can be preserved. After all, this is something that my Qin family's ancestors spent the latter half of their lives comprehending. This old master can't bear to let it be buried with my Qin family. If the city really can't defend itself, I may not be able to escape from here, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Little brother is too modest. Qin Chaoyang smiled meaningfully. With your ability, you should have been able to leave Maplewood City long ago. Although I don't know why you haven't left yet, since you're willing to stay and defend the city, you must have your own reasons. This old master only has one request for you. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, What request? If little brother Yang really wants to leave Maplewood City, please take you, with you and ensure her safety. Qin Chaoyang's expression was solemn as he earnestly pleaded. Chapter 2090. Qin Chaoyang had seen Yang Kai use the great divine technique of the space secret technique when defending against the invasion of the demons. With a single move, he had opened up a black hole and swallowed up countless demons. Thus, he concluded that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Qin Chaoyang wasn't sure how strong a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was. However, he was certain that such a cultivator would have a unique advantage in escaping and pursuing. It was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. He felt that with Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, if he really wanted to leave Maplewood City, it wouldn't be difficult. Giving him the complete 7 points Black Tortoise formation in exchange for his promise to protect Qin Yu wasn't a bad deal. All right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He glanced at Qin Yu standing to the side and said, "As long as I don't die, Qin Yu will definitely be fine." He had the confidence to do so. After all, he had a trump card like the sealed world bead in his hands. Qin Chaoyang smiled happily, with little brother's words, "This Qin can rest assured. You can stay here and comprehend the formation method. This old man will be responsible for guarding the city walls." Yang Kai nodded and immediately found a quiet place nearby. He sat down cross-legged and immersed his mind into the jade slip, carefully comprehending it. Time slowly passed. Yang Kai was completely immersed in the mysteries of the 7 points Black Tortoise formation. He found that Qin Yu was right. Although this formation was completed by the Qin family's ancestors and couldn't be compared to the original, it was easy to learn and effective. He didn't need to spend much time to comprehend it. He didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of formations. However, the 7 points Black Tortoise formation was different from ordinary defensive and offensive formations. This set of array formations was based on the combined efforts of warriors. The complete Black Tortoise 7 points array could even reproduce a portion of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit's power. On the other side, Tao Source Realm Masters were constantly flying over. They obtained jade slips from Qin Yu and went off to find a place to study them. Qin Yu handed it over to those people. Clearly, it was not the complete formation method. Instead, each of them had handed over 1/7 of the formation method. A day later, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and immediately received a message. Impressively, it was the message City Lord Duan Yuan Shan had sent to gather his men. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. The latter gave him a slight nod. At the same time, a fat figure descended from the sky. Who else could it be but Drunkard with a big cyan gourd hanging from his waist? Drunkard stood on the city wall and waved to Qin Chaoyang, "Go." Qin Chaoyang smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble Vice City Lord Master to guard this city wall for me." Drunkard raised his eyes and glanced at him, "Old man, be careful when you go out. Don't die outside." The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just winked at Yang Kai. Taking Qin Yu with him, they flew towards the gathering place. After a short while, the two landed somewhere in the city. At this time, there were already 4 people gathered here, all of them Tao Source Realm Masters. Among these 4, Maplewood City's City Lord Duan Yuan Shan and Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan were among them. As for the other 2, Yang Kai didn't recognize them. One of them was an old man with a pale face and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them and landed on the beautiful woman in shock. Because he discovered that this beautiful woman was a 3rd-order Tao Source Realm Master, even stronger than Duan Yuan Shan. Moreover, her aura was restrained, and the power within her body was faintly discernible, making it difficult for others to grasp. Since when did Maplewood City have so many 3rd-order Tao Source Realm Masters? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had seen a male master of this level at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza 2 days ago, but he didn't expect to see another one now. He didn't know where these 2 came from, but he was sure that they weren't local cultivators. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to speak, containing a captivating light. Kai Yang's heart suddenly became alert, and he quietly averted his gaze. "Brother Yang, Brother Qin, you've come." Duan Yuan Shan cupped his fists when he saw the 2 arrive. Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan coldly snorted, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai and didn't want to see him. Yang Kai didn't care. Last time in the City Lord's mansion, he and Zhuang Pan didn't get along well, even breaking the spirituality of his artifact. At this moment, the other party naturally wouldn't give him any face. City Lord Duan, this lady is. Qin Zhaoyang landed on the ground and looked at the beautiful woman with a puzzled expression. The formation method of the 7 points black tortoise spirit array was taught to these Dao Source Realm Masters by Qin Yu. Qin Zhaoyang didn't intervene, so he hadn't seen this beautiful woman before. He also knew that it was impossible for there to be a third-order Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City, so he immediately asked this question. This mistress is Hua Qingxi. Greetings. The beautiful woman took the initiative to speak without waiting for Duan Yuan Shan to introduce her. So, it's Madame Hua. Qin Zhaoyang furrowed his brow as a strange look flashed across his face. The other party had only introduced him by name, so he didn't know if it was real or fake. He couldn't guess her origins. Duan Yuan Shan smiled and said, Madame Hua isn't a cultivator of my Maplewood City. Before the demonic qi besieged the city, she happened to be working in my Maplewood City. When she heard that we were going out to repair the seal, she volunteered to help. This Duan is very grateful for Madame Hua's righteousness. Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. City Lord Duan is too polite. Now that Maplewood City is suffering, this mistress is just trying to protect herself. There's no need to talk about righteousness. This should be Brother Yang, right? This old man is Du Li Shen. We had a simple exchange before. The beardless old man seemed to be interested in Yang Kai and stood up to introduce himself. So it's old Mr. Du, nice to meet you. Yang Kai returned the greeting indifferently. He also knew this Du Li Shen. He was the old ancestor of Maplewood City's Du family. Like Qin Zhaoyang, he was also a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although the two had never met before, when they were defending Maplewood City together, they had a simple communication through the communication artifact, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other. On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang saw that Du Li Shen was trying to curry favor with Yang Kai, so he quickly changed the topic. City Lord Duan, we are still short one person. Don't tell me you want to be one of the 7 people? You, will only be responsible for repairing the seal this time. There were originally 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators gathered here, but including him and Yang Kai, there were only 6 people. Duan Yuan Shan smiled and said, let's wait a little longer. That person should be here soon. While speaking, a stream of light rapidly shot over from the distance. Judging from its direction, it seemed to be coming from the city lord's mansion. After a short while, the light flashed and arrived above everyone's heads, revealing a figure. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Because he discovered that the last person was actually the middle-aged man with the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation he had met at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza a few days ago. After this person arrived, he just swept his gaze down, pausing for a moment on Yang Kai before saying indifferently, this king is late. His carefree attitude made everyone a little unhappy. However, due to his shocking cultivation level, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Only Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and giggled, making her look a little pretentious. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze turned cold and focused on Hua Qingxi. But after discovering that the other party's cultivation was on par with his, he couldn't help but reveal a strange look, as if he hadn't expected that there would be another third-order master in this small Maplewood City besides himself. For a moment, he couldn't see through Hua Qingxi, so the middle-aged man could only coldly snort. Brother Fu, you came at the right time. Duan Yuan Shan chuckled. It was obvious that there were 2 more people in this group whose strength surpassed his, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. More importantly, these 2 people had taken the initiative to come to him and said that they would contribute to repairing the seal, so he couldn't refuse them directly. City Lord, Master, once we leave, Maplewood City's defensive strength will be greatly reduced. Will the rest of us have any problems? Qin Zhaoyang asked worriedly. After all, the Qin family's foundation was still in Maplewood City, and if the city was breached, they would suffer a great loss. With Drunkard and the old ancestors of the other families, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term, but we have to hurry, Duan Yuan Shan quickly said, since everyone is here, let's set off. Saying so, Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly out. The others also hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at the city wall, there were already people waiting for them. Open the array. Duan Yuan Shan's gaze was deep as he looked at the churning demon qi and the demonic creatures that were constantly moving about outside, before he shouted out in a low voice. Hearing this, the array masters beside him hurriedly controlled the array plates in their hands. Under their control, a crack slowly appeared in the impregnable defensive array. When the crack was large enough for one person to pass through, Duan Yuan Shan took the lead and rushed out, shouting, "Let's go!" Xio Xio Xio, everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they naturally had a good grasp of timing. After flashes of light, the 7 of them had already rushed out of the city. Qin Yu followed closely behind Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, not daring to take even half a step away. As soon as the 8 of them left, the array masters at the city wall hurriedly closed the defensive array. Outside the city, the demonic qi was churning, and the wind was whistling in their ears. They could vaguely hear the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which made their blood run cold and made their blood boil. Qin Yu's face turned slightly pale, while her tender body trembled slightly. Even with Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang working together to protect her, with her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still unable to bear the pressure of entering such a dangerous place. "Set up the array," Duan Yuan Shan shouted from the front. In the next moment, everyone rushed to different places in a flash, and each of them kept making seals with their hands. As their seals changed, an indescribable connection gradually connected the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators together. The source qi around everyone's body started to churn, before spreading out and fusing together. An extraordinary aura suddenly appeared out of thin air, before spreading out in all directions. It drove away all of the demonic qi, causing the area where the 7 of them stood to be temporarily empty. Chapter 2091. The source qi within the bodies of the 7 Dao Source Realm Masters churned and churned, before gushing out like a river from a broken dam. The speed at which it flowed out caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Qin Chaoyang roared out in a stern voice, "There's no need to panic. This spirit array should be like this before it's formed. Everyone, you must work together." Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly calmed down and continued to form seals. The surging source qi could be seen with the naked eye as it gradually converged together. After a short while, the embryonic form of a malevolent-looking colossus was formed. It had a dragon's head, a tortoise's back and a snake's tail, appearing extremely mighty and unparalleled. It was the body of the divine spirit, the black tortoise. A sensational pressure suddenly radiated out, causing even the 7 people in the spirit array to feel incomparably shocked. At this moment, the black tortoise divine spirit formed from the condensed source qi of the 7 people appeared extremely lifelike, with its head turning and tail swaying, just like a living creature. However, compared to the real black tortoise, it was undoubtedly much smaller. Despite that, it was still a colossus. Among the 7 people, Duan Yuan Shan was at the head of the dragon, while the other 4 were scattered across the 4 limbs. The middle-aged man surnamed Fu was at the tail of the snake. As for Yang Kai, he was at the center, with Qin Yu at his side. Such an arrangement was naturally deliberate by Qin Chaoyang. The reason why he had arranged for Yang Kai to be at the center was so that he could protect Qin Yu. At this moment, the 7 Dao Source Realm Masters seemed to be hiding within a translucent black tortoise divine spirit. When the 7 points black tortoise spirit array was formed, the continuously flowing source qi of the 7 people finally slowed down, causing their speed to become extremely slow. Looks of joy appeared on the faces of the 7 people. None of them were in a hurry to take action. Instead, all of them closed their eyes and silently sensed the mysteries of this otherworldly spirit array. Demonic qi surged out from all directions, surrounding the 7 people and quickly engulfing the translucent black tortoise figure. Countless demonic creatures attacked from all directions, borrowing the cover of the demonic qi to launch their attacks. Just like the waves of the sea, wave after wave came. In an instant, the black tortoise figure disappeared. On the city walls, countless pairs of eyes revealed looks of worry. Watching nervously and anxiously, for fear that these 7 Tao Source Realm Masters would die here. Suddenly, a low roar came from the demonic chi. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the roar of a beast. It resounded through the heavens and earth. Along with the roar, a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth suddenly erupted. The demonic chi surrounding that area was cleared in an instant, and countless demonic beasts that were pouncing over were sent flying in midair. They exploded into clouds of blood mist. The illusory image of the Holy Spirit reappeared, and the 8 people hiding in the illusory image remained unharmed. Duan Yuan Shan laughed heartily. With the help of such a miraculous spirit array, why would we need to worry about not accomplishing anything? Set off. After experiencing the profundity of the 7 points black tortoise formation, his confidence increased greatly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. The others followed closely behind him, maintaining the operation of the formation. They had a good grasp of the distance. Along the way, whenever a demonic beast came to obstruct them, the illusory image of the Holy Spirit would wave its palm, which was bigger than a door. With a single slap, none of the demonic beasts could withstand it, and all of them would be sent flying, turning into a pool of mud. Maplewood City wasn't too far away from the mine, only 2,000 kilometers away. However, if any of these 7 Tao Source Realm Masters were to fly there, it would be impossible for them to escape. Only a few of them would be able to reach it safely. But now, with the help of the spirit array, the source chi of the 7 people combined into one, transforming into the illusory image of the Holy Spirit. The highly corrosive demonic chi couldn't do anything to them, and was blocked outside of their bodies. On the other hand, the endless number of demonic creatures had somewhat slowed down the group's progress. This spirit array is really a good thing. Everyone pushed forward without any pressure. Hua Qingxi, who was at the right limb of the illusory image of the black tortoise, suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes looked to the left and said, "I wonder if old Sir Qin has any plans to sell it to the outside world? If you have such intentions, this mistress can." Madam Hua, there's no need to say more. This spirit array is something that this Qin's ancestor worked hard to complete. This Qin will not sell it to the outside world. Qin Xiaoyang didn't wait for Hua Qingxi to finish and said with a dark face, "Old Sir Qin, don't be so decisive. Everything in this world has a price. After this matter is over, this mistress will find an opportunity to have a good talk with you alone." Hua Qingxi smiled. Obviously, she didn't intend to let it go so easily. As she spoke, her eyes were like water. Even though Qin Xiaoyang was old and weak, when he was looked at by this pair of peach blossom eyes, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The blood in his body boiled and his throat became dry. Secretly cursing a vixen, he hurriedly protected his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest. This lord is also very interested in this spirit array. When the time comes, count me in. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted, his tone not allowing for any rebuttal. This master's words are really unreasonable. Hua Qingxi immediately felt somewhat unhappy. With a snort, she said, "This mistress was the one who suggested this to old Sir Qin first. If master is interested, shouldn't you wait for this mistress and old Sir Qin to finish our discussion first? You're talking about first come, first served." The middle-aged man shot an indifferent glance at Hua Qingxi and sneered, "Do you think that you're buying buns from the marketplace?" Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. However, a faint smile remained on her face as she said, "Master, are you clearly trying to bully a weak girl like this mistress?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, "You're not convinced?" The exchange of words between the two had already caused sparks to fly. At the front, Duan Yuan Shan shouted out, "Both of you, the most important thing right now is to repair that broken seal." Everything else can be discussed in the future. Can the both of you give me some face and not talk about this matter for the time being? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word. On the other hand, the middle-aged man continued to speak in an arrogant and cold voice. Why do you need to interfere in this lord's matters? Do you believe that this lord will leave this spirit array right now and make it so that you won't be able to return alive? Upon hearing those words, not only did Duan Yuanshan's expression change drastically, even the faces of Qin Chaoyang, Zhuang Pan, and Du Lishan turned ashen. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array required the cooperation of 7 people. If the middle-aged man really did not care about them and left at this moment, with his powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm, he might be able to carve out a path of survival. However, the others did not have the same ability as him. At the very least, the few people from the first-order Dao source realm did not have the confidence to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi for a long period of time. It would not be long before they were turned into members of the demonic creatures. Although there was still Qin Yu present as a substitute, Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. How could he coordinate with the others to unleash the spirit array? If he really did so, it would only take a few breaths for Qin Yu to be sucked dry of the strength in his body. It could be said that if the middle-aged man really left, at least half of the remaining people would die. Master, there's no need for you to do this, right? Zhuang Pan's face turned pale from fright. He had not come here of his own free will, as Duan Yuanshan had specifically requested for him. His strength was inferior to Drunkard's, and Duan Yuanshan needed Drunkard to take charge of Maplewood City after his departure. Therefore, Zhuang Pan could only count him in. At this moment, seeing the arrogance of the middle-aged man, while feeling fear and bitterness in his heart, he began to rain curses on Duan Yuanshan, blaming him for not being able to see through people. He did not even know where he had found this idiot, who did not even have the slightest bit of moral bottom line. This was truly infuriating. That's right. Master, you must not be rash. Du Lishan also started to advise him. Let's talk things over properly. As he said that, he shot glances at Qin Chaoyang, hinting for him to think of a solution. Yang Kai did not bat an eyelid, only looking at Duan Yuanshan in astonishment. Previously, the middle-aged man had come from the city lord's mansion. Therefore, Yang Kai had naturally assumed that this fellow had some sort of friendship with Duan Yuanshan, and that they were familiar with each other. However, from the looks of it, that was clearly not the case. This middle-aged man did not place Duan Yuanshan in his eyes at all. Or rather, it could be said that he did not place anyone in his eyes at all, and had always had a sense of superiority over everyone under the heavens. Does this fellow have a great background? Yang Kai secretly guessed. Only a cultivator with an extraordinary background would have such an arrogant and unyielding temperament. Discuss? This king has never discussed anything with others. The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Qin Chaoyang. Old fellow, are you going to sell this 7 points black tortoise formation or not? Give me a straightforward answer. His appearance of wanting to immediately withdraw if he was unable to obtain a satisfactory answer caused the hearts of the others to feel incomparably anxious. Pairs of eyes shot towards Qin Chaoyang, pleading looks appearing on their faces. Master, how can you do such a thing? A look of disbelief appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face, causing him to feel extremely pained and hateful. On the other side, Duan Yuanshan was also infuriated to the extreme, with his fists tightly clenched. It was not because the other party did not place him, the city lord, in his eyes. Instead, it was because this fellow had actually kicked him while he was down. If he had known that the other party had such wild ambitions, how could he have agreed to let him form a part of this spirit array? If not for the current bad timing, Duan Yuanshan might have immediately fallen out with this middle-aged man. This king doesn't have much patience. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to sell it or not? The middle-aged man was overbearing, not giving Qin Chaoyang the slightest chance to breathe. Old Qin. Du Lishan started to panic as he looked anxiously at Qin Chaoyang. Brother Qin, it's better to look at the bigger picture. Zhuang Pan also started to persuade him. After saying that, he added, it doesn't matter to the few of us. However, without the protection of the Great Array, you will. He had a worried expression on Qin Yu's face, appearing as though he was extremely concerned about Qin Yu. A look of resentment and unwillingness appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face. After all, he had taken the initiative to provide the Qin family's Great Array. Furthermore, he had personally led his precious granddaughter, Qin Yu, into this dangerous place with the intention of alleviating the crisis facing Maplewood City. However, he never expected that his hot-bloodedness would be drenched in ice-cold water here. How could he be willing to hand over the Great Array? Fine, I'll sell the 7 points black tortoise array to Brother Fu. After muttering to himself for a moment, Qin Chaoyang knew that there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, a wise man submits to circumstances. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You're pretty good, old fellow. Chapter 2092. I'm willing to sell this spirit array. May I know how much this master is willing to pay? Qin Chaoyang asked furiously. Seemingly prepared for this, the middle-aged man raised a finger and replied, 10 million. Why don't you just rob me? Qin Chaoyang roared furiously. Everyone else was also looking at the middle-aged man with incredulity on their faces. Although 10 million source crystals wasn't a small amount, it was too low for the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. During the auction, a single Dao source fruit could be sold for 10 million source crystals, not to mention such an extraordinary spirit array. If such a spirit array were to be auctioned off, there would definitely be many great sects vying for it. Selling it for tens of millions of source crystals wouldn't be a problem. A mere 10 million source crystals was truly not something Qin Chaoyang could accept. 10 million, not a single cent more, not a single cent less. The middle-aged man ignored Qin Chaoyang's fury and gave a cold snort. If you continue to be so long-winded, there won't be such a price left. Tisk tsk, this flying Saint Palace master is truly domineering. You've really opened this mistress' eyes. Hua Qingxi suddenly gave a tender laugh. Flying Saint Palace? Zhuang Pan cried out in surprise, while Du Lishan's expression changed. As for Duan Yuan Shan, his face was similarly filled with astonishment. On one hand, it was due to the sudden discovery of the middle-aged man's origins, while on the other hand, it was naturally due to Hua Qingxi. Although everyone had guessed that the middle-aged man's origins weren't small, no one knew his exact background. Only Hua Qingxi was able to point it out, and no one knew where she had gotten the clues from. Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai grew extremely vigilant in his heart. Shooting a stealthy glance at the middle-aged man, he secretly felt that this fellow had come with ill intentions. That day, he had killed the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuansheng, who had been possessed by the wood spirit. Although he had been forced to do so, it could be said that he had indirectly killed the other party. After that, he had seized Ning Yuansheng's ship and refined it for his own use. From the looks of it, it wasn't a coincidence that the middle-aged man had appeared in Maplewood City. He was most likely here to pursue the cause of Ning Yuansheng's death. A few days ago, this middle-aged man had definitely noticed the ship outside of the Spirit Pill Plaza. He was afraid that the other party had already determined that he was the murderer. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face darkened slightly. After Hua Qingxi exposed his origins, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the beautiful woman and said, "This madam's eyesight is not bad. Where are you from?" Hua Qingxi reached out and stroked the hair by her ear. She chuckled and said, "This concubine is just a stray cultivator. What's there to talk about?" Humph. Naturally, the middle-aged man would not believe Hua Qingxi's nonsense. While he was secretly bewildered in his heart, a faint sliver of fear finally flashed across his eyes. To be able to see through his identity so quickly, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he was used to being arrogant, so he didn't think much of Hua Qingxi. Have you made up your mind? The middle-aged man turned his head towards Qin Chaoyang once again. Qin Chaoyang sighed, can't the price go any higher? In this current situation, he was like a fish on a chopping block. He still had Qin Yu to worry about, so he was ultimately unable to win against the middle-aged man. However, if he could obtain more origin crystals, he would still give it a try. What do you think? The middle-aged man replied with a question. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened, as though he had aged many years in an instant. He replied, then let's do as master wishes. Very good. The middle-aged man was extremely satisfied. He extended his hand and beckoned towards Qin Chaoyang. Since you've handed the item to me, I will not go back on my word. Wait a moment. At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the transaction. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Yang Kai, who had spoken. Ever since Hua Qingxi had exchanged words with the middle-aged man, and then forced Qin Chaoyang to sell the 7 points black tortoise formation, Yang Kai had remained silent the entire time, causing everyone to almost forget about him. However, no one expected him to suddenly speak at this crucial moment, causing everyone to be at a loss. No one knew what he was planning to do. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she sized up Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, as a sliver of unknown killing intent flashed within them. He said in a cold voice, "Kid, what are you planning to do?" "Don't be nervous, master." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not here to snatch business from you. However, after what you've done, master, I suddenly feel that the alliance between us is a little too weak. If any one of us wants to back out, he can threaten the others. This isn't a good idea." Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice, "This Duan has not thought things through." He had originally thought that it would be a good thing for 2 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters to take the initiative to join their team. How could he have imagined that things would develop to such a stage? Fortunately, with the exception of the man surnamed Fu, Hua Qingxi appeared to be relatively reliable for the time being. If Hua Qingxi was like the man surnamed Fu, it would be best for everyone to quickly return home, lest they all end up turning into demons and losing their minds. This has nothing to do with City Lord Duan. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City, so it's naturally good to have outside help. Yang Kai said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan gave a long sigh, filled with helplessness. To prevent something like this from happening again, I feel that we should have a proper discussion. For example, no one will be allowed to do such a thing again? Yang Kai said as he looked around. Yes, we should indeed discuss this. Du Lishan hastily nodded his head in agreement. The others did not care, as they all knew each other well, and had family businesses in Maplewood City. Naturally, they would not be as despicable as the middle-aged man. However, they were not familiar with Hua Qingxi. If she were to do the same thing as the middle-aged man, their team would definitely be disbanded. Even returning safely would be a problem, so how could they talk about repairing the seal? Furthermore, the middle-aged man was so despicable. If he were to go back on his word and back out after obtaining the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, what could everyone do? Various worries surged in their minds, causing everyone to frown deeply, while worry filled their hearts. What's wrong? Do you guys not believe in this king? Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face could not help but sink. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Master, do you think that you're a trustworthy person? The middle-aged man gave a cold snort. Madam, what are you planning? He did not believe that a third-order Dao Source Realm expert like Hua Qingxi would truly be hot-blooded and want to assist everyone in repairing the seal. She would definitely have her own reasons for doing so. Aya, this mistress doesn't have such bad intentions. It's just that I can't stay out of this situation. Hua Qingxi said with a tender laugh. Being reprimanded by Hua Qingxi in such a manner, the middle-aged man grew furious. However, he did not dare to take action, and could only force himself to endure. Everyone, there's no need to quarrel. This Duan feels that Brother Yang's words are reasonable. How about this? Let's agree that before we repair the seal and safely return to the city, we are not allowed to make any more requests like the one you just made, nor are we allowed to leave our positions without permission. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice. Rest assured. As long as this king is able to obtain the complete formation method, he will naturally assist all of you in repairing the seal. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. There's no guarantee. Zhuang Pan said weakly from the side. Then what do you want? Don't tell me that you want this king to make an oath to his heart demon. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked towards Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's face turned pale with fright, before he hurriedly replied with an embarrassed smile, Master, you must be joking. Why not? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. If Master is really willing to advance and retreat together with us, it's fine even if you have to make an oath to your heart demon. Unless Master has a guilty conscience. Impudent. The middle-aged man was enraged as he glared at Yang Kai, the flames of fury in his eyes seemingly wanting to incinerate the latter. Yang Kai remained unmoved as he continued to stare back at the middle-aged man. In any case, the middle-aged man had already determined that he was Ning Yuan Cheng's murderer, so there was definitely a grudge between the two of them. Therefore, Yang Kai was not afraid that the middle-aged man would hold a grudge against him. This little brother is right. Unexpectedly, Hua Qingxi was extremely agreeable. It's rare for this mistress to act together with an outsider on a whim. I don't want my mood to be spoiled by certain people. Since everyone has agreed, let's make an oath to our heart demons. Who agreed? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment. Everyone has agreed. It seems that only the master has a different opinion. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man. All of a sudden, he pretended to be astonished and said, Could it be that Master really wants to leave after obtaining the formation method? Master, you can't go back on your words and be so vicious. Bullshit. When did this king ever say that? The middle-aged man was extremely furious. Then I'll take it that you've agreed. As Yang Kai spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked around and said, Since no one has any objections, let's begin. After he finished speaking, he made an oath to his heart demon, Zhuang Zhong. The others looked at each other in dismay, and they all followed suit. In fact, even Hua Qingxi had meticulously made an oath in front of everyone. After that, everyone looked towards the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were spitting flames as he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, as though he wanted to chop him to death with a single palm strike. Gritting his teeth, he said, Good, very good. This king will remember you. Yang Kai giggled. I'm really sorry to have troubled Master. You're courting death. The middle-aged man said hatefully. Why are you threatening me, Master? Yang Kai had an innocent look on his face. I didn't do anything. This Master, it's your turn now. Hua Qingxi interjected, smiling as she looked at the middle-aged man. Unless you don't want the complete formation method, you don't have to make an oath to your heart demon. If that's the case, this mistress will have to properly thank the master. This mistress is prepared to purchase it at a higher price. All of you are very good. The middle-aged man forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. Under the gazes of everyone present, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make an oath. Although the oath to one's heart demon was only spoken verbally, it wasn't completely useless. No cultivator would dare to casually disregard it. Otherwise, if they were to suffer a backlash from the oath at a critical moment, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. However, there were quite a few secret techniques that could be used to evade an oath to one's heart demon. Therefore, there were many times when it could not be taken seriously. These secret techniques required an extremely powerful cultivation to be unleashed, and also required an extremely long period of preparation. With the middle-aged man's strength, he should not be able to evade it in a short period of time. Chapter 2093. After swearing the Great Heart Demon oath, the middle-aged man coldly extended his hand towards Qin Chaoyang. "What about the origin crystals?" Qin Chaoyang asked with a solemn expression. The middle-aged man sneered, "Are you afraid that this king won't be able to afford a mere 10 million origin crystals?" As he spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring from his robes. After arranging it slightly, he tossed it over to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang received it and carefully inspected it. After confirming that there were no errors, he took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, inscribing the complete 7 points black tortoise formation method. After a brief moment, he handed the jade slip over to the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the middle-aged man received the jade slip. After a brief inspection, a look of joy immediately surfaced on his face, before he stored the jade slip away with a hearty laugh. He was clearly very satisfied with the outcome of this transaction, and even the slight unhappiness he felt earlier had been temporarily forgotten. "Everyone, we should hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded," Yang Kai suddenly reminded them in a deep voice. Everyone scanned the area with their divine senses and found that in the short time they had been delayed, countless demonic creatures had gathered in all directions, surrounding them in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Duan Yuan Shan roared in a low voice, before suddenly forming a series of hand seals. The others were within the spirit array and were affected by it. With Duan Yuan Shan's actions, everyone had no choice but to follow suit. After a brief moment, the gigantic divine spirit suddenly opened its large mouth, causing the surrounding water elemental chi to frantically converge. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ball of water appeared at the dragon's head. Following Duan Yuan Shan's muffled roar, the divine spirit appeared to be controlled by something, before it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. The gigantic ball of water transformed into a ray of white light, before shooting straight ahead. Along the way, it was unstoppable, as countless demonic creatures died upon contact with it, turning into ash. A safe passageway over 1,000 feet long appeared before them. Duan Yuan Shan did not utter a single word. He took the lead and rushed forward, with the others following closely behind. The city lord's master should have been angered by the middle-aged man's disgust. Unable to truly fall out with him, he could only vent his anger on the demonic creatures. With a change in the spirit array, the demonic creatures that had originally gathered in the surroundings were also stirred. Without any fear of death, they pounced forward, continuously using various kinds of powers to bombard the spirit array. As far as the eye could see, the gigantic black tortoise's body was filled with demonic creatures. Nevertheless, they were still unable to stop the group's advance. Approximately half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the original location of the mine. Although the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with pitch-black demonic chi, there was a certain location where the demonic chi was even denser. At that location, there was a black energy pillar that soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. There was no need for anyone to remind them. When everyone saw the pitch-black pillar of energy soaring into the sky, they knew that it was the beginning of everything. It should also be the location of the seal. Leading the group, Duan Yuan Shan hurriedly rushed in that direction. However, the closer they got to the starting point, the faster they felt the source chi in their bodies flowing away. Astonished, they all took out recovery pills and stuffed them into their mouths, in order to maintain the circulation of the energy in their bodies. Leisurely, Duan Yuan Shan's footsteps came to a halt, as he furrowed his brows and stared ahead. Less than 100 feet away from the group, a row of more than a dozen existences with powerful auras were quietly standing there, as though they had been waiting for a long time. At the instant the group came to a halt, the dozen people roared out in unison, before rushing over like a gust of wind. Their berserk strength was close to the level of a Tao Source Realm cultivator, with the only thing they lacked was the ability to utilize principal strength. It's the Jiang family. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead, before roaring out in a deep voice. Die, you bastards! Duan Yuan Shan changed his hand seals, causing the black tortoise divine spirit projection to raise its front palm, before sweeping it forward. Asterisk peng peng, asterisk this palm swept away two of the figures, causing them to explode into a bloody mist in midair. Not even their bones were left behind, but the others nimbly dodged. The Jiang family's group of origin kings had been strengthened by the demonic qi, and although their strength was close to that of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could they be a match for the group that had formed the spirit array? Under the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, the source qi of the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators had fused into one, with 2 of them being third-order Dao Source Realm masters. The Black Tortoise's palm strike was equivalent to 7 people striking out at the same time. It's that brat Jiang Lin. Du Li Shen was standing on the left side of the formation. He saw a demon charging towards him. His body was covered in demonic patterns, and his eyes were crimson and black. With a single glance, Du Li Shen recognized his identity. It was the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin seemed to have lost his mind. The tragic death of the family's elders did not frighten him, but instead aroused his bloodlust. The demonic qi around his body surged as he unleashed various secret techniques, bombarding the spirit array. Jiang Lin's crazed appearance gave Du Li Shen a fright, causing him to involuntarily slow down his hand seals. The slightest mistake in the formation would affect the entire situation. Du Li Shen's delay had nearly caused the rhythm of the others to become disrupted. The middle-aged man immediately flew into a rage. Glaring fiercely at Du Li Shen, he roared, "Old man, do you want to die? If you're tired of living, this king doesn't mind fulfilling your wish." It's a mistake, a mistake. Du Li Shen felt depressed in his heart, though a smile appeared on his face. Hurriedly suppressing the fear in his heart, he readjusted his position and mentality. The dozen or so origin kings that had transformed into demons were all capable of fighting against Dao Source Realm cultivators. Placed in other places, they would be considered a strong fighting force. However, in the face of the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, they appeared as laughable as children. The divine spirit's figure moved about in a grand manner, sweeping everything before it. There were no superfluous moves, and it only continued to wave its forelimbs under the control of everyone, smashing the incoming demons into meat patties and exploding into a mist of blood. From the start to the end of the battle, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. The dozen or so Jiang family higher-ups had basically been completely annihilated, with only Jiang Lin remaining alive. Unexpectedly, he did not launch any more attacks. Instead, he hid his figure within the rolling demonic qi, while ruthless howls rang out continuously from his mouth, controlling the boundless demonic creatures in an attempt to obstruct everyone's advance. However, how could those demonic creatures with varying levels of strength be of any use? Rushing over, they would only serve as cannon fodder. A path of blood flowed like a river, while piles of corpses formed along the way. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally reached the source of the demonic qi. The earth was shattered, while the originally existing mine had basically collapsed due to the full eruption of the demonic qi. Left with no other choice, everyone could only continue to fight against the demonic creatures while digging out a hole, before jumping into the underground mine. Yang Kai had seen the location of the seal before, so he was naturally familiar with it. Following his guidance, everyone took a detour within the mine. After spending another hour of effort, they finally arrived at the location of the seal. After a round of cleaning, the stone wall of the seal was finally revealed. Found it? Duan Yuan Shan asked in delight. That's the one. Qin Yu, who had been protected by everyone, looked at the stone wall that was filled with demonic patterns. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she nodded her head and replied. She had faintly seen this pattern in Jiang Chu He's Sea of Consciousness before. It was an extremely ancient seal, one that she only had a slight understanding of. Fortunately, only a corner of the seal had been damaged, something that she could barely repair with her current strength. Hurry up and do it. the middle-aged man urged impatiently. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile and said, "What are you afraid of, master?" Shooting a glare at her, the middle-aged man snorted. "It's not that this king is afraid. It's just that these trash don't have enough strength. If we delay for too long, can you and I endure?" "Can they?" Master's words make a lot of sense. Hua Qingxi replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces filled with displeasure. In any case, they were all Dao Source Realm masters. Even if they couldn't control everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Maplewood City, they were at least top-notch characters. At this moment, they were being called trash by this middle-aged man. Everyone was filled with displeasure in their hearts. However, they couldn't show it on their faces, and could only secretly curse this middle-aged man. "I need you to temporarily disperse the demonic qi here. If not, I won't be able to repair the seal." Qin Yu suddenly spoke out. The damaged part of the seal was where the demonic qi was leaking out. It could be said that the demonic qi here was purer and denser than anywhere else. With Qin Yu's second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was simply unable to resist it. Use the power of the divine spirit to suppress it. Qin Chaoyang roared out. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded their heads. Changing their hand seals, everyone started to move. After a short while, the gigantic divine spirit projection pressed down on the seal. The rolling demonic qi seemed to have been obstructed by something, causing it to become sluggish in an instant. In the end, not a single bit of it was able to leak out. However, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. That's because after using the power of the 7 points black tortoise array to suppress the damaged part of the seal, everyone felt the source qi in their bodies flowing out madly like a river bursting through a dam. The rate at which their source qi was being consumed was akin to releasing a forbidden secret technique without any regard for their lives, something that practically no one could withstand. The faces of the few first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately turned pale. "Little you, how long will it take for you to repair this seal?" Du Lishan asked with a bitter look on his face. Without even turning his head, Qin Yu continued to take out various precious materials used to repair the seal as he replied, "At least half an hour." "Half an hour." Du Lishan's face turned even more bitter. "Success or failure will depend on this one move. Everyone, do not lower your guard." Duan Yuan Shan roared out loudly to boost everyone's morale. Hearing this, everyone could only grit their teeth and circulate the source qi in their bodies, while continuously stuffing various kinds of recovery pills into their mouths. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, a look of ridicule and disdain surfaced on the middle-aged man's face, while his expression remained carefree and relaxed. With the powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, the quality and quantity of source qi in his body was more than 10 times that of Du Lishan and the others. Naturally, there was no need for him to worry too much. "Master, have you carefully studied this 7 points black tortoise array?" Hua Qingxi suddenly asked out of the blue, a mocking smile appearing on her beautiful face. Chapter 2094. Of course I have. So what? The middle-aged man shot an unhappy look towards Hua Qingxi. Among the people present, he did not place anyone else in his eyes, including the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan. The only person he felt some dread towards was Hua Qingxi. After all, there was not much of a difference in their cultivation realms. The other party's sudden question caused him to involuntarily feel somewhat vigilant. From the looks of it, Master hasn't thoroughly researched it. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man asked in astonishment, as he inexplicably felt that he had missed out on something. "If Master has thoroughly researched it, you should know that after setting up the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, all of our source qi will fuse into one, and there will basically be no distinction between them. In other words, the spirit array will absorb our combined source qi to operate. If all of our source qi is exhausted, the spirit array will collapse. Exactly what are you trying to say? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. It's so simple. Can't Master understand it? Hua Qingxi looked towards the middle-aged man with ridicule and said, the spirit array doesn't absorb the same amount of source qi from all of us. Instead, it will maintain a kind of balance. And those with higher cultivations will have more source qi extracted from them, while those with lower cultivations will have less. Everyone's source qi consumption is the same. I wonder if Master understands this explanation. What? The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed upon hearing her words. He hastily released his divine sense to investigate carefully, and discovered that the truth was indeed as Hua Qingxi had said. The source qi consumption rate of him and Hua Qingxi was much faster than the others, with Duan Yuan Shan being second. The remaining few Dao source realm cultivators were basically the same. This discovery caused his face to instantly turn incomparably gloomy. He immediately became unhappy. Is that so? Madame Hua's eyes are truly sharp. After being reminded by Hua Qingxi, Du Lishen and Zhuang Pan finally discovered a bit of mystery. Exchanging glances, they could see the hidden glee in each other's eyes. After all, if that was the case, the seven of them would truly be bound together for good or ill. This was equivalent to tying the weak and the strong together. They were really inseparable. They no longer had to worry about the energy within their bodies drying up, while the middle-aged man was still able to handle the situation with ease. I've been implicated by you bunch of bastards. The middle-aged man shouted out, his expression incomparably furious. Master, don't forget that you've just made a great heart demon oath. Hua Qingxi added fuel to the fire, causing the middle-aged man to feel even more vexed. No one would be happy to be held back by someone else. In his anger, he glared fiercely at Qin Xiaoyang, as if he wanted to blame him. Qin Xiaoyang murmured, I thought all of you understood how this formation works. Hua Qingxi giggled and said, since Master is from Flying Saint Palace, you must have the famous blood-burning source restoring pill in the Southern Territory, right? I wonder if the Master would be willing to part with one for each of us. You slut. You still dare to have designs on my spiritual pills? The middle-aged man was enraged beyond belief. His face contorted in anger, and he almost cursed out loud. Blood-burning source restoring pill? Zhuang Pan's eyes lit up as he looked towards the middle-aged man. Du Lishen also had a look of desire on his face. It seemed as though the blood-burning source restoring pill would be extremely useful in this situation. A chilling glint flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. However, she quickly retracted it, before pursing her lips and smiling charmingly, Master, there's no need to be so stingy. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill has some side effects, its effects are extremely powerful. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is extremely powerful. It's famous in the Southern Territory, and Master's cultivation is profound. You should have an important position in Flying Saint Palace. Don't tell me you don't have any blood-burning source restoring pills on you. I don't. The middle-aged man's face twitched slightly as he rejected her. Hua Qingxi could not help but spit out, a look of disdain appearing on her face. What's a blood-burning source restoring pill? Yang Kai quietly asked Qin Xiaoyang. Brother Yang, you've never heard of it before? Qin Xiaoyang looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, appearing extremely astonished. Yang Kai's face turned embarrassed as he slowly shook his head. The blood-burning source restoring pill is a unique product of Flying Saint Palace. It seems to have extremely strict requirements for the location of its refinement. Therefore, even a spirit alchemist as strong as Star Soul Palace is unable to refine this spirit pill. The greatest use of this pill is its ability to rapidly restore one's source qi. Furthermore, its effects are extremely powerful. However what? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. However, consuming this spirit pill will consume a certain amount of one's blood essence. Therefore, there are some side effects. However, the flaws cannot obscure the jade. Compared to its effects, what does a little bit of blood essence count for? A spirit pill like this is more than enough to save one's life at a critical moment. However, due to the extremely low production of this spirit pill, its price is astonishingly high. A single spirit pill is worth at least a few 100,000 origin crystals. You know quite a lot, you old thing. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gave a proud laugh. That's right. This palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is indeed the best in the Southern Territory. Even a large sect like Star Soul Palace is unable to refine it. This is because refining it requires one to refine it in this palace's restricted area. The supply of spirit pills is already insufficient to satisfy the needs of the sect's disciples, so how could there be any extra for people like you? If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. What's the point of saying so much? Hua Qingxi snorted. In any case, everyone will have to die here after exhausting all of their source qi. This mistress won't be alone. Madam Hua, don't say such discouraging words. We'll definitely be able to survive this crisis. Zhuangpan consoled himself with a pale face. Then, what does the blood-burning source restoring pill look like? Yang Kai asked. Qin Xiaoyang replied, it's blood-red in color, smells fishy, and is about the size of a broad bean. A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pulled out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and said in a daze, could this be the item? What? Everyone was shocked as they turned to look at him. Yang Kai leisurely opened the bottle, before pouring out a single spirit pill. Just as Qin Xiaoyang had described, the pill was blood-red in color, smelled faintly fishy, and was about the size of a broad bean, blood-burning source restoring pill. The middle-aged man involuntarily cried out in alarm, as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, before roaring in a low voice, how did you get this item? Is this really the blood-burning source restoring pill? Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, appearing to be somewhat surprised. Brother Yang, how did you? Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed drastically, as his face turned completely pale. As he asked in a trembling voice, he shot a glare at Yang Kai, hinting for him to quickly keep this spirit pill. The expressions of Duan Yuan Shan and the others also changed, as they remained silent. Kid, this king is asking you a question. Where did you get these spirit pills? The middle-aged man's expression turned gloomy as he roared in a low voice. I picked them up. Yang Kai casually replied. Picked them up. Black lines appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing his reply. There were at least a dozen blood-burning source restoring pills in this bottle, worth a few million origin crystals. How could something like that be picked up so casually? One had to know that the number of blood-burning source restoring pills in the outside world was extremely small, with only the important figures of the Flying Saint Palace carrying some with them. With so many blood-burning source restoring pills suddenly appearing in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think that he might have done something bad to some important figure of the Flying Saint Palace, such as murdering and robbing them of their possessions. This was also the reason why Qin Xiaoyang had shot him a glare earlier. Some time ago, an important figure of the Flying Saint Palace had indeed arrived in Maplewood City. That person was the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuansheng. However, ever since the auction a year ago, Ning Yuansheng had disappeared without a trace. A new young master had been appointed within the Flying Saint Palace. This information was not a secret, and coupled with the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think of many possibilities. Bullshit. The middle-aged man gave a fierce roar, as the aura radiating from his body suddenly turned dangerous. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, Brat, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, this king will make you regret being born into this world. Master, you've got quite a temper. Yang Kai continued to chuckle, not showing the slightest bit of fear. This caused everyone to be shocked by his courage. I've just picked up a bottle of spirit pills, yet you're still so aggressive, as if I've killed your parents. Even if these blood-burning source restoring pills are from the Flying Saint Palace, there's no need for you to be like this, right? After speaking, he did not wait for the middle-aged man to reply before continuing. However, I've indeed picked up these things. I've even picked up a ship artifact. The middle-aged man was stunned. Seemingly having thought of something, he suddenly suppressed his anger and coldly said, "Tell me in detail about how you picked up these things." "What's there to say?" Yang Kai chuckled. At that time, two groups of people were fighting, and in the end, both sides perished. I hid by the side and watched until the very end. In the end, I picked up these things from the battlefield. That's possible? Qin Chaoyang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The sandpiper and clam fought, and the fisherman reaped the benefits. After all, this was just a classic story. In the world of cultivation, it was extremely rare for a cultivator to encounter such a situation. At that time, I was only a third-order origin king. That was a battle between Dao Source Realm Masters, so how could I participate in it? Yang Kai explained. Indeed, Brother Yang has only recently advanced to the Dao Source Realm. A year ago, you were indeed a third-order origin king. Qin Chaoyang nodded. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, though a look of relief appeared on his face. He was no longer as angry as before. However, his tone was still stiff as he said, "Since it was a battle between two groups of people, who else was there other than the people from my Flying Saint Palace?" There was only one person from the other group, and he was called Han Leng. Han Leng? Everyone turned pale with fright upon hearing this. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai with a complicated and pleasantly surprised look. So, it was that traitor from Star Soul Palace. The middle-aged man seemed to believe Yang Kai's words. "So you're saying that the enmity between the two parties was formed during the auction?" Du Lisen asked thoughtfully. At the time of the auction, almost all the Dao Source Realm Masters present had participated in it. Ning Yuansheng and Han Ling's struggle for the right to bid had been witnessed by everyone. Now that they learned about this matter from Yang Kai, they immediately guessed what would happen next. Chapter 2095. Their guesses were basically the same as the truth. However, no one would have guessed that the wood spirit was involved in all of this. If not for the wood spirit silently possessing Ning Yuancheng's body, Han Leng would not have been killed by a sneak attack. With Yang Kai's strength at that time, he might not have been able to gain any advantage over Han Leng, who was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator from a famous sect. Everyone's faces fluctuated as they secretly envied Yang Kai's luck. "Little brat, hand over that bottle of spirit pills and that ship artifact." The middle-aged man suddenly extended his hand towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Those things belong to my Flying Saint Palace. You should return them." This master's words are really unreasonable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly gave a disdainful laugh. "Ownerless items belong to whoever finds them. This little brother has obtained those items due to fate, and that's his opportunity. Yet, you're asking for them. Do you have any shame?" After saying that, she turned her head towards Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, don't listen to him." "Little brother," the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as a look of discomfort appeared on his face. "Cheap slut, do you really think that this king is afraid of you?" The middle-aged man had been ridiculed by Hua Qingxi time and time again, causing him to be filled with anger. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in and started to curse. A man without any ability is really ugly when he curses, tsk tisk. The look of disdain on Hua Qingxi's face grew even stronger. "You." The middle-aged man was extremely furious. If not for the great heart demon oath he had just made, he might really have to fight to the death with Hua Qingxi to protect his face. Hua Qingxi continued to provoke him, "You're really stingy. Little brother, can you give this big sister a blood-burning source restoring pill?" "Sure. Yang Kai nodded his head. He had taken out this bottle of spirit pills for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to use this opportunity to clear his name and shake off the middle-aged man's suspicions. Secondly, he wanted to share them with everyone. Under the spirit array, everyone shared the same honor and disgrace. Thus, he was unable to remain unscathed. Everyone has a share. As Kai Yang spoke, he distributed a blood-burning source restoring pill to everyone present, with the only exception being the middle-aged man's. As a member of the upper echelon of Flying Saint Palace, no one would believe him if he said he didn't have such a pill. Since he was unwilling to share it with others, Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to share it with him. Hua Qingxi put away the blood-burning origin-restoring pill, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a charming light. This little brother is so generous. Big sister likes you very much. She stared at Yang Kai with a smile. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, and her red lips wriggled with a gem-like luster. Since you gave me a spirit pill, then big sister must protect you. If anyone dares to do anything to you, you have to get past big sister first. As he spoke, he glanced at the middle-aged man with the surname Fu, appearing to be extremely provocative. Yang Kai giggled. Then, I'll have to thank this big sister. Seeing him being so tactful, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but throw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai immediately revealed a bewitched expression, causing Duan Yuan Shan and the others to feel extremely uncomfortable. What a pair of bastards. Why didn't such a good thing befall them? You've got guts. The middle-aged man was so angry that smoke was rising from his head as he said in a cold voice. This matter isn't over yet. Big sister, he's threatening me. Yang Kai immediately called for help. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes turned. She said in an unconcerned manner, he hasn't even made a move yet. What's there to be afraid of? Don't be too timid, little brother. Can you all calm down for a moment? You're really distracting me. At the side, Qin Yu, who was wholeheartedly repairing the seal, suddenly spoke out with a furious expression. At the same time, she glared fiercely at the noisy group. As soon as she spoke out, everyone immediately turned silent. However, everyone could feel that the atmosphere was rather subtle. The 7 of them were in a formation, but they weren't united. This trip was destined to not go smoothly. For a moment, the interior of the mine turned deathly silent, with the only sounds coming from the demonic chi and the low growls of demonic creatures. Without saying a word, Qin Yu continued to repair the seal. Not long after, a frown suddenly appeared on Duan Yuan Shan's face as he roared out. Something's coming. The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi didn't show any signs of surprise. Clearly, they had already discovered it long ago. The same was true for Yang Kai. His divine sense wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the experts of the third-order Dao source realm. Naturally, he had discovered it earlier than Duan Yuan Shan, and was even able to faintly detect some unknown situations. On the other hand, the expressions of the other first-order Dao source realm experts turned solemn upon hearing his words. Hoo-hoo, within the churning demonic chi, figures of humans and beasts started to appear one after another. Clearly, they were the demonic creatures that had been demonized. The group had stayed in this mine for quite some time now. Furthermore, this place was the source of the demonic chi leakage, so the demonic creatures would naturally not leave it alone. As soon as they appeared, they started to launch attacks without any regard for their lives. However, the 7 of them had become much more proficient in the usage of the 7 points black tortoise formation. Working together, they guarded the location of the seal, killing all the demonic creatures with varying cultivation levels that came at them, with not a single one being spared. Not long after, countless demonic creature corpses were piled up in front of the group, while the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Although the effects were remarkable, everyone felt a faint sense of unease. Due to them having to suppress the leakage of the demonic chi within the seal, as well as fighting against the endless horde of demonic creatures, the rate at which the source chi within their bodies was being depleted had increased by 30%. In less than an incense stick's worth of time since they had arrived here, more than half of the source chi within their bodies had been depleted. At this rate, it would not be long before their source chi was completely depleted. When that happened, they would need to consume the blood-burning source-restoring pill. Roar! All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out from a certain direction. In the next instant, a dazzling ray of light appeared, transforming into an astonishing giant axe that chopped down from the sky. Before the giant axe had truly chopped down, everyone could already feel a surging pressure descending from the sky, causing the faces of the few First-Order Tao Source Realm experts to involuntarily turn pale. Even people as strong as the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi had their expressions turned solemn. Giant spirit axe? Duan Yuanshan cried out in alarm. He seemed to recognize this artifact. With a low roar, he rapidly formed hand seals with his hands. The black tortoise image raised its head and roared, before raising a gigantic palm to meet the giant axe head-on. Bang bang, the black tortoise's palm, which had always been invincible, was actually only able to block the giant axe head-on. Furthermore, a gigantic gash had been sliced open on the palm of the black tortoise, causing it to nearly fall to the ground. Duan Yuanshan's face changed once again, as he realized that he had underestimated the might of the giant spirit axe. He hastily strengthened the power of the spirit array. However, right at this moment, a figure flashed from the other side, before a person appeared a short distance away from the group like a ghost. His eyes were deep and scarlet black. He did not use any artifact, and instead brandished his fists. Demonic chi swirled around his fists as he smashed them down fiercely. Wishful thinking. Duan Yuanshan roared in anger, as the speed at which he formed hand seals increased. The black tortoise opened its mouth wide, before swinging its head to bite down on the figure. Its gigantic mouth was the size of a house, as it swallowed the figure in a single gulp. However, before everyone could rejoice, the black tortoise's mouth started to expand and contract, as though some kind of berserk power was erupting from within. Immediately after, with a bang, the figure that had been swallowed earlier rushed out, before retreating in a flash. He stood together with the demon who had wielded the giant spirit axe, as he continuously let out low roars from his throat. Brother Cheng, Brother Zhou. Duan Yuanshan looked at the two demons who had suddenly appeared with a complicated expression, before sighing deeply. After parting 3 years ago, I never thought that when we meet again today, the two of you would actually become like this. He had a sad expression on his face. It was obvious that he recognized the two of them. Qin Chaoyang's face sank as he quickly said, "It's the two city lords of Forest City." Forest City. Yang Kai muttered, before sighing, "From the looks of it, Forest City has fallen." Previously, the old swindler had said that he had come to Maplewood City from Forest City to seek help. Now that the two city lords of Forest City had appeared here, and had both turned into demons, it was easy to imagine the fate of Forest City. Although Forest City was smaller than Maplewood City, the two city lords were cultivators of the First-Order Tao Source Realm. Now that they had been strengthened by the demonic chi, the average First-Order Tao Source Realm was truly no match for them. It was no wonder that they were able to unleash such a powerful attack. All of a sudden, Yang Kai gave a low roar. "If they're here, then Jiang Tai Sheng is definitely here as well. Everyone, be careful. They're just a few demons from the First-Order Tao Source Realm, what's there to be afraid of? Let this king take care of them." The middle-aged man had a stomach full of anger, and was worried that he had nowhere to vent it. Now, he had naturally found a very good outlet to vent. He had the intention of displaying his strength. After saying those words, he extended his hand, causing a short spear to suddenly appear in his hand, before pouring his source chi into it. Be careful to conserve your source chi. Seeing that he was about to take action, Duan Yuanshan immediately gave a reminder. However, it was a pity that it was already too late. The short spear started to radiate with a faint glow, before disappearing from his hand in a flash, causing a sonic boom to ring out. Not far away, the demon surnamed Xing seemed to have sensed something, causing his body to twist in the air. In the next instant, a bloody mist erupted from his shoulder, before his arm exploded apart, revealing the jet-black flesh and white bones within, giving off a clear and distinct appearance. Feeling the pain, the demon surnamed Sheng roared out, his roar appearing just like an invisible shockwave, causing everyone's knowledge see to become uneasy. Fortunately, the strength of everyone present wasn't low, and with the support of the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, they were able to suppress the uneasiness with just a slight circulation of their strength. He's still not dead? The middle-aged man was greatly surprised. His short spear was a mid-rank Dao source-grade artifact, and possessed incomparable might. Originally, he had assumed that it would be an easy task to deal with a demon that had lost its consciousness. However, never did he expect that the other party would actually be able to avoid hitting his vitals at the most crucial moment, causing him to only lose an arm. From the looks of it, their combat instincts have increased quite a bit after they lost their consciousness. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The attack from the middle-aged man had caused him to feel threatened, and clearly wasn't something that could be easily avoided. Hearing his words, Hua Qingxi nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Demonic qi churned and churned around the demon surnamed Sheng's severed arm, before converging towards the wound. Under the gazes of everyone present, the wound started to squirm and wriggle, before rapidly growing back. In less than 10 breaths of time, his severed arm had regenerated. Chapter 2096. That's possible? Everyone's eyes popped out in shock, while their jaws dropped, unable to close for a long time. Regrowing a severed limb was something that had only been heard of in legends. Only a few rare and precious spirit herbs that had already gone extinct in the world were able to possess such a heaven-defying effect. Even a powerful cultivator in the Emperor realm was unable to rely on his own strength to regrow a severed limb. However, such a scene had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Furthermore, the one who was able to achieve such a feat was merely a cultivator in the first-order Dao source realm. Who wouldn't be astonished? The demonic creatures they had encountered earlier had varying strengths, with all of them being below the Dao source realm. They were simply no match for the combined might of the 7 people, exploding upon contact. Therefore, no one was able to detect that the boundless demonic qi had such a frightening effect on demonic creatures. However, this demon surnamed Sheng was actually able to rely on the demonic qi to regrow his severed limb in an extremely short period of time. While everyone was astonished, they also secretly felt that the situation had turned somewhat thorny. From the looks of it, we'll have to attack their vitals, or directly shatter them. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice. This king wants to see how many times you can dodge. The middle-aged man could not help but feel somewhat angry out of humiliation after his attack failed. With a flick of his wrist, the short spear appeared once again, before he desperately poured his source qi into it. With a slight tremble, the short spear split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Every single short spear appeared to be more or less the same, with all of them appearing to be Dao source-grade mid-rank artifacts. No one knew if this was due to the divine technique he had grasped, or the might of his artifacts. Go! He roared out. With a slight tremble, the 8 short spears suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next instant, the figures of the 2 city lords of Forest City started to sway furiously. At the same time, another figure shot out from the side. Forming a seal with his hands, the demonic qi instantly flourished. A mysterious energy condensed in the sky, before enveloping the area before them. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk sounds of air being pierced rang out as large patches of blood mist erupted from the bodies of the 2 city lords of Forest City, causing them to appear exceedingly miserable. When the 8 short spears disappeared and returned to the hands of the middle-aged man, his face turned even darker than before. Up ahead, the 2 Forest City lords were heavily injured. One of them had his chest pierced through, leaving a fist-sized hole in his chest. One could almost see the wriggling internal organs from one end to the other. The other man's legs were broken. He fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But even with such a terrible injury, it was still not fatal. The demonic chi was still rolling. The scene of the severed limb growing back appeared once again. But after a while, the two forest cities castellans once again appeared unscathed in front of everyone. At that moment, apart from the two of them, there was another person who appeared to be an old man. Jiang Tai Sheng. Duan Yuan Shan snorted coldly. He deeply detested the culprit who had caused Maplewood City's crisis. This demonic old man was clearly the Jiang family's ancestor, Jiang Tai Sheng. However, at this moment, he was slightly different from the last time Yang Kai had seen him. He had completely transformed into an existence similar to a demonic person, while his aura was more than a level stronger than before. He was the one who had taken action earlier, blocking quite a few attacks for the two Forest City lords. With the strength of the middle-aged man, he should have at least killed one of them. You bunch of trash. You successfully angered me. I'll make you all pay the price. The middle-aged man was on the verge of exploding from anger, as flames of fury gushed out from his heart. With a loud roar, he suddenly began to circulate his source chi with all his might. With a wave of his hand, a fireball-like secret technique appeared on his palm. As he poured his source chi into it, the temperature of the fireball began to rise, while it also grew increasingly bright. You can't. Seeing this, Duan Yuan Shan turned pale with fright. Everyone had already consumed a large amount of their source chi, and after the middle-aged man's earlier actions, they were already stretched to their limits. Seeing that he was about to unleash a secret technique that consumed a large amount of his source chi, how could Duan Yuan Shan allow it? It was fine for him to unleash a secret technique, but now that all 7 of them had fused their source chi into one, the source chi required to unleash the secret technique would have to be supplied by all 7 of them. It was far less effective to rely on the 7 points Black Tortoise Grand Array, which was both safer and more energy efficient. He's gone crazy. He won't listen to us. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted out. If you don't want the Grand Array to collapse, hurry up and take the blood-burning source restoring pill. After saying that, she immediately retrieved the spirit pill that Yang Kai had given her earlier, before stuffing it into her mouth. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, before taking the spirit pill one after another. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken such a spirit pill. After the spirit pill entered his stomach, he felt a burning sensation radiating from his abdomen, causing him to feel an unbearable pain. At the same time, a portion of his precious blood essence suddenly ignited, catalyzing the pill's effects, transforming it into pure source chi that was injected into his empty meridians. His eyes could not help but light up, as he realized that this spirit pill was indeed a good item. There were quite a few spirit pills in the star boundary that could replenish one's source chi. However, there shouldn't be any that had a better effect than the blood-burning source restoring pill, as well as a faster rate of absorption. However, consuming it would consume a portion of one's blood essence, a side effect that was neither too big nor too small. Generally speaking, consuming one's blood essence would cause one's body to weaken. Once the pill's effects wore off, everyone would definitely feel a little weaker. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who seemed to have lost all reason, had a malevolent sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. The fireball in his hand was as dazzling as a miniature sun, its scorching temperature causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, the demonic chi that was nearby had actually been completely incinerated, something that was a pleasant surprise. Go to hell, trash. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man tossed the miniature sun-like fireball out. Sensing the terrifying might contained within the fireball, the faces of Duan Yuan Shan and the others turned pale. Without any hesitation, they formed hand seals with their hands and roared out, "Defend!" Being led by the formation, everyone hurriedly started to cooperate. The black tortoise projection suddenly shrunk by quite a bit, before a tortoise shell appeared on the back of the tortoise, with complex patterns and modeled diagrams present on its surface. In an instant, the black tortoise projection appeared to have solidified, causing everyone hiding within it to feel a sense of security. At the front, Jiang Taisheng and the other two demons howled out, while waves of unease spread out from their mouths. Seemingly sensing that a great calamity was about to befall them, they opened their mouths wide, sucking in the demonic qi present in their surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the demonic qi present in the area where the three of them were located had become much denser compared to before. The miniature sun descending right in the middle of the three demons. A dazzling brilliance blossomed out, causing seemingly everyone to close their eyes, unable to look at the situation before them. Bang! It was only at this moment that a deafening explosion rang out. The heavens and earth were devoid of light, with sand and rocks flying about. Gales howled, while the earth hummed. The already collapsed mine tunnel. It was practically completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Let's see if you'll all die now. As the middle-aged man laughed maniacally, he took out a blood-burning source-restoring pill and stuffed it into his mouth. His expression was so malevolent that it appeared as though he had gone mad. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, a gigantic crater that was several dozen meters deep appeared in the ground before them. The surroundings were filled with flames that had yet to be extinguished. Within the gigantic crater, three figures were faintly discernible. The middle-aged man's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt, as he looked in front of him in disbelief, a look of disbelief on his face. The demonic qi present within the gigantic crater had already been cleared, allowing everyone to see everything clearly. Although the three demons that should have been destroyed without a trace were currently in an incomparably miserable state, with their bodies incomplete, none of them had died. On the contrary, they were still sucking in the demonic qi from their surroundings in an attempt to repair their bodies. However, flames were still burning on their bodies. Before the demonic qi could enter their bodies, it was incinerated into black smoke by the scorching energy present within their bodies. They're unable to regrow their limbs. If we don't take action now, when will we? Upon seeing this, Duan Yuan Shan shouted out in pleasant surprise. Taking the lead, he summoned his artifact, disregarding the consumption of his source qi as he launched a ferocious attack. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate to unleash their secret techniques or activate the might of their artifacts. Within the gigantic crater, Jiang Taisheng and the other two demons roared as they rushed out. Allowing the flames on their bodies to continue to burn, they dodged the attacks of everyone's secret techniques and artifacts as they rapidly closed in, their scarlet black eyes brimming with madness. They want to perish together with us? Hurry up and stop them. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed. Spinning around, she shouted out, "Butterfly dance." In an instant, she appeared to have transformed into a fluttering and dancing butterfly, appearing both lively and beautiful. All of a sudden, multicolored butterflies shot out from her body, flapping their wings as they flew forward, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There were over 100 of them in total. Upon approaching the bodies of the demons, those enchanting butterflies started to radiate intense energy fluctuations, before exploding one after another. Every explosion was equivalent to the self-destruction of a third-order origin king cultivator. With over 100 butterflies exploding at the same time, it was a spectacular sight. The situation of the three demons, who were already heavily injured, became even more worrisome. Chop! The long saber in Qin Chaoyang's hand transformed into a massive beam of light as it slashed downwards. The demon surnamed Sheng, who was 10 meters away from the group, was sliced in half by this attack. Falling to the ground, he was finally dead. Zhuang Pan and Du Lishan also knew that this was a matter of life and death. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their strongest attacks to intercept Jiang Taisheng and the demon surnamed Zhou. The long sword in Yang Kai's hand unleashed an endless stream of 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Linked together, they shot towards the demon surnamed Zhou, nearly turning him into a beehive. Dragon Emperor Flash. Duan Yuan Shan clasped his hands together, before suddenly pushing them forward. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a dragon shadow pounced forward, turning into the final straw that broke the camel's back. It struck the chest of the demon surnamed Zhou, causing his already broken body to explode into several pieces, before falling from the sky. Where's Jiang Taisheng? Qin Xiaoyang's expression suddenly changed as he asked in a low voice. In this moment of chaos, he suddenly discovered that Jiang Taisheng had disappeared. Everyone was greatly shocked as they hurriedly looked around. Over here. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Relying on his attainments in the Tao of space, he was able to keenly capture Jiang Taisheng's traces. The long sword in his hand trembled, before shooting out, transforming into a streak of light. *Pu*, Jiang Taisheng's figure mysteriously appeared, before the long sword pierced through his heart. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Taisheng had actually already arrived in front of them. Although he had suffered a fatal injury, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, an extremely unstable energy fluctuation was emitted from his body. Chapter 2097. Under everyone's gazes, Jiang Taisheng's body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a plump fatty, with his clothes completely torn apart. Unsettling energy fluctuations radiated from his body, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate wildly. The 7 points black tortoise array flashed wildly, faintly showing signs of collapsing. Hurry up and stop him. At this moment, Hua Qingxi no longer had any of her previous charm. A sharp scream rang out, while fear filled her beautiful eyes. Although she was from the third-order Tao source realm, she was absolutely unable to ignore the self-destruction of a first-order Tao source realm master. Furthermore, Jiang Taisheng was from the demonized first-order Tao source realm. A solemn expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. A short blade appeared in his hand, before he sent it chopping towards Jiang Taisheng, intending to kill him before he self-destructed. Duan Yuan Shan, Qin Xiaoyang, Du Li Shen and Yang Kai worked together, sending colorful energy attacks towards Jiang Taisheng. However, right at this moment, something that no one had ever expected happened. All of a sudden, Zhuang Pan roared out in fright, his eyes trembling intensely as he ran away with all his might. The scene before him had actually scared him out of his wits, causing him to only want to run as far away as possible. He had completely forgotten about the great heart demon oath that everyone had sworn together, and no longer cared about the safety of others. With his movement, the 7 points black tortoise array, which was originally able to defend against him, instantly collapsed. The gigantic black tortoise figure distorted and dissipated. Bastard! Duan Yuan Shan shot a glance at Zhuang Pan's fleeing figure, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Brother Zhuang, hurry up and come back. Du Li Shen shouted out loudly. However, Zhuang Pan had already disappeared without a trace. How could he hear him? Bang, a loud bang rang out, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A jet-black black hole suddenly appeared where Jiang Taisheng was originally standing. Not a single bit of light could be seen, appearing incomparably deep, as though it was capable of devouring everything in the world. The black hole abruptly expanded outwards. It carried with it an energy shockwave that sent chills down one's spine. Duan Yuan Shan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his aura suddenly weakened by quite a bit. In the next instant, the faces of the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi turned pale, while blood flowed out from their mouths and noses. Fortunately, the two of them possessed tyrannical strength, and the secret techniques that they had learnt were not weak. Relying on their powerful cultivation and secret techniques, they were able to hold their ground. It blocked most of the damage. Qin Xiaoyang and Du Lishen were the weakest, so their situation was also the worst. Qin Xiaoyang was directly blown away and fell to the ground far away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Du Lishen, half of his body was blown off by Jiang Taisheng's self-explosion, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Yang Kai stood guard behind Qin Yu. He exposed his back to Jiang Taisheng and activated his origin energy to protect himself. Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and had the heavy responsibility of repairing the seal. If he died in this explosion, this operation would be a complete failure. Therefore, Yang Kai's first thought was to protect Qin Yu well. When the terrifying energy shockwave blasted over, even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to suppress the majority of its power, he still felt as if he had been smashed by a sledgehammer. A searing pain radiated from his back, while the blood and qi in his chest roiled, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of golden blood. The aftershocks gradually dissipated. The current situation was too horrible to look at. Everyone was gasping for breath, while their faces were filled with palpitations. Ordinary First-Order Dao Source Realm Masters would definitely not be able to cause such a powerful explosion. The reason why Jiang Tai Sheng was able to do so was definitely because he had been demonized. How's the repair of the seal coming along? Duan Yuan Shan suddenly turned his head towards Qin Yu and asked. At this moment, one of the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators had fled, one was dead, and the fate of the last one was unknown. It was already impossible for them to continue maintaining the spirit array. If the repair of the seal was completed, everyone could immediately retreat back to Maplewood City. If there was still a small gap, Duan Yuan Shan felt that they could still put in a bit more effort. If there was a large gap, they could only immediately flee. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their gazes towards Qin Yu. In the next instant, everyone's faces turned blank as looks of despair appeared on their faces. That's because the seal on the stone wall appeared to be much more tattered than before. Clearly, it had been affected by the explosion earlier. At this very moment, a faint golden glow was sparkling from the seal on the stone wall, while lines of squirming earthworm-like patterns continued to swim about, appearing as if they had devoured some kind of vitality and were about to turn into living creatures. Furthermore, a peculiar attractive force was radiating from the stone wall, causing people to be reluctant to shift their gazes away. Upon sensing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Hurriedly biting their tongues, they closed their eyes while their minds were still clear. We can't stay here for long. Everyone, hurry up and leave. Duan Yuan Shan knew that the situation was hopeless. As he spoke, he rushed over to Qin Chaoyang's side and extended his hand to check his breathing. After confirming that he was still alive, a look of joy appeared on his face as he lifted him up. The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi exchanged glances, both of them wanting to retreat. Little brother, let's go. Hua Qingxi shouted towards Yang Kai, who was still standing in his original spot, appearing extremely concerned about him. There seems to be something wrong with Lord Yang's situation, Qin Yu shouted out with a sobbing tone. She had been protected by Yang Kai earlier, so she had not suffered any injuries. On the contrary, Yang Kai had been struck by the frightening energy wave, causing him to spit out a mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall. Qin Yu had clearly seen that after Yang Kai had spat out that mouthful of golden blood, the entire stone wall had become slightly different, brimming with vitality and a bizarre demonic power. She could even faintly sense that there was an inexplicable connection between Yang Kai and the seal on the stone wall. What's wrong? Hua Qingxi was startled and hurriedly asked. I'm not sure either, Qin Yu shook her head as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. Duan Yuan Shan's face sank as he scuttled over to Yang Kai's side to look at him. In the next instant, his expression abruptly changed. That was because he had discovered that Yang Kai's eyes were currently wide open, with golden blood trickling down from the corners of his eyes. He was staring intently at the stone wall, as though he was attracted by something. Although a struggling expression appeared on his face, he was unable to free himself from it no matter what. All of a sudden, a jet-black demonic qi gushed out from the seal, before climbing onto Yang Kai's body. Like a black rope, it tightly connected him to the stone wall. The aura radiating from Yang Kai's body abruptly turned demonic, while mysterious and bizarre jet-black demonic patterns began to surface on his exposed skin. Demonic transformation. Duan Yuan Shan cried out in shock. Upon seeing this scene, how could he not know that the demonic qi had already invaded Yang Kai's body? It wouldn't be long before he transformed into an existence that was identical to Jiang Taisheng. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Qin Yu to his side, before circulating his source qi to envelop her and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang. Calling out to Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man, he said, "This Duan will take his leave first." After saying those words, he rushed towards Maplewood City at lightning speed. At this moment, there was still some power left in his body, which should be enough for him to return to Maplewood City. As long as he could return to the city, he would be able to borrow the city's defensive spirit array to resist the demonic qi. What about Lord Yang? Qin Yu shouted out in panic. Yang Kai's current state was more or less related to her. At that time, if not for the fact that Yang Kai was protecting her, he would not have exposed his back, and would not have coincidentally spat that mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall's seal. Therefore, Qin Yu could not sit back and do nothing. However, her strength was still too low, so she was basically unable to do anything. "We can't care about him," Duan Yuan Shan replied, before suddenly increasing his speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi did not immediately retreat. The two of them were confident in their profound strength, so they were not too afraid of the demonic qi surrounding them. Instead, they continued to stare at Yang Kai with strange gazes. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man gave a sinister laugh and said, "Kid, since you've been invaded by the demonic qi, you're destined to become a demon. Killing you can be considered as upholding justice for the heavens." As he spoke, the short spear appeared in his hand once again. With a piercing sound, it pierced straight towards Yang Kai's head. However, right at this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, causing a ribbon-like artifact to shoot out. It accurately wrapped around the short spear, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. "Lowly maid, what are you doing? Could it be that you've been invaded by the demonic qi as well?" The middle-aged man roared out in anger as he turned his head around. Hua Qingxi gave a tender laugh. "Master, do I look like I've been invaded by the demonic qi? Then why are you stopping this king? This little brother has just gone through life and death with us. Master, you want to kill him in the blink of an eye. Aren't you being a little too heartless?" Hua Qingxi looked at the middle-aged man in disdain as she ridiculed, "Master, your face changes faster than flipping a book. What kind of friendship do I have with a piece of trash like him?" "You don't, but I do." Hua Qingxi gave a tender laugh. "I've said before that I'll protect him. Aren't you not giving me any face by killing him in front of this mistress? This king needs to give you face? Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man shot her a sideways glance. "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." I'm so scared." Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest with a fearful look on her face. Trembling, she said, "Master, why are you so angry? Anger isn't good for your body, and you'll age faster. Lowly maid, you've angered me time and time again. This king didn't want to lower himself to your level. However, since you're courting death, don't blame this king for being ruthless. I'll kill you first." With a loud roar, the short spear in the middle-aged man's hand transforming into 8 identical existences. With a trembling hum, they shot towards Hua Qingxi. Faced with such an attack, Hua Qingxi did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Forming a seal with her hands, specks of starlight suddenly emerged from her tender body, appearing just like a sea of stars. In the next instant, dozens of arrows formed from starlight slowly took shape before her. Every single arrow appeared to be pulled by an invisible bow and arrow. With a flash, they shot straight towards the middle-aged man. Star-chasing arrow. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Controlling his secret treasure to defend against the incoming attacks, he roared out in a deep voice, "You're from the Star Soul Palace?" He, so what if I am?" Hua Qingxi giggled endlessly. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, transforming them into a complicated profound seal. Smashing it down towards the middle-aged man's head, she roared out, "Star descent." Chapter 2098. The starlight that filled the skies descended like meteors, bringing with it unimaginable might, causing the middle-aged man to complain incessantly. The star-chasing arrow and star descent were both secret techniques of the Star Soul Palace. The reason why Hua Qingxi was able to use them was clearly because she was a member of the Star Soul Palace. Upon realizing this point, the bitterness in the middle-aged man's mouth overflowed with bitterness. From the very beginning, he had been acting high and mighty, not placing anyone in his eyes. The only reason he could do so was because of his profound cultivation and the Flying Saint Palace backing him. Although the Flying Saint Palace wasn't considered to be a top-notch sect within the entire Southern Territory, they still had a powerhouse from the Emperor realm in charge, and had some reputation. If not for this, how could the middle-aged man from Mingyuan City be so arrogant as to dare to strut around in Maplewood City? However, it was only at this moment that the middle-aged man suddenly discovered that Hua Qingxi's background was even greater than his own. This caused him to feel both shock and anger from the humiliation he felt. This feeling was akin to showing off his wealth in front of a beggar, only for that beggar to casually throw a few gold bricks at his face, causing his face to become bruised and swollen. In an instant, the middle-aged man's sense of superiority had completely disappeared. Not only that, he also felt somewhat restrained. His opponent was from the top-notch sect within the Southern Territory, the Star Soul Palace. How could he dare to make an enemy out of such a person? It would be fine if he lost, but if he won, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, a comical scene appeared. Faced with Hua Qingxi's endless stream of secret techniques, the middle-aged man could only defend himself, and did not dare to retaliate at all. However, Hua Qingxi did not have any intention of letting the matter rest. Not only did she continue to unleash her secret techniques, she even brought out her secret treasures. She had completely suppressed the middle-aged man. On the other side, Yang Kai, who was quietly standing in front of the stone wall seal, was also complaining incessantly in his heart. Just as Qin Yu had observed, when he had spat a mouthful of golden blood onto the seal due to Jiang Taixing's self-destruction, he had formed an indescribable connection with the seal. He could clearly sense that there was an extremely frightening will behind the seal, quietly observing him. This caused his entire body to turn stiff. He couldn't move at all. Even when the pure ancient demonic qi entered his body, Yang Kai was still helpless. He could only watch it happen. Even Yang Kai did not know what was sealed behind the stone wall. He could only observe from Jiang Chuhe's sea of consciousness that it should be a part of the ancient giant demon's body. As for which part it was, he had absolutely no idea. However, since it was sealed here, it meant that it was an existence that could not be destroyed. If the ancient experts of the Emperor realm could really solve this problem, they wouldn't have been forced to seal it. Unfortunately, countless years of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, and the land of the seal had undergone many changes. In the end, it was destroyed by the Jiang family. As the pure ancient demonic qi entered his body, Yang Kai felt uncomfortable all over. His consciousness was no longer as clear as before. His mind was muddled. When the middle-aged man had taken action against him, he had believed that he was definitely going to die this time. Who could have known that it was that woman, Hua Qingxi, who had saved his life at the final juncture? While he rejoiced, he also felt somewhat puzzled, as he did not know why Hua Qingxi would do such a thing. As time passed, more and more demonic qi entered his body. Yang Kai's entire body had disappeared, leaving only a clump of jet-black darkness that appeared like a black hole that could devour all light. All of a sudden, a loud voice rang out within Yang Kai's mind. The voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul. At the same time, it also seemed to come from the ancient times. The voice was deafening, yet no one was able to hear what it was saying. Blood instantly flowed out from Yang Kai's 7 orifices. However, the golden blood did not drip down. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force, flying towards the stone wall and fusing with the seal. All of a sudden, a shudder shook through Yang Kai's entire body. Opening his eyes wide, he stared straight ahead. Within his world and vision, everything had disappeared. He felt as though he was situated within a black hole in the void, unable to see even the slightest bit of light. The only thing present in his surroundings was boundless darkness, causing despair and dread to rise within his heart. Above the jet-black sky, a gigantic single eye appeared. Seemingly covering half of the sky, it was incomparably jet-black, deep and tranquil. It seemed to contain an extremely mysterious force that was guiding Yang Kai's soul, causing it to resonate with it. Black Eye. Yang Kai was greatly shocked as he immediately understood that this was the ancient giant demon's single jet-black eye. The scenes that he had observed within Jiang Chuhi's consciousness were of the ancient black-eyed giant demon shooting out jet-black rays of light, causing the powerful warships of the Emperor realm to crumble apart and falling flowers. Those jet-black rays of light seemed to be even more powerful than the might of an Emperor artifact. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood what the ancient great demon was sealed in this place. Clearly, it was the black-eyed giant demon. The ancient giant demon's black-eyed giant demon was born from the creation of the heavens and earth, and was definitely not something that could be destroyed by humans. Those almighty experts had used all sorts of methods to make the black eye disappear, and could only helplessly choose to seal it. Although he understood that, Yang Kai was unable to do anything about it at this moment. Even though the ancient giant demon had been dead for countless years, this black-eyed giant demon still contained a portion of its will. That will was so powerful that it was absolutely not something that a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could resist. Yang Kai could only watch passively. Under the black-eyed giant demon that covered the sky, Yang Kai was as insignificant as an ant, completely insignificant. All of a sudden, the black-eyed giant demon seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's existence and shot its gaze over. In an instant, Yang Kai felt intense pain within his knowledge sea, as though his soul was about to be torn apart. Unable to help himself, he opened his mouth and cried out. Boundless demonic chi continued to flood into his body through the destruction of the seal, causing his flesh and blood to crumble apart. However, under the dual effects of his golden blood and demonic chi, he was rapidly reborn. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than the legendary pain of being sliced into pieces. However, what caused Yang Kai to feel even more terrified was that the black-eyed giant demon that had been hovering in the air was rapidly closing in on him. Yang Kai could clearly feel a joyous emotion being transmitted from the black-eyed giant demon, as though it had finally found something after waiting for countless years. In the next instant, the black-eyed giant demon wrapped itself around Yang Kai, before gushing into his body like an invisible object. In the next instant, a pitch-black energy pillar suddenly erupted from Yang Kai, shooting straight into the sky, dispersing the clouds and reaching the peak of the horizon. The boundless demonic chi that had pervaded a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have been attracted by something, as it rolled over from far and near locations, frantically converging towards Yang Kai. Within the demonic chi, countless demonic creatures turned around and looked towards Yang Kai's location. They had long since lost their consciousness, and did not know what life, death, and pain were. However, expressions of joy appeared on their faces, as they knelt down one after another, revealing pious expressions of worship. It was as though a king that had been waiting for countless years had finally returned, as though an invincible sovereign had finally awakened. 500 kilometers away, Duan Yuan Shan was protecting Qin Yu and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang as they fought a bloody battle against a group of demonic creatures. The demonic creatures were not difficult to deal with. After all, their cultivation levels were different, and they were far from being a match for Duan Yuan Shan. However, there were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. Duan Yuan Shan also had to protect the two members of the Qin family, which made it even more difficult for him to deal with them. Seeing that the demonic creatures were about to break through his defensive perimeter, Duan Yuan Shan no longer cared about his own injuries and bit the tip of his tongue, burning his blood essence. However, right at this moment, a violent howl rang out from afar, piercing through their eardrums. The demonic qi surged and rolled, as the demonic creatures knelt down one after another, completely ignoring them. Duan Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know what had happened, he knew that time was not on his side. He was not in the mood to fight against the boundless demonic creatures, so he took the 2 members of the Qin family and flew into the sky, frantically fleeing towards Maplewood City. Along the way, the densely packed demonic creatures all knelt down on the ground, while the demonized monster beast was actually crawling on the ground, motionless. Exactly what's going on? Doubts arose in Duan Yuanshan's heart as he turned around to take a look. However, he was unable to see anything, with only a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Nevertheless, he was able to clearly sense terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from the seal. On the various city walls of Maplewood City, countless cultivators were dumbfounded by what they saw. That's because the demonic creatures, who were still madly attacking the defensive light barrier a moment ago, had all stopped moving in the span of a single breath, as though they had all died in an instant. However, there were some sharp-eyed cultivators who were able to see through the pitch-black demonic qi to observe the situation, and were still able to see the vague figures of the demonic creatures. However, these demonic creatures were either kneeling or crawling, not moving in the slightest. Not far from the seal, Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man had also stopped their meaningless battle, with both of them opening their eyes wide as they looked downwards. The pitch-black energy pillar soaring into the sky caused them to feel fear and dread, while the astonishing pressure radiating from Yang Kai's body caused them to tremble from head to toe. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Exchanging glances, the 2 of them simultaneously retreated 10 kilometers to avoid being affected by the shock waves. Can you feel it? The demonic qi seems to be converging in that direction. Hua Qingxi suddenly asked with a solemn expression on her face. The middle-aged man nodded his head with a grave and stern expression, before giving a sinister laugh. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that your little brother won't be able to escape this calamity. Why are you gloating over his misfortune? Hua Qingxi gave a cold snort. This king. I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you so nervous? Ever since he had found out about Hua Qingxi's origins, how would the middle-aged man dare to refer to himself as this king in front of her? However, he was also puzzled, as he did not know why Hua Qingxi had such a soft spot for Yang Kai. At her level of strength, it was absolutely impossible for her to have any feelings for a man she had just met. She was already a few hundred years old, so how could she fall in love so easily? He had a faint feeling that Hua Qingxi had some other ulterior motive. Chapter 2099. When the huge black eye entered Yang Kai's body and fused with him, Yang Kai's consciousness became somewhat blurred. All kinds of negative emotions that had been hidden in the deepest part of his heart burst out at this moment, as if they were being drawn by something, causing his entire body to exude an extremely evil aura. Mysterious and complex demonic patterns climbed up his skin, and with the influx of a large amount of demonic qi, these demonic patterns became darker and darker. A power far exceeding that of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was brewing in his body, impacting his mind and self, causing him to be lost in the joy and pleasure of suddenly obtaining great strength. A strong murderous intent and a desire to destroy emerged in his chest, especially towards living beings with flesh and blood. He had an extremely strong desire to kill. His divine sense sank, wrapped in endless darkness, unable to see the slightest bit of light. As time passed, he could only become a member of the demon dwellers. But at this moment, in the endless darkness, a weak light, like a sharp blade that tore through the haze, leisurely bloomed. The light showed 7 colors, and was magnificent. The 7-colored light penetrated the endless demonic qi and shone on Yang Kai, making him feel warm. It was as if he had been frozen in the cold night for 3 or 9 days, and had finally waited for the sun to shine. His evil aura also seemed to have encountered nemesis, turning into plumes of blue smoke and quickly disappearing. Yang Kai's sinking consciousness suddenly sobered up for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he focused his vision and looked ahead. In his field of vision, the shadow of a lotus flower exuding seven-colored light was faintly discernible. The seven-colored lotus flower was not big. Compared to the endless demonic chi, it was like comparing heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, but the place where it existed had become the last pure land in this dark world. Seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's mind suddenly sobered up, realizing that he had unknowingly transformed into a soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. And the seven-colored light was obviously emitted by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. His heart stirred, and he immediately rushed in the direction of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. After a short while, he was already standing at the stamen of the lotus. The seven-colored light enveloped him, dispelling all the negative emotions from his body. When the black smoke was expelled from his body, Kai Yang was finally able to fully awaken. As far as the eye could see, the entire knowledge sea was shrouded in boundless darkness. The constellation diagram that was supposed to exist above the knowledge sea did not have the slightest bit of light. In this entire world, other than the multicolored light emitted by the soul-warming lotus, there seemed to be nothing else. A huge black eye appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. He looked down at Yang Kai coldly, without the slightest emotion. Yang Kai could not see it, but this was his sea of consciousness, so he could clearly feel it. Boundless pressure and willpower emanated from that single black eye, as if it wanted to destroy Yang Kai's spiritual defense, tarnishing his soul. However, under the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of the world, any invisible attack was enough to be purified by the multicolored light. Not only that, from the soul-warming lotus, many tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye flew out. Soul-devouring insects. They were strange insects that Yang Kai obtained in Tongxian realm in his early years, but as Yang Kai's strength increased, they could no longer play any role. For a long time, Yang Kai had placed them on the multicolored island transformed by the soul-warming lotus, leaving them to fend for themselves. After so many years of nourishment, their numbers had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, to Yang Kai's surprise, they all flew out of the soul-warming lotus. They scattered in all directions. Wherever they passed, there was a burst of crisp and pleasant cracking sounds. The ancient demonic chi that invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nibbled away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring insects can even devour demonic chi? Yang Kai was greatly surprised. As time passed, these soul-devouring insects that devoured the demonic chi grew bigger and bigger. They were originally a group of indiscernible existences. Even if Yang Kai released them to fight his enemies before, his enemies would not be able to see them at all. But now, in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, their size was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, their skin color was gradually turning black, and complex and subtle demon crests were beginning to appear on their bodies. Each and every one of them was giving off an extremely mysterious aura. After a short while, the soul-devouring insects became the size of rice grains, and they were still growing at an even faster speed. In his knowledge sea, the demonic chi began to tumble uneasily. As if it had its own thoughts, it began to avoid being devoured by the soul-devouring insects. But this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, where could they hide? The clouds of devil chi were like leaves being gnawed away by silkworms. Very soon, a large gap was revealed. Yang Kai watched silently for a while, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse, but since it was beneficial to his situation, he was too lazy to care. The next moment, with a thought, he drove the colorful soul-warming lotus to fly somewhere high in the sky, and looked directly at the huge black pupil hidden in the boundless darkness. The demonic chi slowly dissipated, and finally the black pupil was revealed. Even in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it still occupied half of the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of it, as humble and small as an ant. The colorful light disappeared and disappeared, forming a halo around Yang Kai's body. Like the rotation of a celestial body, a huge halo spread out all of a sudden. Get out, or be completely destroyed. Yang Kai moved his mind, and the sound of thunder fell from the sky. The sound of thunder was like an invisible sharp blade, piercing into the black pupil, causing its shape to distort and change. After a while, the black pupil calmed down again. The deep darkness was like a black hole, and the huge eye still stood there, motionless. Sure enough, it doesn't have its own thoughts, and only a remnant of its will is left. Yang Kai was thoughtful. Although he had guessed before, he was not too sure. But now, after this test, he finally got the answer he wanted. This black pupil no longer had its own thoughts, and only the remnant will of the ancient troll remained. After all, in the distant ancient times, countless powerful people in the Emperor realm destroyed its body, and its own thoughts had long disappeared. Since that was the case, there was no way to communicate with it. Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he urged the power of the colorful soul-warming lotus. The next moment, the colorful light bloomed dazzlingly, turning into sharp blades, and piercing toward the black pupil. And at this moment, the black pupil's single eye took a deep look at Yang Kai, and then slowly closed. Between heaven and earth, a giant-like voice resounded, "You have the aura of a demon. I leave it to you, I leave it all to you, to witness the end of this world, to witness the destruction of this world." An incomparably ferocious aura spread out leisurely, and the closed black pupil suddenly turned into a black light, shooting toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked, and hurriedly guarded his mind to resist. At the same time, the colorful soul-warming lotus also spun, and the endless colorful light turned into a barrier, trying to prevent the black light from invading. But all of this was in vain. The black light easily penetrated the barrier of the colorful soul-warming lotus, tore through Yang Kai's defenses, and directly entered his body. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his soul, and his entire soul avatar could not be maintained, directly collapsing. Immediately after, his consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his mouth to release a furious roar. This roar was just like the roar of a wounded wild beast in the mountain forest. Yang Kai was completely wrapped up by the rolling demonic chi, making it impossible to see his face and figure clearly. A hand was tightly covering his right eye, from which golden blood continuously flowed out. This is 5 kilometers away. Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Since Yang Kai's strange change had happened to him, they had watched everything from start to finish. Naturally, they had a vague idea of exactly what had happened. Under their witness, the jet-black demonic chi that had enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers had completely gushed into Yang Kai's body, disappearing without a trace within the short span of an incense stick's time. Countless demonic beasts all knelt on the ground. However, for some unknown reason, the demonic chi within their bodies had completely disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the demonic chi, these extremely ferocious demonic beasts had all become exceedingly weak in a short span of time. Although their lives were not in any danger, Yuan Qi was unavoidable. Furthermore, all of them had blank expressions on their faces, completely unaware of what had just happened. The monster beasts were even more flustered as they fled in panic. Sunlight returned to the earth, causing people to feel warm and fuzzy. However, the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi felt a chill in their hearts. That was because they could sense a pressure that was comparable to that of an expert from the Emperor realm radiating from Yang Kai, who was 5 kilometers away. This pressure was extremely evil, and seemed to be filled with the stench of blood, causing it to instinctively repel the aura of the living. In the next instant, the violently trembling Yang Kai suddenly calmed down. The large hand that was covering his right eye slowly loosened. Extending his hands before his eyes, he appeared to be examining something. Within the darkness, 2 rays of mysterious light shot out. One golden, the other black. The golden vertical pupil of his left eye brimming with majesty, while the black horizontal pupil of his right eye brimming with primal chaos trembled intensely at the location of Yang Kai's eyes, creating an extremely stark contrast. What's that? The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. Even though he was from the Flying Saint Palace, he was still somewhat unable to understand exactly what kind of monster he was looking at. As his voice rang out, the two completely different colored gazes suddenly turned towards him and Hua Qingxi. Not good. Upon making contact with the two gazes, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt her head sink. Her beautiful face contorted as she roared out, "Hurry and run." As she spoke, she formed a hand seal. With a bang, her entire body transformed into over 100 colorful butterflies that flew off in all directions. Seeing her leave so decisively, how could the middle-aged man not know that he had just witnessed a great disaster? Hurriedly biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light as he hastily retreated a few dozen kilometers away. Chapter 2100. The middle-aged man possessed a powerful cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm. Therefore, when he focused on escaping, his speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already ignited his blood essence and fled 100 kilometers away. Looking back with lingering fear in his heart, the middle-aged man could not help but gawk. In the distance, there was no trace of Yang Kai, as though he had suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man's heart sank, as an indescribable feeling of dread and terror began to spread within him. Chaotic spatial fluctuations radiated out from the front, before a jet-black figure suddenly appeared. The figure was enveloped by boundless demonic qi, making it impossible to see its face clearly. However, the golden and black radiance radiating from its face caused the middle-aged man to feel as though he was facing a great enemy. When he met those two gazes, his thoughts could not help but turn rigid, while his consciousness turned chaotic, while his divine soul turned restless. He roared out furiously. Summoning his short spear, he formed a complicated seal with his hands, before frantically pouring his source qi into the short spear. Whoosh whoosh, the short spear started to grow at a strange speed, transforming into a gigantic object over 100 meters long in the blink of an eye. With a slight tremble, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. This was the middle-aged man's most powerful attack, and he was extremely confident in his attack. Even the experts of the Emperor realm would not dare to ignore such an attack. Yang Kai appeared to have lost his consciousness, just like those demons. The only thing left in his mind was a bloodthirsty desire. Faced with the impending danger, he did not have any intention of dodging, and continued to stand in his original position in a daze. Only when the short spear was about to reach his body did he send out a punch, seemingly out of instinct. His fist was enveloped by jet-black demonic qi, appearing solid and dark. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man could not help but feel elated. His eyes widened. He wanted to see what would happen next, and wanted to see Yang Kai being smashed to smithereens by his attack. Bang! A loud bang rang out, while Yang Kai did not move a single inch. However, the short spear was struck by a berserk force, causing the brilliance on its body to dim. In an instant, it reverted to its original size, while flying at a speed faster than before. It fell into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Ah! The middle-aged man's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, as he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard, he took another look, only to see that Yang Kai was indeed completely unscathed. Just as he was lost in thought, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. A large amount of pure demonic qi overflowed from his body and spread to his arms, making them longer and larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge pitch-black palm was formed. Immediately, it smashed down towards the middle-aged man's head. It was as if a pitch-black mountain had descended from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, to his despair, he noticed that the space around him had somehow solidified and viscous, and it was as if it had been confined. He couldn't dodge it. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale as he screamed out. One of them summoned a shield-like defensive artifact. After injecting origin energy, the shield immediately turned into a barrier, blocking above him. Not only that, but he was also constantly forming hand seals and chanting, "Heaven, Earth, Black, Martial." The origin energy within his body surged crazily. Before he could unleash this mysterious secret technique, the pitch-black mountain-like palm had already smashed down. Crack, the barrier formed by the shield shattered like a mirror. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, before it shattered into pieces, completely unable to provide any form of protection. Immediately after, the gigantic palm smashed down onto the middle-aged man's body. He was only able to let out a miserable shriek filled with terror, before he lost all signs of life. The gigantic palm gradually dissipated. Other than a gigantic palm print on the ground, the only thing that remained was a pile of minced meat. Under the might of that palm, the middle-aged man's cultivation in the third-order Tao source realm was unable to defend against it, instantly losing his life. All of his origin artifacts and even his spatial ring were smashed into smithereens. The items within his spatial ring were eternally banished into the void. After doing all of this, Yang Kai raised his head with an expressionless face and shot a glance in another direction. Over there, Hua Qingxi, who had split up with the middle-aged man, turned her head around in horror, her beautiful eyes trembling endlessly. Just a moment ago, she could faintly hear a miserable shriek ringing out from afar. This caused her heart to involuntarily panic, causing her to run even faster. However, right at this moment, the space in front of her turned blurry, before a pitch-black figure blocked her path. How can this be? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face contorted as her heart sank to rock bottom. She had split up with the middle-aged man, before personally witnessing Yang Kai chasing after the other party. However, in just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had actually caught up to the other party, killed him, and then blocked her path? Even a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Looking at the pitch-black figure and sensing the ruthless and bloodthirsty aura radiating from it, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale, while a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did not act rashly. Instead, she squeezed out a faint smile, before fearfully displaying her charm and amorous feelings. Since the other party was able to kill the middle-aged man in an instant, this meant that he could easily destroy her as well. There was no difference whether she resisted or not. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was to awaken the consciousness hidden in the deepest recesses of Yang Kai's heart. "Little brother." Hua Qingxi called out softly with a trembling voice, a gentleness that had never been present in her voice before. "Can you move aside? You're blocking my path." Yang Kai did not move a single inch, merely standing in his original spot as he quietly stared at her, as if he was looking at a stranger. The golden and black profound light radiating from his eyes caused Hua Qingxi's heart to tremble. However, there was nothing she could do about it. She felt just like a little lamb facing off against a savage and ferocious king of the jungle, where her life and death would be decided with a single thought from the other party. The only thing that Hua Qingxi felt fortunate was that Yang Kai did not try to kill her the moment they met. This allowed her to see a sliver of hope for survival. "It's me, your big sister. Don't you remember me, little brother?" Hua Qingxi brushed her hair behind her ear as she continued to try. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky, but as expected, Yang Kai appeared to be moved by her words. His dual-colored eyes started to tremble intensely once again, as if his consciousness was resisting against something. "Little brother, I've just saved your life. You're not thinking of killing me, are you? You're repaying kindness with enmity, right?" Hua Qingxi's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat, revealing her beautiful and voluptuous figure. Bean-sized beads of perspiration rolled down her forehead, while her face turned pale. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to remain calm. Roar! Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, suddenly reached out and covered his head, letting out a low roar from his throat. Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, on second thought, with the opponent's current strength, it would be useless no matter how far she retreated. She could not help but smile bitterly, and simply stood in place without moving. "If you don't say anything, your big sister will leave." Hua Qingxi gently probed. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond, she was overjoyed and said, "Then the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Speaking up to this point, she once again displayed the divine technique of 100 discs. In an instant, she transformed into countless multicolored butterflies and fled into the distance like a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the roaring Yang Kai suddenly straightened his body, stretched out his hand, and grabbed in the direction of the countless butterflies. The 100 discs dissipated, and Hua Qingxi's body reappeared. Her face was extremely ugly. She suddenly became angry and shouted, "What the hell do you want? You didn't say a word, and you won't let me go. Just kill me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and grabbed in her direction. Ah! Hua Qingxi's heart sank on the spot. She was shocked and said, "I was joking. Why did you take it seriously? Don't. As she spoke, she desperately urged her source qi to resist. However, the gap in strength between her and Yang Kai was enough for the latter to easily crush her. Before she could raise her source qi, Hua Qingxi felt her body tighten, as if she was wrapped in an invisible force. A suffocating feeling hit her. The next moment, her head became heavy and her feet became light. Her divine sense became chaotic, and her vision turned black. By the time she regained her senses, Hua Qingxi was standing in a daze in an empty field, her pretty face pale as snow. She turned her head and looked around. She found that this place was flat and surrounded by a dense forest. A strong wind blew, cool and refreshing. This wasn't the star boundary. Hua Qingxi immediately felt the difference between this place and the star boundary. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she was sure that this place was definitely not the star boundary. Did she die? Hua Qingxi stood there with a blank expression. Death wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. She didn't even feel anything before dying. Why would she come to this place after dying? Then where was that annoying guy from the Flying Saint Palace? Could this be the legendary infernal prison? Her thoughts ran wild, and Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Oh. I didn't kill you, but instead sent you here. It seems, the consciousness of the main body is still there, at least some of it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in Hua Qingxi's ears. The voice was so loud that it sounded like the beating of a war drum, startling Hua Qingxi. Who is it? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed, and she shouted vigilantly. At the same time, she looked around, but she didn't find anyone. Look up, look up. The voice sounded again. With this reminder, Hua Qingxi quickly raised her head and looked up. What she saw was two stone pillar-like existences standing beside her. She had seen these two stone pillars when she first arrived, but she hadn't gotten rid of her death state yet, so she didn't think much about it. Now that she looked carefully, she found that these two stone pillars were somewhat similar to thighs, but they didn't have any flesh and were completely made of strange stone. As her gaze continued to move upwards, Hua Qingxi's expression kept changing, from surprise, to doubt, to shock and amazement, all of which were brilliant. After Hua Qingxi got a clear look at the object beside her, she tapped her foot and floated several dozen feet away. Looking from a farther position, Hua Qingxi could finally see more clearly. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she suddenly became confused. Chapter 2101. Stone. Stone Giant? Hua Qingxi choked for a long time before spitting out a few words with great difficulty. The scene in front of him was too inconceivable. The huge figure that was more than 10 stories tall had a well-defined figure and a simple-minded face. However, there was a pair of bright eyes that didn't quite match his appearance. They flickered with the light of intelligence. It seemed to be able to make the world tremble with just a raise of its hand or a lift of its foot. It was like a mountain troll that had awakened from an ancient myth, giving Hua Qingxi an unimaginable shock. Stone giant? Huh, that's not wrong, the embodiment chuckled. Although he deliberately suppressed his voice, it was still shocking. Are you alive? Do you have your own thoughts? Hua Qingxi wasn't an ordinary person. Born in the Star Soul Palace, she naturally came into contact with many secrets unknown to the outside world, so after a short period of absent-mindedness and shock, she immediately recovered and asked in surprise. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of any creature in this world that was similar to the thing in front of her. Do you think you're dead? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi mockingly. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she immediately became overjoyed and asked back, "So, I'm still alive? By the way, you just said that he sent me to this place. Where is this place?" The embodiment was silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Hua Qingxi frowned, a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in her heart, as if knowing where this place was would be extremely unfavorable for her, but curiosity still made her reveal a look of desire. "Well, since he didn't kill you, he sent you here." "Since he didn't kill you, he didn't kill you. That means you won't be able to leave here in the future, so there's no harm in telling you." Hearing what the embodiment said, Hua Qingxi's pretty face couldn't help but darken. She immediately understood that her worries had come true. This is the small sealed world. The inner space of the sealed world bead, an emperor artifact. Emperor artifact? The sealed world bead? Hua Qingxi let out a shrill cry, the expression on her pretty face fluctuating as she exclaimed in shock, "You mean to say that this place is a world of its own? Is it on the same level as my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda?" "More or less." The avatar nodded. As if he was tired of standing and talking, he sat down on the ground and crossed his legs, looking at Hua Qingxi from afar. "But if you really want to compare them, the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda allows its disciples to enter and gain experience, and it also has many mysterious uses. However, the sealed world bead was different. Its body was very small, and it was refined by a powerful being. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Hua Qingxi nodded stiffly. She was from the Star Soul Palace, so how could she not understand the meaning behind the embodiment's words? The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the greatest treasure of Star Soul Palace, the foundation of the palace. This was because countless disciples could head inside to train and advance. To comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. They could absorb the broken principle strength. This was the top emperor artifact in the entire star boundary. The sealed world bead was obviously an existence comparable to the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although it could not allow people to gain benefits from training inside, it was more convenient to use than the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This was a priceless treasure. And the one carrying it was actually a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. Even for an ordinary master from the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to obtain an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact could not be refined just because one wanted to. The birth of every Emperor artifact required the accumulation of countless flowing time great emperors and the blood and sweat of many masters. The value of an Emperor artifact was far greater than that of a Dao Source grade artifact. But now, a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm was carrying one. And it was an Emperor artifact on the same level as the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If this news were to spread, it was likely that all the masters in the star boundary would be in an uproar and hunt down Yang Kai to seize this treasure. Can I pretend that I didn't hear this secret? Hua Qingxi's mouth twitched. Now that she had been sent into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai and learned such a secret, it was impossible for anyone to let her leave. In other words, she would be imprisoned here by Yang Kai for the rest of her life. This made Hua Qingxi feel lucky that she did not die, but at the same time, she was very annoyed. "Ha ha ha ha." The embodiment laughed. "From the moment you were sent in, your fate was already decided." When he spoke up to hear, the embodiment's voice suddenly became low and deep as he said, "He obviously didn't kill you because you saved his life. But his own condition isn't good, and he might be unable to control his desire to kill. So, he had no choice but to do this. Is that so? In fact, you still have a chance to leave this place. What? Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and asked anxiously. Die, or swear allegiance to the main body and offer up your soul brand. Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Impossible. Everything is possible. Why do you have to be so resolute, miss? Are you really willing to stay here for the rest of your life? The embodiment asked. Hua Qingxi fell into silence, a look of struggle on her face. Suddenly, she spoke again. That little bastard can't even protect himself now. Let's wait until he survives this tribulation. The embodiment nodded. Indeed, you need to discuss this matter with him personally. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly changed. By the way, why are you here? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, were you also thrown into this small sealed world by him? Did he force you to offer up your soul brand? She looked as if she had suddenly found a kindred spirit in her predicament, and her eyes were filled with joy. The embodiment had a strange look on his face as he sighed. I have been imprisoned by him for millions of years, that scum. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth, but as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Looking at the embodiment suspiciously, she asked, how old is he this year? How do you calculate millions of years? The embodiment stretched out his huge, thick fingers, scratched his stiff cheek, and said, don't worry about these details. He is in trouble now. Look, do you recognize these people? Saying so, the embodiment suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. In the sky between him and Hua Qingxi, a layer of visible ripples suddenly appeared, like the surface of a lake. Then, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Hua Qingxi fixed her eyes on it and suddenly said in surprise, this is. She found that the scene in the sky was where Yang Kai was. At this moment, Yang Kai was still wrapped in a thick cloud of black qi, and only his eyes shone with an evil light. Not far from Yang Kai, a total of 3 people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Each of these 3 people had an aura as deep as the abyss and an extraordinary bearing. The person on the left was a middle-aged man wearing simple linen clothes. Although they were not bright, his clothes were neat and tidy. His eyes flashed like lightning. The person on the right was a short old man with white hair and beard, but a ruddy complexion. He frowned and stared at Yang Kai with a faint look of fear on his face. The person in the middle was a dignified beauty with an ice-cold temperament and a frosty face. She wore a moon-white dress, which added to her mature charm. After Hua Qingxi was thrown into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, these 3 people suddenly appeared strangely and surrounded him. Each of the 3 people was a master in the Emperor realm, and each of them was famous in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had seen them before. They are the master of those forces. Hua Qingxi recognized the identities of the 3 people at a glance. Tell me, the embodiment said. The one on the left is Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, the one on the right is Elder Feng Ming Feng of Orthodoxy Temple, and the last one is Master Gao Shui Ting of Azure Sun Temple. It's them. The embodiment understood. More than a year ago, these 3 people came to Maplewood City to investigate the Luan Feng in Clear Jade Mountain. Later, they cast a spell together with Xiao Yuyang of Star Soul Palace to open the 5-colored treasure pagoda from a distance, allowing the cultivators of Maplewood City to enter to gain experience. Yang Kai naturally saw their graceful figures at that time. Yang Kai knew them, so the embodiment naturally heard of them as well. At this moment, when he heard Hua Qingxi report their identities, the embodiment couldn't help but show a worried look. Although Yang Kai's current situation seemed to be unstoppable and his strength was amazing, the 3 people opposite him were all from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary backgrounds. The embodiment might not be their opponent. What's more, the longer Yang Kai's current state lasted, the more difficult it would be to deal with him. Once he was held back by these 3 people, his mind might really be eroded by the demon will and become a demon dweller. There's hope now. Hua Qingxi didn't notice the embodiment's worry at all and cried out in joy. While speaking, he shouted to the embodiment, "Big stone, after these three masters subdue this little bastard, we can go out." The embodiment nodded repeatedly, his face expressionless. Outside, Chen Wenhao and the others stood still. The reason why they came here was naturally because someone had left through the teleportation formation of Maplewood City and went forward to inform them. When the three major forces heard that the ancient great demon's seal was broken, and the pure demonic chi leaked out and the people around Maplewood City were plunged into misery and suffering, they didn't hesitate and directly sent the masters from the Emperor realm to investigate. As for Chen Wenhao and the other two, who had come to Maplewood City a year ago, they naturally became the first choice and took on this task without hesitation. The three set off from their own sects without stopping and used countless teleportation formations along the way to rush to Maplewood City in the shortest time possible. But when they arrived at Maplewood City, they happened to see the demonic chi dissipating and the demons regaining their consciousness. The three were surprised and puzzled, and followed the vine to find the melon. They found the source and blocked Yang Kai here. At this moment, the three were puzzled. First, the Luan Feng appeared in this small Maplewood City, and then a year later, the seal of the ancient great demon appeared. It seemed that all the major events in the world were going to happen here, which made them feel a sense of absurdity in their hearts. They couldn't see the appearance of the Yang Kai on the opposite side, and they didn't know who transformed into him, but the pure demonic chi wrapped around him gave the three of them a great sense of oppression. It was as if the demonic chi was a fatal threat to them as masters of the Emperor realm. Chapter 2102. The three of them flew all the way here and saw that all the demons had regained their consciousness. Only the person in front of them was still surrounded by the demonic chi and emitting a violent aura. "Who are you?" Chen Wenhao was the first to ask. He really wanted to know the reason why the demon in front of him didn't regain his consciousness like the other demons. Instead, he became incredibly powerful. There was no response from the other side. They could only hear a low roar coming from the demonic chi, like a mad beast. "Brother Chen, he probably doesn't have his own consciousness. Why are you talking nonsense with him?" Feng Ming said impatiently, his malicious eyes staring at Yang Kai's figure. Gao Shueting didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light, as if she wanted to see through the rich demonic chi and see Yang Kai's true face. But at this moment, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met, and an invisible collision broke out. Ugh! Gao Shueting's face turned pale. Her delicate body staggered as if she had been hit by something. Let! A low roar came out from the devil chi. It seemed to be suppressed and in extreme pain. Although the words were not spoken clearly, the three of them could still hear it. They also knew what the devil chi in front of them wanted to express. A strange look flashed in Chen Wenhao's eyes. He suddenly stepped forward. As he moved, he flicked his wrist and a long blue and white sword appeared in his hand. He said calmly, "I'll test his skills. The two of you, support me." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound was heard. Chen Wenhao had already transformed into a graceful figure, rushing away like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of Yang Kai. Chi-ing! Chi-ing! The sword light moved and the sword chi hummed. The sword momentum was like a fierce wind, and waves of sorrowful cries were heard. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks burst out in all directions. The energy sputtered in the void. The long sword was as fast as lightning. It was as dense as a rainstorm. After a while, Chen Wenhao put away his sword and stood in the same place as if he had never moved. On the other side, cracks began to appear on the demonic chi outside Yang Kai's body. They were as dense as a spider web. Some parts of his body could be vaguely seen through the cracks. His exposed skin was full of mysterious demonic patterns. But as the demonic qi rolled, these cracks were restored in the blink of an eye. Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting and Feng Ming were also extremely surprised. Kai Yang's trickiness was beyond their expectations. Die. Chen Wenhao. With the strength of his divine will. This kind of movement speed was beyond his understanding. He desperately urged the power of his divine sense to form an airtight surveillance net around his body. He wanted to use this to spy on Yang Kai's movements. Be careful. Gao Shueting's pretty face suddenly changed and she shouted. Behind Brother Chen. Feng Ming also shouted. Why did they need to remind him? The moment Yang Kai appeared behind him, Chen Wenhao had already seen through it. In a flash, the power of the laws of heaven and earth followed the heart of solitude. His long sword burst out like a meteor and stabbed backward. Ding, a crisp sound was heard. Chen Wenhao instinctively felt that he had stabbed something. But it was completely blocked. Not only that, the long sword let out a sorrowful cry, and the sword flashed wildly. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly took a step and jumped forward. A violent force burst out behind him. Although it didn't hurt him at all, it scared him quite a bit. Without waiting for him to regain his footing, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow and appeared on his right side once again. His fist was wrapped in demon qi as he ruthlessly punched out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The move was simple, but it was extremely ferocious. It could be said to be a strike that returned to its original state. There was no way to avoid it. Chen Wenhao's heart was in turmoil. As a master of the Emperor realm, he had already touched the threshold of this world's martial Tao even though he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. Even if he was facing a second-order Emperor realm master, he wouldn't be completely suppressed. He would at least have some ability to contend with them. But this inexplicable magical creature did it, relying on its miraculous movement and strange speed, making it impossible for him to contend with it one-on-one. At the critical moment, he shouted, "Water body transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly became translucent, as if he was molded from a mass of water. Yang Kai's fist directly blasted a big hole in his body, and his arm went through his chest. Chen Wenhao couldn't help but groan. He seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Facing this blow, not only did he not retreat, but he also condensed his source qi. His water body transformation suddenly shrunk and trapped one of Yang Kai's arms. At this moment, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting, who had been watching the battle from the side, made their move at the same time. A long spear appeared in Feng Ming's hand. The spear was like a flying goose, and there were traces of lightning flashing on it. It was the Emperor artifact Thunder Goose Spear that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was famous in the entire Southern Territory. Endless Thunder Rush. Feng Ming shouted. Taking advantage of the good opportunity created by Chen Wenhao, he waved his long spear, and a bolt of lightning shot out like a bolt of lightning, directly toward Yang Kai. On the other side, a small mirror suddenly appeared in the palm of Gao Shueting's hand. After she poured her source qi into it, the mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if it was a small sun hanging in the air. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Yang Kai's body. Her expression was cold and solemn, and her white dress fluttered without wind. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. A scorching aura suddenly spread out, as if it could burn everything. The rolling demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis. It quickly wriggled and turned into countless wisps of smoke, floating outside. Emperor Artifact, Blazing Sun Mirror. In the small sealed world, a projection was created by the embodiment. Hua Qingxi could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Her face was filled with excitement. She shouted loudly. She knew all three of them and had naturally heard about the artifacts they used. Even if she had never seen them before, she knew what they were after seeing them now. The long sword in Chen Wenhao's hand was also not an ordinary artifact. It was the Emperor artifact, flowing water sword. 3 great emperors' artifacts. 3 great emperors' venerable realm experts had attacked together. She seemed to have seen Yang Kai, who was like a demon king, fall. This made her smell the scent of freedom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the blazing sun shrouded the sky. Yang Kai seemed to have sensed a fatal threat. He suddenly roared, and a majestic and masculine aura suddenly erupted, completely different from the evil and violent aura from before. In the next moment, his arm that was stuck in Chen Wenhao's water transformation body suddenly swelled. Dragon scales appeared on his arm, and his entire hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. With this help, he suddenly jerked. Chen Wenhao let out a muffled groan. His water transformation body seemed to be unable to maintain, and Yang Kai broke free, leaving behind a trail of blood. Immediately after, Yang Kai turned around and grabbed towards the plasma that was bombarding him. *ci lala, Yang Kai's body trembled violently. He had actually blocked the attack of Feng Ming's secret technique with his dragon claw. However, he couldn't get rid of the numbness caused by the electric current surging through his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she increased the power of the blazing sun mirror. The demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body evaporated faster and faster, causing him to cry out in pain, as if he was suffering great torment. Die, all of you must die. A roar rang out, and the space within a radius of 12 miles suddenly changed. A kind of world principle power was added to her body, and Gao Shueting's movements couldn't help but pause. On the other side, Chen Wenhao, who had been shaken off by Yang Kai, was about to attack with his sword, but his body also sank. Space principle? Gao Shueting screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Since the 3 of them from the Emperor realm were able to reach their current level, they naturally had their own unique understanding of the world principle power. The 3 of them had comprehended the world principle power according to the secret technique or cultivation method they cultivated, and that was how they had advanced to the Emperor realm's level. Every member of the Emperor realm had a different understanding of the world principle power, and the territory they specialized in was also quite different. Only those geniuses who were blessed by the heavens could comprehend the most profound and most primitive world principle power in a unique territory. The 5 elemental principles, the true essence of various powers, and the mysteries of various divine technique were the cornerstones of the Emperor realm's gradual growth. Among them, the most difficult world principle power to comprehend were a few mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Without a doubt, the space principle was one of them, and it was almost impossible to comprehend. For countless years in the astral plane, countless great emperors had used their understanding of the world principle power to reach the peak, but no one had ever heard of anyone who used the space principle power to reach this step. The space principle power was too profound, and even the Emperor realm would shrink back at the sight of it. But right now, a demonized demon was actually using the space principle power to seal this area. Gao Shueting's breathing stopped. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already charged straight at her with the radiant sun mirror's divine might. Like a bolt of lightning, his speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already charged in front of Gao Shueting. He completely ignored this enemy who wanted to kill him, and instead threw a punch at the radiant sun mirror. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon rang out, and 12 pitch-black demonic dragons shot out from his fist, fluttering in the air. Even though Gao Shueting reacted quickly and dodged in time, she still couldn't completely avoid them. Boom! 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 The pitch-black demonic dragons collided with the radiant sun mirror, and the radiant sun mirror flickered. When Gao Shueting flew to Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao's side, her pretty face had an ugly expression, and she looked at the Emperor artifact that she had spent so much effort to refine with heartache. The radiant sun mirror seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of black gas, which damaged its spirituality. Inside the sealed world bead, Hua Qingxi was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened into a circle, and she said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Originally, She thought that with the three great emperors working together and even using their emperor artifacts, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take down Yang Kai? But after a round of confrontation, it was the three from the emperor realm who suffered losses, and Yang Kai was unstoppable. Hua Qingxi couldn't accept this at all. Chapter 2103. This is troublesome. His demonic qi can even corrode my emperor artifact. Chen Wenhao glanced at the radiant sun mirror in Gao Shueting's hand, then at his water stream sword. His expression was grave. Just like the radiant sun mirror, the water stream sword was shrouded in a faint layer of black qi. Obviously, it had been corroded by the demonic qi. Although this wouldn't damage the emperor artifact's spirituality, if it wasn't removed, the emperor artifact would lose its spirituality in the long run. It wasn't easy for an emperor artifact to be born, and every emperor artifact was cherished by the emperor realm. How could they allow such a thing to happen? What a troublesome guy. It seems like we have to get serious, Feng Ming snorted coldly. Chen Wenhao also stared at Yang Kai, but he said to Gao Shueting, "Junior sister Gao, we'll need your help." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "If the radiant sun mirror is destroyed, you'll have to compensate me." Feng Ming laughed, "It's an emperor artifact. How can it be destroyed so easily? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen if we delay." Gao Shueting waved her hand, and the blazing sun mirror flew up into the sky as if it was charging into the clouds. It didn't take long for the blazing sun mirror to merge with the scorching sun in the sky. Gao Shueting waved her hand, and her hand's seals changed. A mysterious power emanated from the radiant sun mirror, and the entire mirror began to hum. Above Wuji in the sky, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot down from the blazing sun. It struck the surface of the radiant sun mirror, penetrating it and radiating in all directions. Radiant sun sky territory. 9 suns glorious brilliance. Gao Shueting crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then, she slowly pushed it forward. The blazing light covered the entire area. The small world sealed by Yang Kai's space law made cracking sounds, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared. 9 suns appeared in the sky. The dazzling light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The sunlight from the suns was scorching hot, and the ground was scorched. Yang Kai roared. It was as if it could not withstand being surrounded by countless scorching suns, and it immediately launched an attack. He rushed forward and met a scorching sun head-on as he swung his fist. Boom! The blazing sun hanging above his head was directly shattered. But after a short while, a new blazing sun appeared in another location. Yang Kai seemed to have gone mad. He didn't believe it and smashed another scorching sun. However, the same scene appeared again, making his efforts useless. It's useless. It's in Master Gao's scorching sun sky territory. This kind of attack won't work at all. Hua Qingxi seemed to have heard of blazing sun sky's territory, and seeing Yang Kai running around in the sealed world bead, he slowly shook his head and gloated. The embodiment rolled his eyes and asked, "Then what kind of attack is considered useful?" "Of course we're going to attack the master's body," Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, "but we're in the territory of the sky of blazing Sunday. Master Gao is omnipotent. The figure she manifests should be just an illusion. I'm afraid her real body is hidden somewhere." "Is that so?" The embodiment raised the corner of his mouth and smiled meaningfully. "You know a lot." As expected of someone from Star Soul Palace. Hua Qingxi smiled proudly. If she didn't come from a supreme force in the Southern Territory like Star Soul Palace, how could she, a mere cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm, understand the mysteries of Gao Shueting's secret technique? Just as Yang Kai was crazily attacking those annoying scorching suns, a figure had already appeared beside him. The principle of sword Dao condensed on the long sword in his hand and stabbed at him slowly and cautiously. 3,000 sword Dao. Chen Wenhao shouted. The sword stabbed out. The 9 scorching suns in the sky seemed to be overshadowed. Between heaven and earth, there was only this sword that condensed Chen Wenhao's life's work. The sword flashed, blood splattered, demonic qi surged, and Yang Kai roared. This sword finally made a great contribution. It directly pierced Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, bringing with it a pool of golden blood. In pain, Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw and grasped the flowing water sword. He ignored the sharp sword edge cutting into his palm, and his other hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down on Chen Wenhao. Chen Wenhao's eyes narrowed. He wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that the strange principle of space was approaching him again, and he couldn't help but pause. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was already in front of him. Displacement transposition. Gao Shueting's voice sounded. She put her palms together and pushed forward. A scorching sun hanging high in the sky suddenly replaced Chen Wenhao and was directly shattered by the giant palm. On the other side, Chen Wenhao's figure appeared. His face was slightly pale, and he nodded to Gao Shueting to express his gratitude. If Gao Shueting hadn't used her secret technique to get him away, he would have been injured. Did you forget someone else? A voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was entangled with Chen Wenhao, Feng Ming had already rushed in front of Yang Kai with the Thunder Goose spear in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear forward and condensed his source qi, which suddenly exploded. Thunder Goose explosion. A huge thunder ball suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. It was filled with violent thunder power that could destroy the world, and it suddenly exploded beside Yang Kai. Thunder danced wildly, and silver snakes ran. The ground turned into a territory of electricity. At that moment, the demonic qi behind Yang Kai disappeared temporarily, revealing a figure full of bones. This attack seemed to have caused great damage to him. Feng Ming didn't even have the time to be happy before he saw Kai Yang suddenly turn around and send a palm towards him. You dare to look down on me? Feng Ming was furious when he saw Yang Kai casually attacking him. He pointed his spear and attacked again. However, this time, he missed. The figure in front of him disappeared. Feng Ming's heart instinctively tightened. He withdrew his spear and retreated, his face full of vigilance. After all, the person he was fighting was a terrifying existence who could use the law of space. Feng Ming did not dare to let his guard down. At the same time, Chen Wenhao also spread out his divine thought. He wanted to find Yang Kai. However, at this moment, a delicate cry suddenly sounded. Gao Shueting's figure staggered out of the empty place, followed by Yang Kai, who was brimming with murderous intent, like a demon god descending from the heavens. How could you? Gao Shueting's face was full of disbelief. She could not believe that Yang Kai was able to accurately find her hiding place in the territory of the blazing sun sky and launch a sneak attack on her. She watched as the dark figure rushed toward her. An aura of death rushed toward her. In a daze, she seemed to have heard the call of the god of death. Boundless sword principle. At this critical moment, Chen Wenhao rushed over with his sword. He pointed the flowing water sword, and endless sword qi surrounded him. It blasted toward Yang Kai like a storm. Yang Kai roared. The demonic qi on the surface of his body surged and turned into spiritual snakes that flew out. They competed with the sword qi. Qi 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 qi, the sword qi disappeared, and the spiritual snakes retreated. Yang Kai's figure appeared. Gao Shueting retreated to Chen Wenhao's side. Her face was pale, and her clothes were wet with sweat. Does this guy still have consciousness? Feng Ming widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Yang Kai used him as bait just now. He attracted everyone's attention. However, he quietly launched a sneak attack on Gao Shueting. This was not the action of a demon who had lost his mind. This was clearly a very spiritual way of fighting. Even if Feng Ming had the same strength as him, he could not have done better. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Chen Wenhao put away his sword and put his hands behind his back. His body was as still as a mountain. He was like an unsheathed sharp sword, exuding a shocking sword intent. He said, "Demon, I'll show you my sword principle today." As soon as he finished speaking, his killing intent was obvious, and his sword chi was swift. Chen Wenhao angrily activated his origin force. In an instant, his exquisite swordsmanship was fully displayed. His sword momentum condensed on the sword body and gathered the power of laws. He suddenly attacked. The moment he attacked, Gao Shueting's figure disappeared from the territory of the blazing sun sky again. However, the 9 blazing suns suspended in the air burst out with light at the same time. They turned into 9 light pillars that attacked Yang Kai and sealed the world. Feng Ming held the Thunder Goose Spear in his hand and also displayed the exquisite skills he had learned in his life. He attacked Yang Kai's vital points. In an instant, the 3 great emperors attacked together, wanting to slay the demon and protect the peace of the world. Yang Kai only roared angrily. He countered the changes by remaining unchanged. Demonic clouds rolled on his body, and he performed all kinds of simple and violent moves. He was only at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible for the 3 of them to kill him in a short time. The demonic clouds on the surface of his body had extremely strong defensive power. Even the various secret techniques and emperor artifacts of the 3 great emperors couldn't break through them. The world changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the small sealed world, Hua Qingxi was silent for a long time. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. It was a huge opportunity for a cultivator in the 3rd order Dao source realm like her to be able to observe the battle of the masters in the Emperor realm so clearly. Unfortunately, the battlefield of the masters in the Emperor realm was too dangerous. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the chance to observe it at all. However, she was lucky enough to be able to watch it from the beginning to the end. She no longer wanted Yang Kai to die as soon as possible. Instead, she fell into contemplation while watching the battle. She looked as if she had gained something. The embodiment glanced at her and raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't disturb her. When he turned his head to look at the battlefield again, the embodiment showed a deep worry. Although it seemed like they were in a stalemate on the surface, the embodiment was just a cultivator in the 1st order Dao source realm. Even with the help of the demonic chi, it was still not enough to fight against 3 masters from the Emperor realm at the same time. The fact that the embodiment kept getting injured was the best proof. This didn't matter. The key was that the embodiment didn't run away even though he knew he was no match for them. This was what worried the embodiment the most. The embodiment didn't know whether the embodiment still had his own consciousness. He tried to contact the embodiment, but he didn't get any response. On the contrary, when he secretly told the embodiment about the flaws of Gao Shueting's Radiant Sun Sky Territory secret technique, the embodiment actually paid attention to it. Otherwise, the embodiment wouldn't have dragged Gao Shueting out of her hiding place and almost severely injured her. It was definitely not a good thing for the embodiment to suddenly obtain such powerful power, and it was the evil and violent power of the ancient great demons. Once it lasted for a long time, no one could tell what would happen. Chapter 2104. A few thousand kilometers away in Maplewood City, the hundreds of thousands of cultivator in the city no longer had the joy of surviving a calamity. Instead, they all looked towards a certain direction in horror. In that direction, there was a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a deafening explosion. Duan Yuan Shan, Drunkard, Qin Chaoyang and the Dao Source Realm old ancestors of the various great families stood on the city walls, their gazes piercing through the void as if they were trying to find some clues. City Lord, Master, who is fighting over there? Liang family's old ancestor, Liang Penglu, asked in shock. Duan Yuan Shan pondered for a moment and said, "This Duan met Master Chen and the other two Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land on the way back. I think they are the ones who are causing the commotion. Master Chen Wenhao, who came to our Maplewood City last time. Xin family's old ancestor, Xin Gao Jia, narrowed his eyes. That's right. Then who is their enemy? Xin Gao Jia's face was full of shock. Chen Wenhao and the other two were all masters of the Emperor realm. Even when the three of them joined forces, they were still fighting fiercely against the unknown enemy. The sky was falling and the earth was rending, and they were unable to obtain victory in the shortest time possible. It was obvious how strong the enemy was. I don't know. Duan Yuan Shan shook his head. But at this moment, Yang Kai's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. At that time, 7 great Dao Source Realm Masters brought Qin Yu to repair the seal. In the end, there was a mistake. Zhuang Pan escaped, the 7 points black tortoise array broke by itself, Du Lishan died tragically on the spot, and Qin Chaoyang was seriously injured and unconscious. Yang Kai was eroded by the demonic qi and stood motionless, as if he was about to turn into a demon. It was possible that Yang Kai lost his mind and became a demon. But with his foundation, even if he became a demon, could he fight against the 3 masters of the Emperor realm? Duan Yuan Shan shook his head and dispelled the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What's more, the strange ancient demonic qi had completely disappeared, and the demonic creatures whose minds had been eroded had recovered. Yang Kai should be the same. Rumble, suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Along with this sound, the Yuan qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something. They quickly converged in a certain direction. What happened? Xin Gaojia was the first to react, looking towards a certain direction in Maplewood City in astonishment. Duan Yuan Shan also turned his head, and after taking a look for a while, he exclaimed in joy, "Someone in the city is about to advance to the Dao Source realm. Whose disciple is it?" The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and slowly shook their heads, indicating that it was not their clansman. Let's go and take a look. This is an omen of great prosperity after our Maplewood City's calamity. Duan Yuan Shan shouted loudly, using his source qi to stimulate his voice. It was enough for all the cultivator in the city to hear it clearly. As the city lord of a city, he naturally had to reassure the people at this moment. This promotion phenomenon just happened to give him the space to do so. No matter who this person was, to be able to cause a change in the Yuan qi of heaven and earth at this juncture was a good thing for the cultivator who had survived the disaster in Maplewood City. It was not a bad thing. Not long after, everyone then flew to the front of the most superior cave residence. Outside the cave mansion, an old woman, a middle-aged beauty, and a young girl stood quietly in front of the cave mansion. Miss Xiaoqi? Duan Yuan Shan glanced at the young girl, a stunned look on his face. It was normal for him to recognize Mo Xiaoqi. After all, they had fought together against the demonic creatures and the demonic qi. Although Mo Xiaoqi was only a third-order origin king, Duan Yuan Shan did not underestimate her in the slightest. Because of the time they spent together, Duan Yuan Shan discovered that the origin of this young girl was quite mysterious. She was also very knowledgeable and profound. Most importantly, Mo Xiaoqi looked only 16 or 17 years old this year. A 16 or 17-year-old third-order origin king, even a great sect like Heavenly Martial Holy Land might not be able to nurture such a person. Only Star Soul Palace had such a possibility. For a while, Duan Yuan Shan even regarded Mo Xiaoqi as a secret disciple of Star Soul Palace. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate her. City Lord Duan, seniors, Mo Xiaoqi smiled faintly and greeted everyone. Miss Xiaoqi, the person who broke through. Duan Yuan Shan went straight to the point and asked. It's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Mo Xiaoqi did not intend to hide it. Kong Si ran. Duan Yuan Shan was shocked, and the old ancestors of the other families also opened their eyes wide, as if they had heard something extremely impossible. Spirit Pill Plaza was the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and all the masters in Maplewood City naturally knew about it. They also knew about Kong Si Ran. But it was precisely because they knew about him that they were confused. How could Kong Si Ran break through to the Dao Source realm? His martial Dao had already reached the end, and his aptitude was only enough for him to reach the Third Order Origin King realm. He might not be able to break through to the Dao Source realm in his lifetime, but his hope was only 1 in 10,000. Hearing that it was Kong Si Ran's breakthrough to the Dao Source realm, everyone was surprised. A strange look flashed across Duan Yuan Shan's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. So, it's shopkeeper Kong. Congratulations. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Although Kong Si Ran had always lived in Maplewood City, his origin and identity did not belong to Maplewood City, so his breakthrough did not have much effect on Maplewood City. This was also the reason for Duan Yuan Shan's change in mood. Shopkeeper Kong must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Xian Gaojia had a thoughtful expression on his face. If not for this opportunity, with Kong Si Ran's aptitude and ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Dao Source realm so suddenly. Moreover, judging from the time, it seemed that he had started his secluded cultivation when the demonic qi besieged the city. Daring to enter secluded cultivation at that time to prepare for his breakthrough meant that Kong Si Ran had full confidence in his breakthrough. This kind of thing should wait until shopkeeper Kong comes out of seclusion, and seniors can ask him yourselves, Mo Shaoqi replied with a smile. Duan Yuan Shan nodded and said, naturally. While they were talking, the phenomenon in the sky had completely manifested. World energy erupted, and the world energy baptism began. The black clouds turned into pure attacks that fell from the sky, piercing through the void. They hit Kong Si Ran. Inside the secluded mansion, Kong Si Ran's roar immediately rang out, as if he was enduring great pain, causing the scalps of those who heard it to tingle. Sword Chi rampaged, 9 suns shrouded, and spear Chi flickered, transforming into a flood dragon. Back and forth leisurely. Besieged by the 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters, Yang Kai's demonic Qi tumbled, fighting to the death without retreating. It was as if he didn't know what pain was, and his body was already covered with wounds. Even with the powerful restorative abilities of the demonic Qi and golden blood, the injuries caused by the Emperor artifact of the Emperor realm couldn't be healed in a short time. The principal strength that accompanied it was eroding Yang Kai's vitality, gradually worsening his injuries. Bathed in blood, Yang Kai fought bravely. The 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters worked together. Although they were able to suppress Yang Kai and constantly injure him, the more they fought, the more fearful they became. It was also fortunate that the 3 of them had rushed here together. If they were to face this demon alone, none of them would have the confidence to contend against him. This demon's ferocity and bloodthirstiness was something that the 3 of them had never seen before in their lives. Just as the battle was about to reach its climax, suddenly, from a distant location, an extremely loud bird's cry rang out. Screech, that clear and melodious voice pierced through space and entered the ears of everyone. It was like the sorrowful cry of an ancient divine phoenix, and its voice contained boundless anxiety and rage. The moment the sound rang out, Yang Kai, who was fighting the 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters, suddenly paused, as if he had been struck by lightning, and the demonic qi around his body suddenly tumbled. Seeing this, Chen Wenhao and the others hurriedly retreated to the side and vigilantly defended. Without knowing whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying, they didn't dare to advance in the slightest. In a battle between masters, any negligence could be fatal. What was that sound? Feng Ming asked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting slowly shook their heads. The 3 of them looked up and saw that Yang Kai had suddenly turned his head and was looking in a certain direction. Following his gaze, the 3 of them immediately saw that in the distant horizon, a fiery red light was rapidly flying towards them. She's here. In the small sealed world, the embodiment also saw this scene clearly through the image transmission and couldn't help but be overjoyed. What is that? Although Hua Qingxi had used all of her eyesight, she was still unable to clearly see what this fiery red light was. She could only vaguely sense that this fiery red light contained an unimaginably terrifying power. His artifact spirit. The embodiment replied. Artifact spirit? Hua Qingxi frowned and immediately said in surprise, artifact spirit transformation. An artifact spirit was an incorporeal being, born from an artifact and extinguished along with it. But this artifact spirit in front of them could actually transform by itself, so it was obviously not an ordinary artifact spirit. She suddenly remembered that in the information she had inquired before, it was said that at the auction in Maplewood City more than a year ago, a transformed artifact spirit was auctioned. Could it be this one in front of them? However, how could a mere artifact spirit reverse this stalemate? Hua Qingxi really didn't know what Big Rock was so happy about. I hope your appearance can awaken the consciousness of the main body. The embodiment secretly prayed in his heart. Yang Kai had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the three masters from the Emperor realm, but he still refused to retreat. This was definitely not a good thing. The embodiment had been trying to call out to the main body and ask him to leave, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to awaken the main body's consciousness. At this moment, Lu Yen suddenly arrived. With the spiritual connection between her and the main body, perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. The fact was indeed as the embodiment expected. The moment Lu Yen appeared in the distance, Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuations suddenly became chaotic. He stood quietly in place, looking at the fiery red light in the distance that was rapidly approaching. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, and then he began to struggle violently. Screech, the clear and loud screech pierced Yang Kai's heart like a sharp sword. The fiery red light was like a prairie fire, burning fiercely in Yang Kai's consciousness. The inseparable spiritual connection between him and the artifact spirit also played a vital role at this moment. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became clear for a moment. In the next moment, he realized that he was in a dangerous situation, and his brows furrowed. The situation has changed. Let's end this quickly. Chen Wenhao saw that Yang Kai's situation was not right, so he immediately shouted in a low voice and prepared to use his ultimate move to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Chapter 2105. Hearing this, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also activated their source power. Master, why are you so ruthless? Yang Kai suddenly spoke. The three from the Emperor realm were stunned. From the beginning of the battle until now, Yang Kai had only spoken a few words, but what he said before was like a roar of a person who had lost his mind. But now, his voice was extremely stable, and it was obvious that he had his own thoughts. Demon, don't be long-winded. Today, either you die or we die. Chen Wenhao suddenly shouted. He pointed the long sword in his hand, and the 3,000 laws of sword Dao pressed down on Yang Kai. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also attacked at the same time. Yang Kai's breath stagnated. After regaining his mind, he completely felt the horror of the powerhouses from the Emperor realm. The combined force of these three was definitely not something he could resist now. Previously, he was able to tangle with them for so long completely because of the demonic thoughts, which drove his survival and killing instincts. But now, facing the shocking joint attack of the three great emperors, Yang Kai immediately felt a fatal threat. He tapped his feet repeatedly and retreated. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly burst out with dark light. When the three from the Emperor realm met that pitch-black pupil, their movements couldn't help but become sluggish. In that black pupil, there seemed to be the evolution of the world, as if there were stars, sun, and moon alternating. A desolate and ancient aura suddenly filled the air. The sky was dark. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. The pitch-black darkness enveloped heaven and earth, turning into a cage that covered an area of 100 miles. No matter how dazzling the sword and spear shadows. Even if the 9 suns in the sky shone together, they still couldn't penetrate this seal of darkness. The 3 from the Emperor realm who had joined forces felt their hearts skip a beat. Their companions who were just inches away suddenly disappeared. When they released their divine senses, it was also disrupted by the endless power of darkness and was extremely chaotic. That darkness seemed to extend to the end of the world, causing the entire world to sink. After the 3 great emperors experienced the initial panic, they immediately calmed down. Their emotions immediately calmed down and they all made hand seals at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword rays flew out at the same time. The thunder goose spear turned into a lightning flood dragon and soared into the sky. The 9 suns exploded with a dazzling radiance and exploded. A glimmer of light appeared in the boundless darkness. Soon after, the ray of light expanded rapidly, until the darkness was completely dispelled. The 3 of them stood in the air and looked around. They were the only ones left here. As for the devil, he was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had run off to. They looked at each other. The faces of the 3 turned extremely ugly. They used their divine senses to cover the ground, but they couldn't pinpoint the direction of the fiend's escape. What kind of divine technique is this? Feng Ming's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Chen Wenhao shook her head. I don't know. We have to report this matter to the sect as soon as possible, and we have to make a trip to the Star Soul Palace. The Star Soul Palace might know something about the birth of the ancient giant demon's demonic consciousness. Gao Shueting put away her scorching sun mirror and stroked its surface. There were traces of dark energy on the mirror. It was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be removed. A distressed expression appeared on her face. Junior Sister Gao's words are reasonable. There's no time to lose. We have to immediately set off for the Star Soul Palace. I hope the great emperors can see through this. As Chen Wenhao spoke, he reached out and took out a jade pendant. After pouring his divine sense into it, he crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, a complicated and strange pattern appeared in front of him. It flashed and disappeared with the wind. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also used different secret techniques to transmit what they had seen and heard to the sect's headquarters. The 3 of them immediately set off for the Star Soul Palace. They planned to visit the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and ask for answers. As for whether the escaped fiend would go to the nearby Maplewood City, it was no longer their concern. The fiend's actions were mysterious and tyrannical. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they couldn't kill him. In the end, the barrier divine technique that the fiend used made the 3 of them tremble in fear. If the fiend had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the 3 of them would have been injured or killed. They didn't take the small Maplewood City seriously. If they hadn't known that the ancient great demon's seal was broken, they wouldn't have come to such a place with their status. After a short while, the wilderness regained its tranquility. At the same time, in Maplewood City, a beautiful young woman with an ice-cold expression quietly entered the city. She wore a fiery red robe that resembled the rosy clouds. Countless cultivator survivors couldn't help but look at this beautiful young woman when they saw her. However, there were also some people who faintly sensed that this beautiful young woman had a spiritual nature that was different from ordinary people. She was elegant and violent, making it hard for people to fathom her. After a short while, the young woman took out a sound bead and poured her divine sense into it. It seemed like she was communicating with someone. After a short while, she put away the sound bead and went into a deserted alley. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The young woman seemed to have sensed something and turned her head around. After seeing the young girl, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You must be little sister Shao-Chi, right?" Mo Shao-Chi furrowed her brows and looked behind the young woman. However, she didn't see the familiar figure. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you?" Did Big Brother Yang ask you to look for me? That's right. The young woman nodded. She stretched out her hand and the sound bead appeared in her palm. This is indeed what I gave to Big Brother Yang. Mo Shaoqi nodded and asked again, where is Big Brother Yang? I heard from City Lord Duan that he was corroded by the demonic qi outside the city. Is he okay? She looked extremely nervous and worried about Yang Kai's safety. My master's life isn't in danger for the time being. It's just that he has some minor problems, so it's inconvenient for him to meet you. So, he asked me to inform you, little sister Shaoqi, the young woman replied. It's good that he's okay. Mo Shaoqi was relieved. She glanced at the young woman and asked with a smile, Big sister, how should I address you? Master gave me the name Lu Yan, the young woman replied. A strange look appeared on Mo Shaoqi's face and she said, Big Brother Yang seems to be in the First Order Dao Source realm, right? Big sister Lu Yan, you are also in the First Order Dao Source realm. Why do you call him Master? Lu Yan pursed her lips and smiled, without Master, I wouldn't be who I am today. Master has given me a new lease of life. Mo Shaoqi curled her lips and said, forget it. It's none of my business anyway. Big sister, what are you going to do next? Under Master's orders, I'm going to stay in the Zhang family's old mansion outside the city. And Master also ordered me to take the Zhang family's people with me, Lu Yan said. Since Big Brother Yang said so, come with me, Mo Shaoqi said. Lu Yan shook her head and said, Shopkeeper Kong is at the critical moment of his breakthrough, right? Are the city lord master and the others in front of your cave mansion? Yes, Mo Shaoqi nodded. Lu Yan smiled slightly and said, it's not convenient for me to meet City Lord Duan and the others. Please send the Zhang family's people out of the city, Miss Shaoqi. I'll wait for you outside the city. After saying so, Lu Yan turned into a stream of light and shot out of the city. At the same time, Duan Yuan Shan, who was waiting in front of his cave mansion, seemed to have sensed something and glanced in the direction of Lu Yan. He said in surprise, what a strange aura. Another Dao Source realm cultivator? On the other side, after Mo Shaoqi saw Lu Yan disappear, she looked around curiously. She rolled her eyes and said suspiciously, she doesn't have any human aura. This sister is really strange. Although she was curious about what Lu Yan was, since she was related to Yang Kai, Mo Shaoqi pretended not to know. However, she also understood why Lu Yan said it was not convenient for her to meet City Lord Duan and the others. Duan Yuan Shan was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. He might be able to see through her at a glance. Mo Shaoqi shook her head. Mo Shaoqi rushed in the direction of her cave mansion. Half an hour later, outside the city, Mo Shaoqi brought the Zhang family's people to Lu Yan. The Zhang family's people probably heard something from Mo Shaoqi, so they didn't feel any sense of rejection towards Lu Yan. Instead, after noticing her profound cultivation, they all saluted her with a solemn expression. Lu Yan's powerful cultivation in the First-Order Dao Source realm alone wasn't something the Zhang family could ignore. What's more, she had a master-servant relationship with Yang Kai. You must be little Miss Ruoxi, right? You're really pure and lovely. Lu Yan's eyes swept over the Zhang family's people and finally fixed on Zhang Ruoxi. While smiling, a trace of suspicion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi differently. The little girl's body probably hadn't matured yet. Although she was beautiful, if Yang Kai really wanted a woman, would he need to find a little girl? With his current cultivation, he could get any woman he wanted with just a few words. What's more, with Lu Yan's understanding of Yang Kai, he wasn't the kind of man who was lustful. As for her cultivation, Zhang Ruoxi was a second-order Saint King. How could such a cultivation help Yang Kai? Therefore, Lu Yan was puzzled. Ruoxi greets Master Lu Yan. When Zhang Ruoxi heard Lu Yan call her name, her pretty face blushed and she saluted with a slightly flustered look. Lu Yan smiled back. Master Lu Yan, sir. Zhang Ruo, she bit her red lips and summoned her courage to ask. The old woman and the beautiful woman of the Zhang family also looked over nervously, wanting to know the whereabouts and safety of Yang Kai. Master is fine, you don't have to worry. He's just a little weak after being eroded by the demonic qi. He's currently recuperating and will be back in a few days, Lu Yan explained. Then this old lady can rest assured, the Zhang family matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ruoxi and the others also looked relieved. Little sister Shao Qi, I'll take them back first, Lu Yan said to Mo Shao Qi. Mo Shao Qi nodded, and I'll see big brother Yang when he comes back. The two parties bid farewell. Lu Yan and the Zhang family rushed to their residence outside the city and returned in a short time. After returning home, the Zhang family treated Lu Yan like a guest of honor and arranged the best room for him. Lu Yan told everyone that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, so he closed the doors and windows and set up a barrier to isolate the inside from the outside world. In the room, she opened her mouth and spat out a longan-sized bead. She held it in the palm of her hand and stared at it. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry, no longer as relaxed as before. This bead was the sealed world bead. At that time, Yang Kai was awakened by Lu Yan's appearance. He forced himself to use the ancient great demon's secret technique to imprison the three masters of the Emperor realm with the power of darkness. Then, he used the space secret technique to meet up with Lu Yan. After handing the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping, he hid in it to seek refuge. Chapter 2106. Before Yang Kai hid in the sealed world bead, he had hurriedly explained some things to Lu Yan. Lu Yan's identity was quite special, so it was not convenient for him to move around, so Yang Kai had him temporarily stay in the Zhang family's residence outside the city. During the moment when his mind was clear, Yang Kai considered a lot of things. His current state was undoubtedly very dangerous. Not to mention the possibility of losing his mind and turning into a demon. If he did not hide in the sealed world bead and wantonly wandered outside, Chen Wenhao and the others were bound to catch him and kill him. What's more, in his bloodthirsty state, he had an instinctive desire to kill. If he accidentally broke into Maplewood City, the entire city would likely be slaughtered by him. He only had one place to go, the small sealed world. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's consciousness was groggy and muddled. If it were not for the seven-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea protecting the last trace of Yang Kai's consciousness, he would have already lost himself in the powerful force and lost his sense of self. At this moment, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was entangled with the demonic sense of the ancient great demon. Both sides were evenly matched, leaving Yang Kai at his wit's end. If it was just a crisis in his knowledge sea, it would have been fine. With the powerful effect of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was confident that he would not lose his mind. However, his body had accumulated an unimaginable amount of ancient pure demonic qi. When the demonic sense entered his body, it covered a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Even the demonic qi of the demons gathered in his body. Although the soul-warming lotus was powerful, its effect was only on the soul and had no effect on the physical body. If the problem of his physical body was not solved, he would fall into the ancient demonic path sooner or later. The roaring and roaring continued. It was extremely oppressive and terrifying. Affected by Yang Kai's emotions, the world energy in the small sealed world bead was chaotic. Hua Qingxi's face was pale as she hid under the Dharmakeya's feet. She used the Dharmakeya's thick thighs as a shelter from the wind. Her beautiful eyes stared in horror in the direction of the sound. Her powerful cultivation base in the third-order Tao source realm was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the tides of power set off by Yang Kai. She was in danger of being overturned at any time. The avatar's expression was grave as well. Her bright eyes were filled with worry, but there was nothing she could do. Gradually, the roars became louder and louder, Yang Kai seemingly acting on instinct and frantically destroying everything inside the small sealed world. Sand and stones flew everywhere, the earth cracked, the mountain range rose and fell, and gravel rolled down. At a certain moment, the endless roars suddenly stopped. The earth-shattering commotion also disappeared at once. Hua Qingxi silently sensed for a moment before asking with difficulty, "What's going on over there?" The embodiment squinted his eyes, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. He said in a deep voice, it seems like he regained his consciousness for a moment. "What do you think will happen if I go over and beg him to let me out now?" Hua Qingxi really couldn't stand the torment of being on tenterhooks, and a ridiculous idea sprouted in the depths of her heart. "You can give it a try." The embodiment glanced at her leisurely. All of a sudden, he raised his head and looked into the distance, and exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Yes, maybe that thing has a miraculous effect." "What is it?" Hua Qingxi asked in surprise. The embodiment ignored her, and the beautiful woman couldn't help but pout. On the other side, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden with the help of his divine sense's temporary sobriety. He realized his biggest problem the last time he was sober, and that was the surging demonic qi in his body. The problem of demonic qi couldn't be solved. He would never be able to get rid of the demonic qi of the ancient great demon. He suddenly thought of the immortal tree planted in the medicine garden. The immortal tree was immortal and indestructible, existing forever in the world. If he could find a way to integrate it into his body, not only would he be able to achieve the legendary immortal and indestructible body, but the power of the immortal tree would probably be enough to resist the demonic qi in his body and suppress it. The sealed world bead was refined by Yang Kai, and the sealed world bead was his only heart. He arrived at the medicine garden in an instant and sat cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, silently circulating his secret art, trying to draw the power of the immortal tree into his body. When he obtained the immortal tree at the beginning of the year, he tried to refine it, but he couldn't do anything about it. But at that time, he was only a first-order origin king. Perhaps it was because his strength wasn't high enough. At this moment, he had reached the first-order Tao source realm, which was an entire great realm higher than before. It was indeed necessary to give it a try. But soon, he helplessly found that even though he had reached the first-order Tao source realm, he couldn't draw any of the power of the immortal tree. The immortal tree, which wasn't very tall, took root in the medicine garden and exuded shocking vitality, making the entire sealed world bead seem full of vitality, but he couldn't use it. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of despair in his heart. Normally, this kind of emotion wouldn't be a big deal. But now, he was entangled by the ancient demonic qi, and as soon as this feeling of despair was born, it was expanded infinitely by the ancient demonic qi. In an instant, the entire sealed world bead was filled with this kind of heavy atmosphere. Even Hua Qingxi, who was far away, was shrouded in this kind of despair. Her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she was about to cry. Infected by this kind of emotion, she seemed to see herself trapped in this strange space for the rest of her life, alone for the rest of her life. Even until death, she would only be accompanied by Big Stone. She hurriedly reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes, her fingers becoming wet. The embodiment sighed heavily. "Why do I suddenly feel so sad?" Hua Qingxi raised her head and looked at the embodiment. She kept wiping the corners of her eyes with her white hands, but the tears in the corners of her eyes were like broken pearls. She wiped them again and again, and there was no end to them. The embodiment stretched out his door-sized hand and patted Hua Qingxi's head gently. The beautiful woman's body suddenly shrank, and she cried out tenderly, "I'm so sad, why are you crying like this?" "Ugh, I hate it, I can't stop my tears." As she spoke, her eyes were already red and swollen like peaches. "Huh!" The embodiment exclaimed again, and with this exclamation, he suddenly stood up and looked straight into the distance, as if he had seen an extremely incredible scene. His eyes, which seemed to be embedded in his stone head, trembled violently due to the ups and downs of his emotions. He cried out involuntarily, "This is..." In the medicine garden, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, trying to draw out the power of the immortal tree, but to no avail. Unintentionally, he had drawn in another force. The gold and silver tree planted next to the immortal tree suddenly trembled slightly, and 2 rays of light gushed out from the trunk. 1 gold, 1 silver. Extremely pure. The gold and silver rays of light were like fairies fluttering in the wind, turning into specks of silver and gold light, and like dancing butterflies, they flew around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned. This gold and silver tree was planted from the seed he obtained after killing the wood spirit, and it had grown since then. At that time, the seed was also gold and silver, and each of the 2 colors occupied half of the seed. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of seed it was. It was just that the wood spirit had existed for a long time, and its birth must have been a result of the exotic ancient tree's sentience. In other words, the gold and silver seeds must be the seeds of an exotic ancient tree. He planned to slowly inquire about it in the future. But at this moment, the gold and silver tree exuded such power, which made him slightly absent-minded. While he was still in a daze, the golden and silver profound lights had already shot into his body and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled, and then showed a wry smile. He had no idea what the gold and silver rays of light could do or what harm they could do, but now that his demonic chi was surging, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Kai simply let them enter his body. The next moment, his body suddenly shook, and his eyes widened, bursting with light. The demonic chi that had been surging on the surface of his body seemed to be restrained by something, roaring and hissing as it drilled into his body through his pores. Not long after, Kai Yang's figure reappeared. At the same time, the demonic chi in his body was being compressed and solidified by a mysterious force, gathering in a certain part of his body. Although the demonic chi was terrifying, the mysterious force was also inconceivably powerful. It was like herding sheep, driving all the demonic chi to his lower abdomen. Then, a burning pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth to cry out in pain when the burning heat suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold. He couldn't help but shiver, and the blood in his body almost froze. Before he could adapt, the feeling turned into burning heat again, and then cold again, and again. He didn't know how many times this went on, but Yang Kai was almost tortured to death. Suddenly, a dazzling gold and silver ray of light bloomed from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he vaguely realized something. He tore off his clothes and looked down. He saw that at his lower abdomen, the gold and silver rays of light were like 2 fish, connected head and tail, swimming quickly. And as they swam, a mysterious and wonderful pattern gradually took shape, appearing like a brand. After a while, the gold and silver rays of light burst out with an even more dazzling light and disappeared in a flash. Kai Yang let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. A gentle breeze blew, and the small sealed world was quiet. Only the embodiment in the distance was muttering to himself, "What the hell was that? What was that?" Hua Qingxi walked out of the shadow of infinite grief, rubbing her eyes and asking shyly, "Is that guy dead?" The embodiment glanced at her and grinned, "Sorry to disappoint you, but he's alive and well." "Damn it." Hua Qingxi gnashed her teeth for a while. "He made me cry like a little girl." She was ashamed and resentful, and said fiercely, "If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man." After saying that, she looked at the embodiment and said, "Big Stone, you will help me, right?" "Oh. Do you have a plan to take revenge?" The embodiment looked at her with interest. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind, and said confidently, "A hero can't resist the charms of a beauty." Hearing this, the embodiment nodded and praised. Chapter 2107. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai slowly woke up after an unknown amount of time had passed. The moment he opened his eyes, the previous scenes immediately appeared in his mind. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately sat up, frowning as he sensed the situation in his body. To his surprise and bewilderment, the devil chi that had caused him so much trouble had actually vanished without a trace in his body. Instead, there was an indescribable pain in his lower abdomen. It was like a burning pain, but also like a freezing pain. It was extremely strange. He quickly looked down and saw a strange gold and silver pattern on his lower abdomen. It was like a brand that had appeared on his flesh. What is this? Yang Kai was puzzled and looked at the brand. However, just as his consciousness was immersed in the imprint, his vision suddenly turned black. It was as if the entire world had turned dark. In that boundless darkness, there was a berserk aura roaring furiously, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle and escape. Yang Kai was shocked and bit the tip of his tongue. A tingling sensation came, allowing his mind to clear up. When he looked again, where was the boundless darkness? Everything he saw before was just an illusion. A seal? He raised his brow, showing a surprised and shocked expression. At this moment, he had completely figured out what had happened. The gold and silver pattern branded on his lower abdomen was obviously a very profound seal. All the demonic chi in his body and the trace of demonic sense in his knowledge sea were suppressed by this seal in his lower abdomen, not allowing the slightest bit of it to leak out. Is there such a thing in this world? He whispered, his expression changing. How strong was the demonic chi? How ferocious was the demonic sense? He had personally experienced it. With his strength, after being entangled by the demonic chi and controlled by the demonic sense, he was still able to fight a fierce battle with 3 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It was obvious how tyrannical he was. However, at this moment, a naturally formed seal had suppressed all of them. If he hadn't deliberately tried to pry into it, he wouldn't have been able to do so. He couldn't detect the demonic chi and demonic thoughts in his body, so how mysterious and powerful was this seal? Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look at the gold and silver tree. In the next moment, his expression froze. The originally thriving gold and silver trees now looked like they were malnourished. The leaves were withered and yellow, and their heads drooped. The original gold and silver lights were nowhere to be seen. He looked like Yuan Qi was seriously injured. That seal. Clearly, it was formed by the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree. That was why the gold and silver tree became like this after that power was extracted. The gold and silver trees had only existed in the herb garden for about a year. However, the medicine garden in the small sealed world contained countless heavy earths and 5 earth vein beads, which were extremely suitable for the growth of spirit grasses and medicines. Survive in the herb garden for a year. Basically, it was equivalent to living in the outside world for 100 years. The century-old essence of the gold and silver tree had been sucked dry by Yang Kai. Forming a natural seal to suppress the demonic will of the ancient demonic chi was not too outrageous. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. If he was right, he wouldn't have to worry about being eroded by the demonic will in the future. Although he didn't know how long the seal in his lower abdomen would last, as long as he gave the gold and silver tree another year, it would be able to regenerate that mysterious power. At that time, even if the seal loosened, Yang Kai could continue to use the power of the gold and silver tree to suppress it. He was very curious. What kind of ancient exotic tree was this? How could it have such powerful power? Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the embodiment and Hua Qing Si appeared not far from Yang Kai at the same time. You've solved your problem? The embodiment stared at Yang Kai. He couldn't feel any demonic chi from him, so he couldn't help but feel strange. Yang Kai nodded, and with a move of his divine sense, he poured all kinds of information into the embodiment. After a moment of contemplation, the embodiment understood everything and nodded, so that's how it is. He also looked at the gold and silver tree, his eyes bursting with light. Little brother, how are you? Hua Qingxi forced a smile, but her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai's previous display of power had left a psychological shadow that was very difficult to erase. The man surnamed Fu, who was on par with her, was killed with a single palm strike. Although Yang Kai didn't kill her immediately, as a prisoner, she didn't feel safe. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her charm and said, "Your previous state made me very worried." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently and said, "Let me ask you a question." "Little brother, please ask away," Hua Qingxi said embarrassedly. "Do you recognize this tree?" Yang Kai pointed at the gold and silver tree and asked. In his opinion, since Hua Qingxi was from the Star Soul Palace and had extraordinary strength, she should be very knowledgeable. Maybe she would know something. But to his disappointment, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes were full of confusion when she looked at the strange tree. Obviously, she didn't recognize it. On the other hand, the immortal tree on the side exuded a shocking aura of life, which made Hua Qingxi take a few more glances at it. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "This is the immortal tree," Yang Kai explained. Hua Qingxi's delicate body shook and an extremely shocked expression appeared on her face. Then, her expression changed drastically and she covered her ears with both hands. While shaking her head, she muttered, "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Yang Kai was stunned and glanced at the embodiment, saying, "Is this woman crazy?" The embodiment chuckled, "The more you know, the more dangerous your situation is. She's very smart. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at Hua Qingxi with ridicule, saying, "Whether you listen or not, you won't be able to obtain your freedom." "Stinking brat." Hua Qingxi suddenly looked angry. She gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "Have I ever offended you? Why do you torture me like this? Have you forgotten who saved your life when you were in danger before? It was me. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have died in the hands of that bastard Fu Sitong. Not only are you ungrateful, but you repay kindness with ingratitude. I was really blind to want to save you. If I had known this would happen, would have let you die. At least I wouldn't have to suffer the pain of imprisonment." She looked sad and indignant. Standing on the moral high ground, she criticized Yang Kai. Her words were righteous and strict. There was a sonorous sound. When she got to the point where she was agitated, her pretty face was red with anger and her chest rose and fell violently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at her with interest. When she finished, he slowly shook his head and said, "At that time, whether you did or not, Fu Sitong couldn't hurt me. If he really dared to do it, he would only suffer losses." In this regard, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Although he couldn't control his own body at that time, how could the boundless demonic qi that wrapped around his body be so easy to break? If Fu Sitong really did attack him, he would only be devoured by the demonic qi. Even if that's the case, you can't deny my intention to save you. I am your savior, so you can't treat me like this and imprison me here, Hua Qingxi said through gritted teeth. Don't tell me you don't have selfish motives for saving me. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Hua Qingxi said angrily, I have no grievances with you, and I don't even know you before. What selfish motives do I have? Do you think you're so handsome that I've taken a liking to you? You are from Star Soul Palace, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked without thinking. That's right. Hua Qingxi replied haughtily and threatened fiercely, I am indeed from the Star Soul Palace. If you know what's good for you, you'd better release me quickly. Otherwise, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Although I didn't kill Hanlang, I was present at the scene. When he died, I was there, Yang Kai said with narrowed eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hua Qingxi evaded his question with a guilty look on her face. Yang Kai chuckled. Fu Sitong appeared in Maplewood City to investigate the cause of Ning Yuan Cheng's death. But aren't you here to investigate Han Ling's death? He said with a look of understanding, apart from that, I really can't figure out why you masters would condescend to come to a small place like Maplewood City. I was just passing by, I couldn't. Hua Qingxi said stubbornly. You really came here to investigate Han Ling's death? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. If he was only guessing before, then he was completely sure now. When he said those words just now, he was completely sure. Hua Qingxi's mood fluctuated slightly. If they were outside, Yang Kai might not be able to detect it, but inside the small sealed world, nothing could escape his divine sense. Are you trying to trick me? Hua Qingxi was startled and shouted in exasperation. You actually came to investigate the cause of the death of an abandoned disciple. It seems that Han Ling either has an extraordinary background or is hiding some kind of secret. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin as if he was talking to himself. In fact, his divine sense had never left Hua Qingxi, the former is unlikely. It is said that Han Ling was hunted down by your Star Soul Palace disciples countless times. If he really had some kind of background, he wouldn't have been treated like this. So, it is the latter possibility? This old lady will kill you. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed and pushed the source qi in her body, wanting to attack Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai's previous performance made her very wary, the current Yang Kai was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm, so Hua Qingxi should be able to deal with him. But she was obviously too naive. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and the world principles suddenly changed, directly freezing Hua Qingxi in midair. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. In desperation, she could only shoot a glance at the embodiment. Yang Kai looked at the embodiment strangely and said, Didn't you tell her that in this world, everything is under my control? She didn't ask, the embodiment chuckled. Then why did she shoot you a glance? Probably to ask me to join her, the embodiment said with an innocent expression. Hey, why are you guys talking so enthusiastically? Hua Qingxi was shocked and shouted at the embodiment, Big Stone, don't you want to regain your freedom? Now is the best time, why don't you act quickly? The embodiment spread his hands at her and said, There's nothing I can do. My condolences. Hua Qingxi was left with no other choice. She could only bite her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Yang Kai pitifully and said in a soft voice, Little brother, I was wrong. Please let me down. The embodiment was shocked and said, Where is your integrity? No one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Hua Qingxi glared at the embodiment angrily and gnashed her teeth, Traitor. The embodiment suddenly looked embarrassed. Chapter 2108. I never agreed to join forces with you, so how am I a traitor? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi innocently. I don't care. Stop pestering me. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Tell me, what is Han Ling's secret? I don't know. Hua Qingxi replied simply. Ha. Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, It seems that you haven't figured out how awkward your current situation is. Since that's the case, let's talk again when you're more clear-headed. Having said that, he waved his hand. Hua Qingxi, who was floating in the air, suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai had thrown her somewhere in the small sealed world bead. Immediately, Yang Kai made a few hand seals and sent a few seals into the air. It seemed that he was using some kind of secret technique to target Hua Qingxi. Although this woman has a low IQ. She's not a bad person, the embodiment suddenly said. I know. Yang Kai nodded, If she didn't want to save me, I wouldn't have sent her here. I would have killed her long ago. It's good that you have a sense of propriety. After the embodiment finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai's body and said, You'd better deal with your injuries as soon as possible. In the previous battle, because of the demon sense, he was not afraid of death. As a result, he fought endlessly with the three great masters of the Emperor realm and was injured many times. The principal strength of the three great emperors lingered around his wounds, making it difficult for him to heal. If it were an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator, they would have suffered such injuries. Apart from taking some pills to prevent the injuries from worsening, there was no other way to deal with it. But in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai could use the world principles of this space to get rid of the residual principal strength entangling his wounds. After 3 days, Yang Kai finally finished treating his injuries. With the help of the astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree in the medicine garden, as well as his own powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai's injuries had basically healed. There were no traces of injuries on his body, but after a great battle, he was still weak. He had to rest for a few days before he could fully recover. He left the small sealed world. He showed up in the guest room of the Zhang family. Lu Yan had been standing guard in front of the sealed world bead all this time. When she saw Yang Kai appear, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with joy, "Master." While speaking, she glanced back and forth at Yang Kai to make sure that he was safe and sound. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded at her and reached out to retrieve the sealed world bead. "Very good, you've also advanced to the Dao Source realm. Congratulations." Previously, Lu Yan had been sleeping in the magma under the Yuan Furnace Mountain, absorbing the scorching heat of the magma. Yang Kai felt that she was about to advance, but after waiting for a month without any news, he had no choice but to set off for Maplewood City. Fortunately, Lu Yan returned at the critical moment and used the inseparable spiritual connection between the two to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "My Dao Source realm cultivation is far inferior to Master's." Lu Yan smiled slightly. "Don't belittle yourself. You are different from ordinary living beings. You don't have such unique advantages. Since the heavens have allowed you to take this step today, they will definitely let you go further. I hope." Lu Yan also showed a look of yearning. "By the way, see if this is useful to you." Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and took out something from his space ring. As soon as that thing appeared, the temperature of the entire room suddenly rose and an aura that could burn everything spread out. "This is..." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the thing in Yang Kai's hand in shock. It was a feather that was 1 meter long. It was completely golden in color, but there seemed to be a pitch-black flame burning on the feather. It seemed to be alive and jumping. At a glance, the flames seemed to be able to incinerate one's soul. "The feather of Luan Feng," Yang Kai explained. This feather of Luan Feng was picked up by him in clear Jade Mountain. It was not a feather left behind by a young Luan Feng, but the divine feather of an adult divine spirit. This kind of thing had always been a priceless treasure. It could be used to create the best artifacts, but Yang Kai felt that giving it to Lu Yan should be the best choice. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Lu Yan's tender body shook violently. She stared at the feather of Luan Feng and her beautiful eyes trembled. She said bitterly, "I can try to refine it. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled and handed the feather to her. Lu Yan took it and played with it fondly. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai immediately put her into the sealed world bead and let her refine it herself. Then, Yang Kai walked out of the room and met with the Zhang family. When they saw Yang Kai, the Zhang family naturally asked about his well-being, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Although she was shy and did not say a word, Yang Kai could feel her concern and reassurance from her gaze from time to time. After chatting with the Zhang family for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and took out the sound bead to report to Mo Shaoqi that he was safe. Shaoqi was very happy and immediately said that she wanted to visit Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stop her, she cut off the connection. He could only smile helplessly. After a while, Yang Kai felt several tyrannical auras approaching from afar. Before they arrived, a person's voice came from afar, Brother Yang, we have come to visit you." The voice was full of energy and spread everywhere. After the Zhang family members heard who had sent the message, they immediately went into a panic. Under the lead of the Zhang family matriarch, they all went out to greet them. After a short while, a light flashed and several figures appeared. The Zhang family's old matriarch bowed slightly and said loudly, "The Zhang family is honored by the city lord's visit. Please forgive this old matriarch for not going out to greet you." The rest of the people also greeted Duan Yuan Shan. Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Old matriarch, you don't need to be so courteous. This city lord came uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. I came here to see Brother Yang. I wonder if he, Lord Yang, is resting in the guest room. Please come in." The old matriarch's voice was steady, but anyone could see that she was suppressing her excitement. Normally, how could a small family like the Zhang family enter the eyes of the city lord master? Let alone come here from Maplewood City in person. But at this moment, this impossible thing had become a reality. Although they knew that this was because of Yang Kai, it was still a glory for the Zhang family. The Zhang family now only had a group of orphans and widows left, so it was easy for other families to target them. But, if today's matter spread out, those families who had designs on the Zhang family might not have the guts to take action. They might even have to depend on the Zhang family for survival. The old matriarch saw the hope of the Zhang family's rise, and she felt even more grateful to Yang Kai in her heart. "Thank you for your hospitality." Duan Yuan Shan smiled faintly and was about to descend with the other two, but one of them impatiently turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the Zhang family's main residence, disappearing in front of a guest room. So impatient. Duan Yuan Shan could only smile bitterly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. In the guest room, Kang Si Ran pushed open the door and entered, only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Kang Si Ran nervously observed Yang Kai's state, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I heard from the city lord master that you were corroded by the demonic qi outside the city and almost turned into a demon. It really scared me to death." "That's true. Fortunately, I managed to avert the disaster." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Kang Si Ran said with shame, "This Kong was in retreat to break through a bottleneck at that time, so he didn't know anything about it. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that I learned the news, but at that time, you had already disappeared. I, the city lord master, and the others searched everywhere, but still couldn't find you. This Kong is really ashamed to face Brother Yang." Kang Si Ran's expression wasn't fake, and what he said was from the bottom of his heart. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't given him a Dao Source pill, he wouldn't have been able to become a Dao Source realm cultivator. Moreover, Kang Si Ran could vaguely feel that the Dao Source pill with pill veins didn't just bring him a breakthrough to a great realm, but also some other changes. He couldn't tell what those changes were, but he had a feeling in his heart that the First Order Dao Source realm wasn't the end of his martial Dao. He still had hope to advance further, and perhaps he could even take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This was equivalent to the grace of a new lease of life, and Kang Si Ran felt that he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Yang Kai's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain, but when Yang Kai was in danger, he didn't know about it, which made Kang Si Ran feel very guilty. Now that he saw that Yang Kai was safe, he finally felt a little better. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Brother Kong, thank you for your concern." "Don't say that." Kang Si Ran scratched his cheek. "Shopkeeper Kong has a good relationship with Brother Yang." A voice came as Duan Yuan Shan strode in, followed by Mo Xiaoqi. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, but she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, "I wanted to come alone, but City Lord Duan and Shopkeeper Kong heard that you were back, so they insisted on following me. It's not Miss Xiaoqi's fault, it was this Duan who came uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb Brother Yang's rest?" Duan Yuan Shan chuckled. "City Lord Duan is too polite." Yang Kai smiled calmly and nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. "My room is simple, please take a seat." Duan Yuan Shan didn't act polite and found a chair to sit on. Seeing this, Mo Shaoqi and Kang Si Ran let nature take its course. After taking a seat, Duan Yuan Shan's expression turned solemn and he said, "Brother Yang, this Duan has to apologize to you first." "City Lord, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused and asked. Duan Yuan Shan said, "At that time, Zhuang Pan escaped, and the 7 points black tortoise array collapsed by itself, while you were corroded by the demonic qi. This Duan couldn't save you, and every time I think about it, I feel apologetic." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Duan is too serious. I was naturally aware of the situation at that time, and it wasn't your fault." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Duan Yuan Shan said with a smile, "Brother Yang is really a reasonable person." "Humph, he's just greedy for life and afraid of death," Kang Si Ran said angrily. Chapter 2109. Shopkeeper Kang, when did this Duan offend you? Duan Yuan Shan looked at Kang Si Ran blankly. Speaking of which, although he didn't have any friendship with Kang Si Ran before, they still had many interactions. After all, Kang Si Ran was a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and had a powerful background. Even if his strength wasn't high, Duan Yuan Shan still couldn't ignore him. But since Kang Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source realm, Duan Yuan Shan found that his attitude towards him had become very disrespectful, especially after he heard about Yang Kai's accident. His attitude became even worse. This puzzled Duan Yuan Shan, and at the same time, annoyed him. He felt that Kang Si Ran had become arrogant once he became strong. At this moment, he was despised by Kang Si Ran in front of Yang Kai. Naturally, Duan Yuan Shan couldn't bear it, and his words were filled with anger. City Lord Duan must be joking. How can this Kang be offended by City Lord Master? Kang Si Ran said sarcastically. You. Duan Yuan Shan looked angry. He was the City Lord, and it was fine if Kang Si Ran didn't give him face, but his words were full of sarcasm, and it wasn't good for anyone. Both of you should stop talking. Yang Kai thought for a moment and understood why Kang Si Ran suddenly disliked Duan Yuan Shan so much. He looked at him with a smile and said, City Lord Duan was helpless at that time, and he could only protect himself and leave quickly. The fault doesn't lie with City Lord Master. Brother Yang is sensible. Duan Yuan Shan snorted coldly, and his expression became slightly amiable. Is that so? Kang Si Ran furrowed his brow and glanced at Yang Kai, then cupped his fists at Duan Yuan Shan and said, Since Brother Yang said so. Then, this Kang will apologize to City Lord Master. This Kang was reckless, and I hope City Lord Master won't take offense. Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed and he said, Brother Kang, you are too polite. While he said so, he was also shocked in his heart. Because Kang Si Ran's change in attitude was only possible with a single sentence from Yang Kai. From the looks of it, Kang Si Ran seemed to be following Yang Kai's lead. Otherwise, he was just a Dao Source realm cultivator from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. There was no need to apologize to him. It seems that the relationship between these two isn't as simple as a good one. Duan Yuan Shan couldn't help feeling suspicious. He really didn't know what kind of ability Yang Kai possessed to make Kang Si Ran, who was in the same realm, so obedient. City Lord Duan, where is Zhuang Pan? Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face. The main culprit might not be Zhuang Pan, but he definitely had something to do with it. If not for his cowardice and fear of death, he would have been the first to run away. The 7 points black tortoise formation wouldn't collapse in an instant. Based on the situation back then, everyone should have been able to hold on for a period of time. Qin Chaoyang wouldn't be injured, and Du Lishen wouldn't die tragically on the spot. As for whether Yang Kai would be corroded by the demonic thoughts and be plagued by the demonic qi, it was hard to say. Moreover, Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan were not on good terms. Naturally, he hated his cowardice and cowardice. We don't know where he is. Duan Yuan Shan replied with a gloomy face. This Duan didn't know who he was. If I had known that Zhuang Pan was so cowardly, this city lord wouldn't have allowed him to become a member of the formation. He almost harmed everyone. After a pause, he continued, Zhuang Pan didn't return to Maplewood City after he escaped, but with his cultivation, he should have been corroded by the demonic qi. But judging from what happened later, he shouldn't be dead now. We just don't know where he is hiding. Don't let me see him, otherwise, I will make him regret being born in this world, Kang Si Ran coldly snorted. Murderous intent surged like a tide. Duan Yuan Shan glanced at him strangely, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, by the way, Brother Yang, that day, what happened after? Hearing his question, Mo Shaoqi and Kang Si Ran also hurriedly looked at him with curiosity. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. At that time, I was corroded by the demonic qi, and my soul was in chaos. I only felt darkness. When I woke up later, everything had already settled down. He had expected that someone would ask about this, so he had already prepared an answer in his heart. While speaking, he said suspiciously, but I vaguely felt several shocking energy fluctuations at that time, but I don't know whether they were real or not. Duan Yuan Shan continued, Brother Yang's feeling was right. It was Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the masters of the other two sects. They seemed to have fought with something outside the city. Oh. Yang Kai showed a surprised expression. Where are the three master now? Did they say anything? Duan Yuan Shan's face turned awkward and he said, they didn't go to Maplewood City. After that battle, they disappeared. As the city lord of Maplewood City, it was quite embarrassing to talk about this matter. They had already come to his territory, but they didn't meet him, nor did they say anything. Obviously, they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so he naturally didn't dare to criticize the masters of the Emperor Realm. So, it was the three master who got rid of the demonic qi? Yang Kai said solemnly, the three masters are really amazing, and their strength is amazing. They retreated after accomplishing something, but they didn't do anything. It's really admirable. Duan Yuan Shan's face also turned serious and he said, my Maplewood City's calamity has been averted, so we should really thank the three master. Even Kang Si Ran and Mo Shaoqi had a look of agreement. Obviously, they felt that the sudden disappearance of the demonic qi was all thanks to the Emperor Realm's masters, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Yang Kai was happy to hear this, so he naturally wouldn't expose it. And this Duan came here to see Brother Yang, and also, to ask you, are you willing to stay in my Maplewood City? Stay here? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Duan Yuan Shan nodded, as far as I know, Brother Yang doesn't come from any sect, and it seems that you don't belong to any family. If Brother Yang is willing to stay in Maplewood City, this Duan is willing to give you the position of Vice City Lord. Brother Yang also knows that Zhuang Pan was originally the Vice City Lord, but he ran away. My Maplewood City just so happens to have a vacancy for the position of Vice City Lord, and with Brother Yang's strength, you are qualified for it. After saying this, Duan Yuan Shan looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he wanted him to agree. This. Yang Kai couldn't help but show an awkward look. When everyone was defending Maplewood City, Yang Kai heard this from Qin Chaoyang. He said that Duan Yuan Shan intended to make Yang Kai the third Vice City Lord of Maplewood City. Yang Kai's answer at that time was also ambiguous, but he didn't expect that Duan Yuan Shan would come here personally and ask this question face to face. Brother Yang isn't a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, a dragon will rise to the sky. How can a small Maplewood City hold him? Kang Si Ran suddenly said from the side. Duan Yuan Shan glanced at Kang Si Ran, then looked at Yang Kai and said, this Duan has a plan in mind. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, City Lord Master, please forgive me, but I am used to wandering alone and won't live in one place for a long time. So, I can only accept City Lord Master's kindness. It doesn't matter, this Duan is already satisfied with Brother Yang's answer. Mo Shaoqi giggled and said, Big Brother Yang, if you want to leave Maplewood City one day, just let me know, and I will go with you to explore the world. Yang Kai glanced at her and teased, being accompanied by a beauty is naturally what I want. Pfft. Mo Shaoqi immediately blushed and said bashfully, Big Brother Yang is also so naughty. Duan Yuan Shan and Kang Si Ran laughed in unison. But when they looked at the huge birthmark on Mo Shaoqi's face, they sighed in their hearts. If it wasn't for this birthmark, Mo Shaoqi would have been a stunning beauty. But now, even with this birthmark, it still couldn't cover up her beauty. It was just that the birthmark ruined her overall image. Soon after, the three chatted for a while before Duan Yuan Shan and the others got up and took their leave. By the way, Brother Yang. Before Duan Yuan Shan left, he suddenly turned around and said, This Duan has something to tell you. What is it? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. I don't know how that guy you had locked up disappeared from the city's prison. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, That old swindler? Exactly. A strange look appeared on Duan Yuan Shan's face. Although all the cultivators in the city were defending the city at that time and no one was guarding it, since you had personally placed a seal on his strength, it would have been impossible for him to escape with his cultivation. However, a prison guard came to report that he had disappeared without a trace and didn't leave behind any clues. It's really strange. Hee hee. Yang Kai smiled slightly, I know. Duan Yuan Shan was stunned and said in amazement, You already expected this? Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem surprised at all, how could Duan Yuan Shan not have thought of this? It was just a guess, but now it seems that old swindler isn't simple. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. That old swindler came from Forest City alone and wanted to ask for help from Maplewood City. With just his third-order origin king strength, he was able to safely enter and exit the boundless demonic chi. Obviously, he had some tricks up his sleeve. After that, he was sealed by Yang Kai and disappeared from the prison without anyone noticing. How could an ordinary origin king be able to do this? Yang Kai didn't know what secrets he had that allowed him to have such a mysterious ability. Do you need to hunt him down? Duan Yuan Shan asked. If you need, this Duan can help. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. I just locked him up out of curiosity. I wanted to inquire about the secret of his ability to freely enter and exit the demonic chi and see if he could be used by the city's cultivator in the future. Now that the crisis has been resolved, there's no need to do anything superfluous. He didn't do anything outrageous, he just likes to swindle people's money, that's all. Since Brother Yang said so, I'll let him go. Duan Yuan Shan chuckled and cupped his fists. Brother Yang, you should rest for the next few days. We'll take our leave. Yang Kai nodded and watched the three leave before returning to his room and sitting down. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again and said calmly, Since you're here, come in. Why are you sneaking around outside? Chapter 21:10. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, a person rushed in from the outside like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hand, the door was closed again. Looking at the person who had just arrived, Yang Kai cupped his hands and laughed, Old Mr. Qin. The person who had just arrived was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Little brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang returned the greeting with a slightly embarrassed expression. Yang Kai asked, Old Mr. Qin, why are you here instead of recuperating in the family? Qin Chaoyang's complexion was not very good. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his previous injury. However, What made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Qin Chaoyang had not come with Duan Yuan Shan to visit him. Instead, he had secretly come alone. Yang Kai thought for a moment and somewhat understood what Qin Chaoyang wanted to do. This old master's injury is not serious. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand and found a place to sit down. When I heard that little brother Yang had returned safely, this old master hurriedly rushed over. However, I did not expect that the city lord's master would be one step ahead of me. So you hid outside? Yang Kai chuckled. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of the city lord's master, Qin Chaoyang said awkwardly. Ai. Yang Kai sighed and looked sincerely at Qin Chaoyang. I roughly understand old Mr. Qin's intentions, but please forgive me for boldly refusing. Qin Chaoyang asked curiously, this old master hasn't said anything yet, and you already know? Yang Kai smiled bitterly, old Mr. Qin, didn't you come here to ask me to join your Qin family? Did I make it that obvious? Qin Chaoyang was startled. Yang Kai nodded, old Sir Qin has already asked me several times before, if I still can't figure it out, then I'll leave. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't know? Furthermore, it was said that the Jiang family's businesses would be taken over by the Qin family. The Qin family swallowed up the Jiang family's enormous foundation in one go. If they don't have enough martial power to deter others, I'm afraid they won't be able to deter others from taking action. Brother, you know me. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. That's right, this old man came here specifically to invite you to be my Qin family's grand elder. Your status is the same as mine. When the time comes, you and I will join hands. I believe that the other old fogies won't dare to be presumptuous. Yang Kai sighed, I just rejected the vice-castellan position that Castellan Duan promised me. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his face immediately darkened. He said disappointedly, I see, both of them were smart people. Yang Kai didn't need to explain too much. Qin Chaoyang knew that he had no chance. Yang Kai had just rejected Duan Yuan Shan's invitation. If he accepted Qin Chaoyang in the blink of an eye, Duan Yuan Shan would definitely offend him in the future. Duan Yuan Shan would think that Yang Kai was looking down on him and might even hold a grudge against him. At that time, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay out of this matter. He had hired a grand elder, but ended up offending the city lord's mansion. This was not a good deal, Qin Zhaoyang was clear in his heart. He looked at Qin Chaoyang. Yang Kai said somewhat shamefully, originally. Old Mr. Qin taught me the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation. If the Qin family needs it, I will not refuse. But this matter, if I agree, it will only harm the Qin family. I can only disappoint old Mr. Qin. I understand. Qin Chaoyang nodded. But Yang Kai changed the topic, if the Qin family needs help in the future, I can help as a friend. When the time comes, I hope old Mr. Qin will not be polite. Qin Chaoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He chuckled and said, with Brother Yang's words, I will be relieved. Brother Yang, I am relieved. He looked overjoyed and very happy. Although he didn't achieve his goal, with Yang Kai's guarantee, this trip was not in vain. Qin Chaoyang said meaningfully, perhaps, I will need Brother Yang's help soon. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will wait for your news. That day, Qin Chaoyang passed the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation to Yang Kai through a jade slip. Originally, he only wanted Yang Kai's promise to protect Qin Yu in a crisis. If the city was breached, he could take Qin Yu with him. However, the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The battle of the demon thought was over without any danger. Naturally, the promise was voided. Yang Kai had received benefits from Qin Chaoyang, but he refused the latter's invitation. He felt apologetic and wanted to find an opportunity to return the favor. Afterwards, the two of them chatted casually for a while before Qin Chaoyang got up and said goodbye. He was injured and urgently needed to recuperate. Moreover, the Qin family was currently taking over the Jiang family's large property. The family was extremely busy, so he couldn't spare any time. Time was precious, so he naturally couldn't delay. After Qin Chaoyang left, Yang Kai was completely free and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. The demonization had made him a little weak. The power that far exceeded his cultivation wasn't without a price. For several days, Yang Kai stayed in his room. Until one day, he opened his eyes again. They were overflowing with light and he was in high spirits. The fatigue and weakness from before were no longer there. It was as if he had fully recovered. Feeling the condition of his body, Yang Kai confirmed that there weren't any side effects left. Only then did he feel relieved. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead in a flash. The sealed world bead was still quiet. Yang Kai silently sensed for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He found that somewhere in the sealed world bead, there was an extremely powerful force surging endlessly. His figure flickered and he directly arrived at that location. In front of him, Lu Yen was sitting cross-legged, one hand supporting the air while the other two fingers were facing the sky. She was circulating her secret art. The power of thunder and fire around her was violent and restless. With her as the center, the ground within a dozen kilometers was filled with snakes of lightning and flames. Behind Lu Yen, however, there was a huge phantom that soared into the sky, as if it was about to spread its wings and take flight. Luan Feng. Yang Kai glanced at the phantom and was immediately shocked. This phantom was the figure of the ancient divine spirit Luan Feng that he had seen up close before, but it was not a living thing, just a projection. Even if it was just a projection, it still exuded the aura of a divine spirit. On the surface of the phantom, black flames tumbled. A monstrous momentum that was unstoppable. Lu Yan's expression was very difficult, as if she was at a critical juncture in performing some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai observed for a while and knew that she was refining the Luan Feng feather at the moment. Although the progress was not particularly smooth, it wasn't very difficult either. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing, even if he was the master of the small sealed world. He couldn't help Lu Yen in the slightest. She could only rely on her own will and determination. If the refinement was successful, Lu Yan's strength would definitely improve, but if it failed, it was very likely that she would suffer a backlash. Fortunately, Lu Yen had been absorbing the sun's true fire from the sun's true essence to temper herself over the years, so she had long been accustomed to this kind of ultra-high intensity energy entering her body. Otherwise, with her first-order Tao source realm strength, it would have been impossible for her to refine the Luan Feng divine feather. But even so, success or failure would depend on her own fortune. The embodiment was sitting in the distance. He was paying close attention to Lu Yan's situation. Seeing the main body's gaze, the embodiment just nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. With the embodiment looking after Lu Yen, he would know immediately if anything happened, so Yang Kai left with peace of mind. His figure flickered again. He had come to another place in the small sealed world. This place was empty. A trembling figure was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, as if she was hiding in an unknown corner. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fear and torture she had suffered. Her hair was disheveled and her face was slightly pale. Her beautiful eyes were looking around vigilantly, and her pretty face was full of fear. Yang Kai appeared in front of her, but she didn't know, as if she didn't see him. This. Yang Kai looked at her and whispered, "Is it enough?" At this point, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound wasn't loud, but when it reached Hua Qingxi's ears, it was as shocking as the morning bell and evening drum. She trembled violently, and when she looked up again, she found that the boundless darkness that had been shrouding her had finally been replaced by a dazzling light. And a figure that she had cursed countless times in her heart and wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces appeared not far in front of her, looking at her lazily. Seeing this person's face, Hua Qingxi's grievances and fear over the past few days turned into the flames of revenge at this moment. She shouted, this old lady will kill you." As she spoke, she shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. With a twist of her delicate body, she turned into 100 butterflies, blotting out the sky and surrounding Yang Kai tightly. Yang Kai raised his hand and raised his palm like a knife, ignoring the 100 spirit plates, and directly chopped towards the void in front of him. With a bang, the knife hand chopped something. Ouch! Hua Qingxi's figure staggered out of the void, and the 100 spirit plates disappeared at this moment. She covered her head with both hands and kept retreating, tears almost flowing out of her eyes from the pain. "It seems." Yang Kai looked at her calmly and said lightly, "You still don't understand your situation. Since that's the case, I'll give you some more time. When you think about it, we'll talk again." As he spoke, he was about to use the same trick again. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed, "No! No! I was wrong, I won't dare to be presumptuous anymore, please let me go." In the boundless darkness, being killed countless times by strange existences every day, feeling the realistic effects of death, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. When Hua Qingxi was killed for the first time, she thought that she was really dead. But she didn't expect that in just a moment, she would come back to life again, but it was a life worse than death, because not long after, she was killed by strange existences again. After many times, she completely understood that she was in an extremely advanced illusion, unable to free herself from the reincarnation of life and death. Dying hundreds of times every day, Hua Qingxi was almost numb. If she wasn't strong enough, this kind of torture was enough to make her go crazy. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the culprit, for the first time, she was naturally angry, and evil grew in her heart. In the end, she was still subdued by him in one move. Hua Qingxi was in complete despair. "Very good, I'm very happy that you can be so sensible." Yang Kai looked at her, nodded, and stood in place calmly. "You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.